What is up, everybody? Welcome to TRE. Welcome to the running event in Austin, Texas. This is TRE Live 2024, and we are the PR Project. I'm Tommy, that's Aaron, and that's Gary. We're having fun today. We just starting this thing off. This is a beautiful setup. Thanks so much to the folks at the running event for putting this together for us. And then also huge shout out to the day one nutrition sponsor, Sir Nutrition, and then also On Running for sponsoring the apparel today. But we're going to get this kicked off. We got a lot going on. What are you excited about right now, Aaron?
I'm just excited about the energy, man. There's so many people here. The floor is bustling with energy. Everybody just ready to do some stuff. So I'm ready to bring on some of our beautiful guests and get this thing going.
What about you, Gary? How you feeling?
I'm geeked. This is so much bigger than last year for us. We've got FloTrack streaming this on their YouTube, which is amazing. A huge audience for us, huge audience for TRE, huge audience for our guests, and I think we're ready to get started.
Yeah, we are definitely ready to get started. We're gonna kick this thing off in tradition, right? You got to have the woman of the hour. We got Christina Henderson, the director of the running event. Please welcome her up onto the stage. Yeah, there she goes. There she goes. Christina, this is big. This is amazing. How are you feeling right now, and what are you excited about this week?
I am feeling great. I am so excited. You all have kind of touched on it, but the energy is incredible. You walk down the aisles, you're seeing friends, you're meeting new people. It's part of what makes the running industry so special, and I'm just so excited to see it begin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at we have a nice little crowd here watching us.
I know.
But this is we're honored to be back and be able to show this to our audience, to FloTrack's audience, and we're happy to have Aaron here with us because he's the one that's going to get into the nitty gritty of everything. Aaron, this is actually your first time at the running event. What are you thinking so far?
This is unreal to have all these people here who share the same passion for running that we do, who care about it just as much as we do. It's really cool. And I was telling somebody on a run today that it's almost like a major run, like a major marathon, without the actual marathon. So it's almost like the best of both worlds because we love running, but the networking part is also so important, and the connections that we make is so important. So to have someone like Christina here with us, who is literally like the woman in charge, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, we have been using that analogy quite a bit on our team, right? Like, we have put in months and months of preparation for the running event. So keep reminding the team the work is done, and now we get to enjoy it, enjoy what we built here. So I understand the analogy.
So last year was the biggest running event ever. This year is bigger than that.
That's right.
How is it bigger? What are some of the big changes we're seeing this year compared to last year? Yeah,
great question, Gary. So we talked about how last year was our largest exhibit floor ever by 20%. It is now over 10% larger than that.
Wow.
So you're seeing brands who have never exhibited with us before. You're seeing brands take more space to show more product. It really shows the health of the running industry and the momentum of the sport. So you can feel it walking around the floor.
Now that we have FloTrack that's going to be streaming this out to their platform, and so it's going to be a lot more people watching this moment. What do you want people that have either finding out about what TRE is for the first time or the running event is for the first time? What do you want them to take away from watching this experience?
Yeah, great question, Tommy. So, I think for everyone watching at home, runners watching at home, what is the running event, right? So we bring in all the brands to show their future product, and the run specialty retailers are walking around the floor finding new products. So if you're watching at home and tuning in, these interviews are going to give you a peek into the future of the running industry, right? So you're going to hear about products that aren't even released. You're going to hear from folks at the brands that you wear every day about, how they are thinking about the future of running. So, there's a lot to learn and get excited about. So I'm really excited to broaden the exposure of the event and kind of give a peek into the future for everyone watching at home.
That's awesome. And of course, there's people watching at home, but there's also people here, and I'm sure you've walked the floor. What are some of the I know it's like trying to choose your favorite kid, but what are some of your favorite exhibits that you've checked out so far, and what would you encourage some of the people here to check out?
You know, Aaron, I appreciate the question, but I am not going to attempt to name anyone here. What I will say is anyone here, walk every aisle, right? That is what I would encourage you to do. Yes, there are some amazing booths. Like, there are some 2-story booths. There are some crazy technology. That is amazing. Go see those booths. But also walk, the aisles on the edges. I was at dinner last night with the Hoka team, and they were telling the story about their first TRE, and they wanted half a booth, right? That was in 2009. No one knew who they were, and look at them now, right? So you never know, this is where you find the next big brand and the next big product. So yes, go see the fun and exciting booths, and also go see everyone here because they are supporting the running industry.
Speaking of like cool things here on the floor, how's your pickleball game?
My pickleball game is poor, but I'm always down to try. Yeah. So yeah, we do have a pickleball court on the other end of the floor. Would definitely encourage anyone to go check that out.
I'd assume that pickleball has been, the last few years have just blown up on a crazy level. And I'm assuming most people probably know what it is. But like, how is that? Why is that here? Like, why is there a pickleball court? How does that play a role into like the businesses and brands that are here? Why is it important for it to be here?
Yeah, it's here for a couple of reasons. We have some brands who have footwear. They have pickleball footwear, and some running stores are starting to sell pickleball footwear. The runner, your runner also does other things, right? And so as pickleball is growing, these runners are also playing pickleball and looking for a place to buy pickleball shoes or accessories. So, you have Skechers over there, and they're showing their pickleball footwear. So, it's there for that reason, for any running store who may want to sell pickleball in their store. And it's also a fun experience for everyone here, right? You're walking around the floor, you're in back-to-back meetings. It's a fun thing to go, hit the pickleball around for a bit.
Yeah, you got to give people an opportunity to kind of let go of the business side and kind of lean into the fun, because obviously there's so much fun out here. There's so many great people to meet. And if you can beat them in pickleball, I think that kind of gives you an advantage in a negotiation, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very competitive group, so it works out well.
That's awesome. So here we are in 2024, and we're just getting started. But where do you see the future of TRE as a conference and as a brand? Where do you see it going?
I think we will listen to the industry and what is needed for the running industry, and we will build that, right? So I think we're going to see more growth. There is like serious momentum, and walking around the floor, brands are already saying, how can we do more? What does next year look like? So I think we're going to continue to see that growth as the sport of running continues to grow.
What was Hoka was talking about their first TRE experience. What was your first TRE experience? And let's start there, because I'm interested to hear this.
Okay, I'm so glad you asked this. I have been doing a lot of reflecting this year. It is actually my 10th TRE. So you kind of think back. It is also our last year in Austin, so really trying to...
That's sad. I'm
yeah,
upset.
So you're really trying to soak it up, right? So thinking back to my first TRE was in 2014, and it is a blur, right? But I was building the running event, and I didn't know, I had never been, right? So I'm having a similar experience where oh my gosh, this, I remember there was an armadillo on the floor my first year.
Wait, like a mascot armadillo or
Yeah.
an actual armadillo?
There was Spy Belt had an armadillo in their booth that you could hold. So I too remember that from my first TRE. It's pretty funny. But it was, the floor has more than doubled since my first year with TRE. So, there are more brands. There are brands are taking larger spaces, and but that energy and that I don't know. There is just this. I don't know how to say it, but you're walking around here and you just want to bottle it up and take it home with you. That has always been there. And, my first year, I didn't know anyone. And, now I come and these are friends. And there's nowhere I'd rather be this week. It's my favorite week of the year. And yeah, I still remember the people who went out of their way for me my first year here. So, that would be something we always say as a team, is just encouraging people to meet someone new and introduce themselves and create a space where, that feels comfortable, where people can introduce themselves and connect. So, yeah, I'm rambling because I get emotional thinking about it, but
You can cry. It's a safe space to cry.
Yeah. No crying.
Crying brings ratings, so we're good. No, you mentioned the armadillo from the first year. Last year we had a sloth. What other exotic wildlife creature are we expecting on the floor this year?
I could not tell you.
Did you see that there's an alligator?
No, don't say that.
Yeah, there's an alligator over there.
There's not an alligator.
Fully sharpened teeth and everything.
I heard a rumor that the sloth may be returning. So
Did you touch?
No,
you
I didn't get a chance to.
Did you touch the sloth last year?
I actually did not.
I'm not. I mean, no shade to sloths of the world. I'm just not touching one ever in my life. I don't think, unless I
I didn't know we were sloth shaming, but okay.
I mean, I'm not sloth shaming. I'm just saying that's just not my thing. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. They just move slow enough for me to make it uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable for you to be around.
Just put your hand. Move a little faster. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Before we let you go, I do want to say, as you're planning for all of this, you just completed a marathon.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes.
you did pretty darn well from what I saw on the tracker.
Thank you, Gary.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, fun fact, Tommy ran by me in the marathon and was like, "Is that Christina?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, Tommy, hi." Mile 9 or something. And yes, so I ran the Chicago Marathon. Paul from the Chicago Marathon is actually going to be on here in a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we work so hard building the running event. And, training for the marathon creates a balance, right? Gets me outside and moving. And so that was great. And, both of my sisters ran the Chicago Marathon as well,
Very cool.
which was really, really special. So my parents were there, and this is what's going to get me emotional. But yeah, so it was a great day.
Well, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for all that you do for the running event, but then also for the running industry as a whole. It was really great to have you on the show. Thank you for all your support and giving us this opportunity to kick it with you again.
No, yeah, thanks, Tommy, Gary, Aaron. From us at the TRE team, we're so grateful for your partnership. You are an extension of our team, so thank you for being here.
Now I'm going to cry. Thank you.
We can't cry yet.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but thank you for everything. It's going to be an amazing day. So, yeah, I can't wait to see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Don't take the microphone with you, please. That was great, man. That was great.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm excited. I like the smile on her face while she's talking about this amazing event. I know everybody that's watching this can't see what's going on behind us and around us, but this room is huge. There's so many different vendors, so many different brands and organizations that I'm just happy to see that she's happy that this is going well.
Yeah, I think the smile on her face may have been a smile of relief because she's actually here now. Because I'm sure her job is crazy, going over the weeks and months leading up to it, getting everything taken care of. So she's probably almost ready to breathe that final sigh of relief to say, all my work is done, and we can look forward to next year.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, that's really awesome. And actually, we have our next guest already on the stage. We have Paul Zielinski from New Balance. How you doing, bro?
I'm great. Great to see you guys again. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, it's okay. We're happy to have you too. You know, we're doing this all for you.
All for me? You set this whole thing up just for me?
Yeah, really, this is all for you. This is just our ploy to get you on the stage.
This is actually the last interview. We're done after this. And then
Now you got me nervous. I wasn't nervous before, but now I didn't realize that.
So you've been to the running event many different times. Please just introduce yourself to the audience, and then what you do with New Balance, and what you're excited about, you know, for this conference.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Paul Zielinski. I am a senior product manager at New Balance on our performance running footwear. So I manage our performance running line for what we call like our everyday running shoes. Shoes that runners are choosing to run every day in to really handle their everyday miles. And what that really just means for us is that we get to build and work with runners every single day, build amazing product with an amazing group of individuals. I talk about shoes often as like the biggest group project, as there's just 15, 16, 17 different people touching a shoe before it shows up at the running event or shows up on your feet. And it's like the greatest privilege of my life. It's amazing to be able to mirror and marry passion with your career.
that's awesome.
Yeah, so we see you brought us some gifts.
Gifts, yes, please, gifts. These are
some
ours.
goodies.
Yes,
to show.
if you have a left foot and our sample size 9.5.
I am a sample size.
There it is.
Oh, score.
So, what are you guys featuring here at the running event, and what are you looking forward most to talking to people about while you're here?
Yeah, so it's a really great time to be at the running event, especially for New Balance. We're coming off the TCS New York City Marathon that happened a few weeks ago, where over 55,000 runners completed that very, very challenging course. But what that also represented was a good time for us to launch the brand new Fresh Foam X 1080 version 14. We often talk about that shoe as like our signature running experience for everyday miles, and that we believe that any runner could have one of their best runs or one of their most fun runs if they put that shoe on. It's this beautiful combination of comfort, cushion, lightweight, and breathable at the same time, and so we feel really good about getting runners into that shoe. What I think is amazing about TRE as well is that you are able then to showcase what's coming next. And so, thinking about what's happening in spring of 25 for our brand, it's going to represent some amazing updates and really going to set the stage for what's going to be awesome 2025 for us. The other shoe that we have on the table, the other gift, if you will, then is the Fresh Foam X 880 version 15. I often talk about this shoe as our reliable daily workhorse running shoe that provides enhanced comfort for everyday miles. And between the 1080 and 880, you get this really amazing combination of two different experiences for everyday running. So it is a perfect time to talk about new product. It's a perfect time to interact with runners, with amazing retail partners that are here as well, and showcase some of the amazing work that the team's been working on for the last 24 months.
I will say we've been able to run in the new 1080s and the 880s. The colorways of these are pretty sweet. But it is nice to go back and forth between the two, because we put in a lot of miles in the 1080 13, and we're just now starting to put some good miles in the 14. And it's a good, like you said, the complement to the 880 is very nice for when you're going for just basic miles, but you want to maybe pick it up a little bit one day versus just getting some recovery runs in. I think we run them for almost, except for maybe super fast, we basic everyday miles.
Yeah.
We use them a lot. I know the three of us do anyway.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Well, it's amazing too, and as you mentioned, I think that's exactly how runners are thinking about it. What do I want to feel today, or what type of run am I going to go on? And what's really important for us is that each one of our shoes is answering that question. Essentially, what's the type of experience you're going to have while wearing this, and how is it going to help me solve for that run that I'm looking to have? We have a really broad range of running shoes where each shoe has a really clear purpose, so that if you want to pick up the pace a little bit or feel lighter weight on your feet, Fuel Cell Rebel V4 being a great example, as well as another shoe within our range that again complements the other shoes that exist for New Balance.
All right, well, okay, let's get a little nerdy then. We're at the running event. It's a shoe paradise, pretty much. So we have these two shoes here, and for the person that walks into the run retail shop and says I like New Balance, so let me look at those two shoes. Just at first sight, they kind of look similar, right? But what about these shoes in a nerdy sense is how you can separate the two? How do you make the decision over a 1080 or vice versa for an 880?
Yeah, the detail or the it's like in the nitty gritty, right? The devil's in the details when it comes to a lot of these products. And first and foremost, it's about getting it on your feet and experiencing it for yourself, right? Tommy, you and I might have a little bit different experience when we put on a 1080, or maybe a little bit of a different feel.
Are you saying this because you're taller than me? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the thing about being in the chair, right? You don't see all 6'5" of me lumbering by.
Right.
But I think as you mentioned that here, there's experiences we talk about shoes, and then there are those specs that really deliver on those experiences. When it comes to 1080 and 880, the biggest difference, while they're both Fresh Foam X shoes from us, they're actually slightly different versions of Fresh Foam X. Neither is better or worse than each other, they're just different. And that's because the 1080 is really representing that signature cushioned experience, so it is slightly softer version of Fresh Foam X. It's also a bit lighter weight material as well. In the 880, it's just slightly firmer and slightly denser version of Fresh Foam X. And while those are things that you will only feel if you put both shoes on, what they're delivering are just two different experiences. We know the 1080 needs to be something that is slightly softer, a little bit more compressive underfoot, that it's delivering that like signature cushion every day. And then on the 880, it's more about delivering something that's reliable, slightly more durable with outsole coverage, and maybe feels slightly safer underfoot as well.
I don't tell any of the other brands, but the 1080 V13 and now the V14 is like my favorite trainer. I tell people all the time, I'm a sucker for a great daily trainer, and the 1080s are like perfect for me. They hit every mark. Is that something that you guys want to make sure that the runners that you market to, they have that experience, that they can put it on every day and not have to ever worry about it not being able to meet their needs?
Absolutely. You know, I often think, and this may sound a little counterintuitive, is like the best running shoe is the one you don't have to really worry about or think about when you're going for your run, right? It almost removes all those inhibitions. It removes the thought process and allows for you to just really enjoy the run, whether you're in the city or out in a rural, you know, or out on the trail. It's a shoe that is just helping you get the job done so you can enjoy all the other things that makes this sport incredibly beautiful. And so to your point, like, runners are spending the majority amount of their time in shoes like 1080, so we need to make sure we're delivering the very best version of an everyday running shoe to them.
And I think it's something that doesn't get said a lot is that the 1080s, they go a while. Like you can keep them on for like hundreds of miles before you really have to switch them out. I'm sure like you guys want to turn over product and get new and sell more shoes, but they are a very durable shoe, and I don't think enough people talk about that in terms of like, the foam is still soft, but it's still bouncy. It still keeps its foaminess, for lack of a better term.
I love that term.
So,
Foaminess,
foaminess.
Trademarked here.
I'm gonna bring that one back and see what the team thinks. They're gonna look at me and they go, "I like that, Paul. Yeah, we're going with that, but I won't take credit. I promise."
No, please, yeah. If they like it, we'll send you the invoice. Gary will get 25%. I get 80. Oh, math is not mathing. I'm sorry.
So, New Balance is obviously, especially with the lifestyle, having a moment right now. How much does some of that lifestyle energy and the excitement about lifestyle, how much does that bleed over into running? And have you guys seen that really gets people interested in the running portion too?
I think that's one of the New Balance's superpowers, to be honest with you, is that we are a global athletic brand, and that includes other sports. That includes running, which is really our heritage and what we were born and bred from. But that also includes lifestyle, as you mentioned. But I think what's really cool about our brand, and again, that like superpower, is that we're able to, the consumer doesn't have to choose if they want performance, they don't have to choose if they want style, but we are delivering both when it comes to the running product. And I think that's what we know based on our lifestyle business, is that we don't need to compromise because we have the best in the building that are helping us solve for that and helping get additional eyes on our shoes, and also looking at product in a different way than maybe if the same people are always staring at it, right? If you look at a word that you write on a piece of paper so many times, you're like, did I spell that correctly? But you did. It's almost like that with footwear too, right? Getting a new set or a new perspective on something can be really helpful. And I think with New Balance, that really does become like a level up for us, where we can blend so many different ideas, things that maybe we learn in other sports or learn in lifestyle, but apply a running lens, because first and foremost, our product needs to be the very best running product that we put into the market.
I mean, I like that that side of the conversation because I feel like when I first started running in 2018, I felt like running shoes, especially like if it wasn't like a big race day type shoe, it was the colors were kind of weird and wonky, and it just wasn't like you didn't put on a running shoe and think like, oh, I can wear this all day long and not feel like I'm wearing some weird looking shoes. And I feel like New Balance is one of the companies that has done a really great job in bringing like the color palettes and like the look and the vibe of the lifestyle side of things to make it like, I'd happily walk around in these shoes and not feel like I have to go swap out and put something different on. And I think that plays a big role. I mean, if we're spending money on shoes that, over $100, it's like I want a shoe that I like too, and not just for like the utilization of it. I want to be able to rock it a little bit too.
Oh, absolutely. And I think what's really amazing about so many of our products, and I'll use the 1080 as an example of this, we make a lot of colors and styles of the 1080. So you could have your pick of what you want to feel or look like while wearing it. Something like I'm wearing here today is definitely a color that I would both run in, but also I'm going to be wearing for the next 16 hours while spending time here on the floor, on the expo floor. But then as we have on the table, maybe some brighter colors to really like stand out as well, and like everything in between. And so we have a style count that's incredibly high on the 1080 because we know that, as you mentioned, Tommy, like so many consumers are using running product for both running and other uses. Let's make sure we have something for them and when they come to the brand.
And then before we let you go, obviously, New Balance has in my personal opinion, New Balance has done a great job at like really focusing on this part of the running world where it's like we know that you're going to be wearing these shoes, 80% of the time if you're training for a marathon or whatever you're training for the most part, you're probably wearing a lot of daily trainers. But then also has done a really great job of like ramping that up, and as you go up the chain from like the daily trainer to like more of a speed day shoe to like the race day shoe, it felt like the way it happened, correct me if I'm wrong, was like we started where people are going to have the shoes that people are going to have on the most, and then we worked our way into building something that kind of matches the experience, so someone can say like, I wear New Balance all the way from the bottom to the top. And did you guys do that purposely? Just always kind of curious of that.
I don't know if one leads into the other, but rather what we'll do is map out the areas that we want to provide experiences or the types of products we want to create based on what runners are looking for. Mm-hmm. And so maybe it's a little bit of what you're saying, but I also think, as you mentioned, right, runners are wearing running products, for their daily, everyday miles, whether that's 80% of the time. But we also know runners want to feel something different if they're going for a workout. So let's make sure we're solving for that with another shoe. Because I do believe a lot of times that if you make one shoe for everything, you haven't made a shoe for anything in some way. And so making sure that we're really clear in the way that we are communicating to runners, like, use a shoe for this. We know there's going to be some ebbs and flows of how people choose to want to wear a running product or utilize running product, and that's amazing. There is nothing wrong with that. But it's on us to be really clear as to how we see using this product. And as you mentioned, Tommy, Fuel Cell Rebel V4 is a great example of us launching that shoe back in spring of 24. At the same time as we launched 880 version 14, we know there are two different experiences for runners that are looking for two different things. And then we know also on race day, you want to feel your fastest, and so let's really ramp up the performance qualities of the product. We feel amazing about shoes such as Fuel Cell Super Comp Elite V4 or Fuel Cell Super Comp Pacer V2. But that doesn't just hit the road only. Think of like the track world as well, where we're coming off an Olympic year where so many Team New Balance athletes just absolutely obliterated world records, performed at the very highest, gold medals, personal records. We couldn't be more proud of our relationships with these athletes, and they're being powered by so much of the product that you see here on the table, and also some of those other shoes.
Well, thank you. We up here, PR Project, are definitely fans of New Balance, so thanks so much for your time here on stage with us, and enjoy the rest of the conference, and hopefully those shoes last you for the 16 hours.
I will, yeah. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Man, so yeah, like we've been wearing New Balance for quite some time, and it's like just in the last few years, things have changed a lot. Like, what are you excited about for New Balance in the next, year, really?
Well, I think, like you said, we've been wearing them for so long, and they've just consistently delivered a product that we enjoy to wear. Mm-hmm. And I think that's, like Paul said, if you can put on a pair of shoes and you don't have to think about them, that's New Balance for me. I grab my New Balance. I know that my run is going to be smooth. I know I'm not going to run into any no pun intended. I'm not going to run into anything that I don't see coming on the run. So, yeah, the consistency of New Balance is top tier, and that is what I look for when I go to grab a pair of shoes every day.
All right, yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. And as we transition to our next person on the stage, next company on the stage, we have Keen on here with us, Scott Laby from Keen. How you doing, man?
Great. How you all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Great, doing great.
We're hanging in there. So yeah, just number one, I guess, let us know who you are, and then also what Keen is and what you're excited about for this conference.
First of all, I'm excited to just be here, right? This whole ecosystem of all things running has been absolutely exhilarating, and it's only an hour or two. So, and thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. So, my name is Scott Laby, Senior Vice President of Product and Innovation for Keen. We're a tiny little brand out of Portland, Oregon. Been around for 21 years. We're 21 years young, so we're just old enough to finally drink beer, which is great. We're born on innovation. We were the first brand to figure out how to crack the code and protect your toes while being in the water, and built our first performance sandal, the Newport, which has been repeated over 100 million times and copied by nearly all brands. So because we're born as a performance brand, we'll call it hybrid outdoors. We've also been building shoes for hiking in the trails for our entire existence as well. So we have 21 years of trails experience, and who knows trail better than us? Probably no one. So we said now is the time, as a brand that represents the outdoor, represents being consciously created and understanding the purpose of building shoes that are clean for the environment, that it's time now to launch a trail running shoe. So I'm proud to have these brand new Seeks on my feet for our soft launch here for Spring Summer 25.
Awesome.
That's great. Could you tell us a little more about the brand new trail shoe that you have on, and what makes it special and what makes it stand out?
Absolutely. So to take a few steps back real quick, again, like the foundation of Keen, right, is to build purposeful footwear and to ensure that we're as clean as possible. Back in 2014, when the word PFAS wasn't cool and no one knew what the hell that was, we were really maniacally focused on ensuring that we eliminated 5 out of the 6 forever chemicals in our shoes. And it cost us millions of dollars and disrupted our manufacturing in Southeast Asia and in USA as well. But we stayed headstrong. And by 2018, we were the first brand to be PFAS-free in apparel and footwear, which is awesome. Because fundamentally, we want to, again, make sure that what we're building is safe, but yet durable. We're also known as a durable brand. So to circle that back and connect the tissue with what's on my feet, which is our Keen Seeks, is that we ensemble the aspects of PFAS-free, so we're consciously created. We make sure that all the materials in the processing of the manufacturing is as clean as possible, so that, again, there's no PFAS. We also have durability. We have 950 miles clocked on these shoes, and they're still hanging at the booth. You can check out our booth, and they're still hanging in very good shape. So the durability factor, the consciously created factor, the fact that we're building our shoes for the 99%. The people that aren't professionals, the 99% of the average Joes and Janes that just want to take a great run into Forest Park and a walk to the mall, or wear them at work and then grab a beer and hang out with friends after. We are really dialed into the 99%. So differentiators, 99%, consciously created, durable as hell, and at the same time, we really believe the way we've engineered it with our complex curve technology, patented technology, that we've got the best propulsion, acceleration, deceleration, stability, resilience, and rebound in the industry. So pretty excited.
Now, these shoes are they available now? Are you introducing them here? And then when will they be available?
First time seen is today. Introducing it here, Spring Summer 25 soft launch, seeding for an entire year of 2025, and then going big for 2026.
Okay, awesome.
I mean, I like those ones you got on your feet. What's that shoe you wear? No, I like the look is cool, and I think that's important too. I mean, because like we just talked about with one of the last guests, is like the aesthetic and the visual. Like sometimes people want to wear a visually pleasing shoe, and then sometimes on the trail side, I feel like some of the colors just aren't played with as much. So like talk to us about the process of like how you went after designing those shoes and made it so like the 99% can feel like they look cool while being out there on the trail.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to what we call the Keen Compass team. They're our innovation team that have been working proudly on these shoes for 2 years. Kick-ass team. We wanted to make sure that first we got the build right? The construction, the fit. I'd be missed to say that also we take pride in our toe shape. So ever since we built our Newport sandal 21 years ago, it was a goofy looking Herman the Monster toe. Like, what the hell is that, right? It's this big old toe. What's that going to do? Well, it's really good for toe splay, right? And as you put your feet down from a dynamic perspective or a static perspective, the toe splay happens. It's real. So we wanted to make sure we inculcated that toe splay in the design process. So we started with the last. Last is first, as they say. And it took a while. It took over 6 months to really dial in the last. And we made a lot of widgets to ensure that from a fit perspective and, again, comfort, that the last was right. So once we got the last right, then we started focusing on compounds. Haven't even touched the thought of aesthetics yet, right? And once we found our compounds and we're really dialed into the last, we went all in on the aesthetics. We wanted to make sure we're clean yet fun. Our first few rounds from a color and materials perspective were a little bit boring, we'll say, or soft. And then all right, we got the right product, we got the right toe splay, we got the right compounds, we got the best propulsion, we're durable, we're consciously created. Now let's have some fun. And we just pulled in the whole team, and we really talked about color and materials, and we worked with a bunch of folks in and outside of the Advanced Concepts group, just really sure that we were dialed in respective of ensuring that we're trend right, but still really harnessing the performance piece, which is most important.
When you say propulsion, are they plated?
There is no plate in this.
Okay, it's curious.
And the reason why we can get the success is due to our complex curve patented technology. It's a special curve for the keel, for the shankies and arch, and for the toe, different than most that just have a big banana curve, as well as what we're using for pre-molded shanks and also pre-molded heel counters, which is an old school trick from the running shoe days back 40 years ago, and a lot of brands turned their back on that part, which is really, really important. So.
And the industry as a whole went through a lot since COVID. A lot of things have changed. Some in a good way. Obviously, we saw a boom in running over the last couple of years, especially within the last 365 days or so. And then trail running as well as having a really great moment. What are you guys excited about, now and then in for things to come, and with the way things are moving?
Yeah, really excited about again how we created this innovative product for the trail, and again, at the risk of boasting, no one knows the trail better than Keen. We're on the trails. We build for trails for 21 years and sold 100 million pair of trails. So we're like, how do we harness that DNA, the systemic ideation that we brought to the marketplace on trail, and build it into a running shoe? And we did that, with innovation mindset and ensuring that we can solve problems that we haven't seen from other brands and other shoes that we do wear when we run. So what inspired us to build this is to ensure that our fan can run on the trail instead of just do a day hike, in our shoes. What really excites us is the launch of the Seek shoe, as well as the launch of other franchises, all things running, right? We're going to hit the road as well, not just trail. We're also going to hit stability and ensure that between stability, road, and trail, we can own that piece in a very authentic way, because we are definitely an authentic brand. We don't want to put 20 pair of shoes in your closet. We want to put the right shoes in your closet. So,
I like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And as road guys, we appreciate the consideration, because we run on the road a lot. Tell us more about what we could find or what we could look forward to from the road side. We talked a lot about the trail shoes, but we want to know about the road shoes, man. What you got coming?
Not too far along. We have an awesome road shoe coming along that I would say is going to, again, harness our curve technology, harness fun and color materials, as well as ensuring that we use the best compounds out there, and to do a better than repeat performance what we have here for the Seek. But ensuring that you can wear it trail to street, street to trail, and keep them on all day. Versatility is key, and just building a road shoe that is versatile for whatever you do all day, whatever you wear all day, is really key. You don't have to take your shoes off 3-4 times a day depending on your outfit. So we're pretty excited how we're going to create this this new program.
That's great. So Keen, like you said, Keen has been around for 21 years. And aside from innovation and great product, you guys are very interested in conscious and being a purposeful company. Aside from the environmental aspect, what are some other, I guess we would say, purpose, the human things the human health things that works with the company that's important to the company?
Human health. Thank you, Kirk.
We got it great.
By the way, Kirk was one of the people that forged us through the PFAS-free. He started this 10 plus years ago.
Is he the only one at Keen not named Scott, by the way?
Yeah, right? We got way too many Scotts, so we decided to hire a Kirk.
It was. There's like four Scots, right? At Keen.
Exactly.
There was 5. 5 now. Okay, well.
That's
Yeah,
another
yeah.
Scott right there.
There's 5. Yeah. Yep. But detoxification is key, right? And it's in the manufacturing process. It's on how you build your materials. And I got to tell you, this is the toughest job I had in my career. 36 years in footwear. Started on a factory floor in Freeport, Maine, and worked my way through many brands that are here today, running brands as well as casual brands. And this is absolutely the most challenging job in my life. Why? It is not easy to build consciously created shoes. It is not easy. You can't cut any corners, right? You can't cut a single corner. You can't just find the latest foam, use a bunch of urethanes, rough it and cement it with 40 people on a 40-meter line and be okay with that with a good conscience, right? So when we build our product, it's super painful because we have to do it the right way. So the lead times are longer in the advanced concept stage because you want to build it right. And the lead time is longer in the commerciality part of it in the factory, because a lot of these factories have muscle memory of just, I want 40 people on my line. It's a 40-meter line. I want to rough it. I want to cement it. I want to prime it. I want to urethane it. I want to throw it through a tunnel. And all I'm thinking about is tack time and cycle time. So as a designer or as an inventor, you have to think about those things at the concept stage, which makes it even more difficult. But at the end of the day, it's all worth it because when you're finished, you have that feeling of gratification, like you're in boot camp and you graduated from boot camp, and that's how it is. You know, we go to war every day building our shoes.
One thing that I'm impressed by, and hats off to you for your company for. A lot of times we talk about some of the conscious companies out there that are trying to make sure that they're making product that's durable, but then also conscious to our planet. Normally, it's like a sacrifice, like the look of the shoe or whatever it is. But hats off to you guys for going the extra distance to make sure that it's something that people want to buy as well. So it's like a 2 birds, 1 stone. It's like, obviously I'm choosing consciously here to send my money this direction, but then I also don't have to sacrifice the look and the feel of it.
Yeah, appreciate that. And sometimes it's tempting to pull that new shiny trending object that we're seeing in all the other brands, and we're like, well, why aren't you doing that? Because we can't. It's PFAS full, or it's going to be really not so well for the environment. So it has its payoffs, and at the same time, we have to sacrifice too, because we want to make sure we do the right thing.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful conference. Thank you so much for stopping by, and we'll make sure that everybody goes and checks out Keen's website and sees how they can help out with the journey.
Thanks for your support.
Thank
you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, bro, it's like it matters, everything that they're doing and pushing forward to be a conscious company. I mean, it's huge, but then at the same time, it's like if I'm gonna do that, I want to make sure that I have a shoe that I like and it works. You know what I mean? So I like that about it.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see a company walking the walk and not just talking and saying that that's important to them. To say that a shoe is good for 900 miles, that's really walking the walk. That's really putting your money where your mouth is, if you will.
Bro, I'm like, when he said we've tested these shoes for 950 miles, I'm like, those that you have on your feet, right, they look pretty good. I'm like, yo, bro, I don't know what y'all doing to those shoes, but it can't be conscious. But all right, so next up this is a fun one because we definitely have experienced one of the events that our next guest has, Chicago events, Chicago Marathon. All 3 of us have run it. Thank you so much for Paul Brackey for being on the show today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You're excited to be here?
Yeah, always, every year. Yep.
one question I'm thinking, like, what's the purpose, or what are you excited about this week, and why are you here? I mean, because you're not a shoe company, you're not an organization that would have a booth here. What are you here for?
A little bit of networking, obviously, but then seeing what's new in the industry. So my role at Chicago Event Management is the expo director. So I work with all these brands at our expo. It's a very similar looking expo that we produce for our runners. So as you guys walk through it in the last couple of years, we try to replicate this vibe as much as possible. It's a very, great industry to work in. The running community is so fun, and we love to have these brands activating for our participants throughout the year. So that's a big part of it. And then the other part is I work very closely with a couple of Chicago-based retailers, which are here doing business. So Fleet Feet and then Naperville Running Company. They're down here doing business, but I work with them to, each of them work with a dozen to 20 partners that they'll bring in, and they'll help staff and things like that. So, we collaborate on who's coming in and what it's going to look like for their area.
Right. So me and Tommy, we both ran the Chicago Marathon this fall, literally last month. And I'm going to give you an assist here. Tell us about why 2024 was so special in Chicago.
Well, it's definitely our biggest year ever. We had over 145,000 people walk the expo in 3 days. We had over 52,000 finishers, our biggest numbers ever, which is great, especially coming out of COVID the last few years ago. So the future's bright, and it was just a lot of energy. Of course, the weather helps. We had pretty great weather. Got a little windy at the end for the end runners, but and the sun came out. But overall, it was beautiful weather, and that's something that we can't control. But it always makes that day much more special when we have good weather, and records can be broken and things like that. So from the elite side of things, with what Ruth did is amazing, and now we hold both the world records, which is something I don't work on. I'll give the nod out to Carrie Pinkowski and team to recruit those runners, but I focus on the everyday runner, the experience that they get when they come through our space, whether from they walk in the door to get their bib to the time they leave, and then set them up for that great race day, hopefully.
And so, like you mentioned that you hold both records, or Chicago Marathon holds the male and female marathon record, world record. At some point, Chicago had the world record some years ago, and then it was like everybody has to go to Berlin to run fast. And I know that obviously helps with recruiting the right athletes and all that. But how does that feel? Like, I mean, obviously the late great Kelvin Kiptum broke the world record by a lot with 2 hours and 35 seconds last year, 2023. How does that feel now to have both records there and be a course now that people remember as a fast course and important in that 7 world major lineup?
Yeah, no, it's special. I mean, it's again, I don't work on that side of things too much, but
you can. It's okay. You can take all the credit. We won't tell them.
But yeah, what Kelvin did in 2023 was very special. Carrie has tweaked the course a little bit to try and eliminate a few turns and things like that over the years. But again, the course has stayed pretty consistent for many years. I've been there for 25, and it hasn't changed too much in 25 years. So, but no, we haven't had both world records since 1999, which was actually my first year. So it's kind of ironic that we've had them now again in 25 years later.
So with Chicago Marathon being known as a fast course, you've got two other races under your umbrella, the 13.1 and the Shamrock Shuffle. Are they just as fast? Like we see records being broken there?
I think so. I mean, Chicago in itself is a very flat part of the country. So, Shamrock Shuffle is a great, it kicks off the running season in Chicago. Roughly 25,000 people participate. They're eager to get outside after a long winter. And then then we step up to the Bank of America Chicago 13.1 in June, which this will be our fourth year, and it's been very well received, especially moving it out or starting it out and having it somewhere other than the lakefront, which is where most of the races reside in Chicago. So we're in Garfield Park. It's a beautiful park and community, and we run along the boulevards that connect three of the major parks out there. And we've heard, from all the runners here from Chicago and from other parts of the country that come in, our peers in the running industry that come in just to give us feedback. We've heard great things. So that event has a lot of promise to continue to grow. So,
and as those events grow, and also the big one, your largest one in 2024, being the director of the expo, how important is it to personalize that experience for each runner so they don't get lost in the fray?
Yeah, it's something that we work on all year long. We brought in a new digital activation this year, and we pick it up from other races. We get inspired by events like this, and that's the other reason I'm here. Whether it's the event last night, the reception, and how they decorate, or how booths are built out around the expo show floor. So, continually trying to make each person's journey through our event that much more memorable. So,
has there been I don't know how long you've had a chance to see the floor today, but like over the past couple of years, there's been something that it's inspired you, that a booth, an exhibit that you've like, I got to bring that to Chicago.
Not anything in particular, but excuse me, we are a very sustainable company and events. So, one of the things we did coming out of COVID was we took away the carpet, and I've seen it here, and I saw it at the outdoor retailers show, but it's something that, takes up a lot of truckloads of carpet coming in and things like that. So we were able to reduce that, putting decals down to dress up the space. Those little things like that. I know it doesn't sound that exciting, but it's things like that we can do to also be more sustainable as this industry is. And like I said, we do a lot to the sustainability aspect of running. And we work with the Council for Responsible Sport to be certified and do everything we can to check all the boxes to be that kind of an event for all three events.
So it's a two-parter. Number one doesn't have anything to do with number two, so just let you know that.
All right.
But so as a runner, I think all of us can agree. I think we should just remove that last little hill, the only hill on the whole course. We should just remove that from mile 26.
Mount Roosevelt?
Oh,
Yeah,
I call it Mount Chicago, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, Mount Roosevelt. Yeah, it's on Roosevelt Street. Yeah, can we just take that?
It's only like this big.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Wow.
it feels kind of crazy when you're running it for sure.
No, we do get some feedback on that little incline at the end for sure.
Because it's like you're at that point in the race, you're at 25.8 or 0.9, and then you turn that corner, turn right, and then you just look up a hill like 90-degree angle.
I think we just figured out what we can do.
What do we do?
So, like the big billboards that Nike had this past year.
Yeah.
Just put it's only this much. Paul Brown.
yeah. We'll give you. You're not taking all the credit for all the good stuff, so we're just gonna give you all the credit for all the bad stuff. But then also, like you've been with Chicago Events Management for 25 years, right?
Yeah.
What's one of your like favorite moments of these 25 years?
Ooh, there's a lot. I think just the general camaraderie of the industry. When I got into this, I wasn't a big runner or anything, but everybody's so friendly. It makes the Chicago so much smaller. We're working towards a great cause, obviously together. Whether it's the Chicago City agencies, McCormick Place, the hotels. It's great to be part of an event that brings people together for good, and for them to accomplish a goal, whether it's just to finish or to have a personal best or anything. But it's been great. It's been a great ride for sure. And one of the biggest things I remember coming in, I guess, was this was before online registration. So we were all like, after work got over, we'd all stay in like database paper entries that came in through the mail, and we'd all try and do like 25 a night or whatever. And we'd, back then we were all much younger, and we'd sit around and visit and get a little goofy while we're databasing, and that was a pretty fun time. Order a pizza and have some fun. So
Yeah, and it's someone that is not in the event directing space. About how big is your team, and how important is it to have a great team, because you're putting together the logistics and all of the moving parts. How important is it to have a great team when doing that?
And that's kind of part of the camaraderie thing again. So seeing Chicago Event Management's only about 30-some people, 35, 36 people. But we have a great team of event staff. Many of them are here this year from other events that come in from LA and Houston and in Boston, and everybody comes in to help support in different roles, as do some of our team. And we have a lot of great operational people that work Lollapalooza and all the events in Chicago that come and plug in at our event and know how to set up a start line, set up a finish line, move barricade. They do this every weekend for events all throughout Chicago and some throughout the country.
And so for the in Chicago, like what would you like to say to people that are watching this that are like, why should I sign up for a race in Chicago?
Yeah, well, it's obviously pretty easy to get to Chicago. The restaurants, the retail. Chicago's an amazing city to come visit. The lakefront feels like an oceanfront. The lakefront path to go running when you're not running the event is amazing. There's just so much to do and see in a very small area in downtown Chicago. It's beautiful. So that's what I'd say.
One thing I wanted to make sure we discuss is the Chicago Marathon raises a ton of money for charity. Can you talk about that a little bit, like how many charities you support and how much money's raised over the past few years?
I think the number is around 200 official affiliated charities, 180 to 200. And then I think since the inception of our charity program, we've raised over $100 million. I don't know what the number is this past year, but again, to that number. And then the other part is being part of this event. The economic impact that we bring to Chicago this past year was $547 million. So
wow.
It's a big number that we can help, again, the hotels, the restaurants, the shops, not just the expo, obviously. It's Michigan Avenue. It's whatever they're doing in Chicago, the museums, things like that. It's a big generator for Chicago's community to keep people busy and working. So
that's great. And as we close out, obviously 2024 was a record-breaking year for you guys. What can we look forward to in 2025, and not only at the marathon, but the other races as well?
So just continue to evolve the races. We try to redesign, re-inspire ourselves for our runners to make it new and fresh. The Chicago 13.1, we work with a local artist every year, so it's got a different look every year because it's got this local artist's kind of autograph on it. So it's real fun in that regard. And then marathon, I think, will be, hopefully with everything going, if everything goes well, will be as big as this year or bigger is our plan. So, and hopefully the weather pans out for all three.
Well, thank you so much running a race in Chicago is a wonderful experience. So we appreciate everything you do from the expo on down to race day. So thank you so much, and hopefully you have a wonderful rest of the experience here at the conference.
Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Man, now I got flashbacks of Mount Roosevelt.
But overall, Chicago is a great experience.
Yeah.
Chicago is a world-class event, obviously. And we had the opportunity to run it this year. And like Paul said, it was great weather. You couldn't ask for more. So it's cool to kind of get the inner workings, right. the behind the scenes, if you will, about something that just seems so massive. It's really cool to get some of the curtain peeled back and see the work that really goes into producing such an event. Yeah,
100%. I mean, really quick before we get too far along, we got to make sure that we give a big shout out to Sir Nutrition for sponsoring the nutrition for the next 2 days.
Absolutely.
You've which one's your favorite flavor?
I think the mangoes, because the seeds from the strawberries get stuck in my teeth.
Okay.
That might be a me problem and, not a you problem.
Okay.
But the mangoes don't have seeds. So, but I like them both. They're really good. And they are guilt-free because it's just nothing but just strawberries or just mangoes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest part. If you're going to have a snack, let it be guilt-free, because if I smash the whole bag, I'm not really feeling bad later. That's the point.
Exactly.
So, a big shout out to Sir Nutrition. Please make sure you guys check Sir Nutrition out. And speaking of sponsors, Aaron, today's apparel sponsor, shoes. We got shoes here. This is the On Cloud Surfer. I'm more flexible than I thought. Really, I didn't know I was going to be able to do that. But big shout.
For the right price, you do it.
For the right price, I can throw a leg up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, big shout out to On. On is on the stage with us. We have, first off, we have Dan and Edward from On today. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, yeah. We're doing well. Thanks for having us.
What do you guys, first off, thank you for sponsoring the Day One apparel and shoes. We obviously like On. We've been running in On shoes and clothes for a long time. And what are you guys excited about this week?
First of all, you look great in the apparel and the shoes.
I wasn't going to say it, but thank you.
It looks great on body, so thank you. hey, we're excited every time we come here. This feels like coming home to us. We really kind of got started in this channel, especially in the U.S. marketplace, and a lot of us have worked in the channel, and this feels like home. So it's really fun to see the brand grow in this environment and be able to show up kind of year after year, a little bit bigger every time, and just feel like it's a great place to connect and keep the energy going.
What about you? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, I live in Europe, so it's always good to come to the US and to see how the brand is doing. And I'm just excited to share with you, with retailers, like what's coming up, new innovation. I'm part of the product team, so yeah, there is a lot in the making. I mean, we talk about light spray, but there is much more than that. And just sharing and also hoping, like, to show the world a little bit like how we're getting better in terms of credibility and bringing great products for the consumers.
Absolutely, and thank you for the segue. We have these brand new shoes here on the table with your new light spray technology. Could either of you guys tell us a little bit about what's so special about these shoes and what separates them from what we normally see from On?
It's a 360 innovation. It's a product innovation, but ultimately you can go further, like in terms of sustainability, in terms of manufacturing. We're changing the game here. It's based on our, let's say, high performance marathon shoe. It's a similar bottom unit to the Cloud Boom Strike. So if you have a Cloud Boom Strike, it's a similar experience in a way, but the innovation obviously comes from the upper, spraying the upper in 3 minutes. And the benefits are an extremely lightweight upper on product for the athlete. It's also the ability to customize the fit. And beyond that, in terms of sustainability, having much less pieces, it's really leading the way in terms of what's coming up, making more sustainable products. And I would say in terms of manufacturing, I don't know if you've heard maybe at the New York Marathon, we managed to bring the robot, the machine, and to spray shoes in New York, and that's also opening possibilities in the future to produce locally, which is a bit of a dream.
Yeah, I actually had the honor of seeing the robot in like first person, and it was incredible. Like you literally just 3 minutes. It starts with the midsole here, and then it just sprays on. The whole upper is sprayed on. Like I knew that a robot was involved, but then just seeing the upper created in front of me by a robot was actually pretty cool. And the robot stopped and talked to me for a little bit. It does not have a voice. But can you tell me, like, how do you guys get to that point where it's like, let's see if a robot can do the upper of a shoe?
Innovation is very, very deeply embedded in our DNA. Since day one, it was always about how do we translate what an athlete wants to feel and what an athlete needs from product to perform at their best through Swiss engineering and design into something that delivers that experience. So it's part of the process, and I think over time, as we try to innovate not only for performance but also for sustainability and environmental impact, you start to really, really challenge yourself. And this kind of curious, open-minded approach, especially from our R&D team and our innovation team, it led to kind of a meeting in Milan of someone who was working on a concept of how do you spray material onto a complex three-dimensional shape. The ideas, the possibilities start flying, and that meeting led to a meeting in Zurich at our labs, and 5 years later we have something revolutionary and groundbreaking that's never existed before. But I think it really comes from this place of curiosity, openness, and this drive to innovate in service of performance and sustainability.
For the future of the light spray, is there something that maybe one day will be on the market, like some of these stores here that are exhibiting are going to have their own little robot and say, hey, look, I'm a 10, but my left foot's a 9 7/4. Because you had mentioned that you can make them, forgot the term you used, but you could make them adjustable for folks. Adjustable is not the right word, but is that something like you foresee in the future? Like just to get your own spray-on shoe at your local brick and mortar?
Yeah, I mean, so the first thing is we dreamers. I mean, also coming back to the point, like there was this idea, and we're like, how about we really make it happen and for the athletes? and we have the team to make things like this happen. And now the long-term vision on Light Spray is not just to have what I call a bit like a showcase right now, just for 1-2 athletes. The big dream is how do we bring this to the everyday runner? And obviously, when you think of the everyday runner, there is much more involved in terms of comfort, in terms of a life cycle of a product, and that's exactly what the team is working on. And I will not be satisfied if we stay here where we are today. I will be satisfied when we manage to scale it up for the runner. So back to Dan's point, like we're an innovation company. We have big dreams. I mean, that's kind of the DNA of the brand. And here the big dream is really to scale it up for more consumers. So when talking about availability, I mean, in the next months, we'll start to produce a little bit more. In the beginning, it's going to be this version, which is like a pure racing version for athletes and highly dedicated runners. But what we are already working on is how do we bring it to more runners? And it's not going to be that upper that is super radical. It's going to be an evolution of that. But obviously, together with the benefits of Light Spray in terms of lightweight, in terms of just reinventing the upper. I think one thing I like to say as well is the industry has been making upper the same way since the 70s. It will change. How about we lead that change, you know? And for me, this is what excites me about my job and working at On.
And in the short term, we'll start to see this product commercialized and actually in channel and in stores in a small way to start, but for spring summer 25 and then also fall winter 25 as we think about marathon moments and marathon season coming up.
Yeah, so I was able to swing by the exhibit, and it's unreal. We got a little behind the scenes yesterday, and we saw the team building it out, and it looks really cool. And a little birdie told me that there may be some Helen O'Beary marathon worn shoes at the exhibit at some point. How involved are your athletes in the R&D process and in the development process of the product? And I'm sure you guys really are interested in their feedback. How much does that go into the end product?
Yeah, we have a whole athlete program, and the goal is not just to make shoes and to give them to athletes so they can perform. The goal is actually to learn from the athletes, so it's a real collaboration, and we like to work with athletes that are able to give us feedback. So there is a very, very close relationship to athletes. I work for different brands, and sometimes you just make products and you ask the athlete to wear it. At On is you work with the athlete to make it happen. Helen was never pushed to wear a Light Spray, but we made everything together with her, so she wants to wear them, and she still had the choice until Boston last year. And that's really the way we approach things. We want to learn from them, and they are extreme users in a way. And obviously there is race day shoes, but they train a lot in the shoes that I see some of us wearing today. And yeah, it's amazing, and it's actually quite unique to have such a close relationship to athletes to constantly improve your products.
The other thing that this really unlocks for us is what does prototyping look like? How fast can you learn and then implement and bring something new to them to experience? So you mentioned this takes 3 minutes to make a shoe. It's like still hot when it comes off the robot, but you know, with that ability, manufacturing is now potentially next to the athlete in the same building that the athlete's in, and you're prototyping very differently. So that feedback loop between athletes and our innovation teams and our product teams is just much tighter now, and it's kind of this dream being realized. If you go back to the founding of the brand, you have Olivier, who is a world champion athlete, who is trying to figure out ways of, through engineering and design, to bring these sensations that he knows from his athletic experience are going to aid performance. Like that's still the process. Why athletes are so involved in the process, and now we have a way of really kind of supercharging that relationship and that partnership.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely. You have a whole suite of other shoes, but so when I heard about this, obviously it's like, okay, it's a sprayed-on upper. I mean, how is it going to stay on your foot? Can you talk to me a little bit about like what the robot's doing? Because this is not just a one-layered thing that's like a sock. It's not this. It's not. It's very structured. And could you just tell us a little bit more about that? Because if somebody says like, I want to buy these online, but I'm like, how is this going to stay on my foot? This can't be real. Like, Talk to that person about to click that buy button.
The biggest work was actually to come up with a way to spray the material in a way that it was gonna bring the strength, the durability, the breathability that you expect for running. And we all know the benefits you expect from a running shoe. I mean, yeah, there is the comfort or the fit, there is the breathability, there is durability, and coming up with that way of spraying to get to these benefits is the magic. And I can tell you, the shoes are actually extremely breathable. They're actually very durable as well, when it might not look that intuitive. But I think we tick a lot of boxes with what we've been doing. Sorry, I'm losing the thread. Like a few questions, hopefully answer.
Oh yeah, no, you did, you did.
I have one thing. I think what is really unique on a light spray shoe versus a traditional shoe. When you make a traditional shoe, you have a sock liner. You have what you call a strobel board, which is how you close the upper. That is adding a lot of layers between your foot on the foam, and then that strobel board is being glued to the bottom unit. And here you stand on the bottom unit right away. And everybody I see trying light spray for the first time, and I mean the last memory I have was in New York, like just looking at people trying the shoe is like this kind of wow effect in a way that you stand on that foam, that super soft and resilient foam, and you really feel the engine of the shoe right away. And that's what On has always been about, like really creating sensation and like giving a smile to runners so they want to run more. And this is exactly what light spray is doing, which is pretty exciting.
It's a thermoplastic pellet that through our technology you can spray as a filament through the robot, and then as the shoe on the last is moved around the robot, we're able to engineer into the upper the right design to create what Ed's mentioning around breathability and tensile strength and the way you'd want it to function in a high performance running context. Yeah. But the end result is just so different from what you have out there in terms of material. One of the leads on this project was telling a story recently around trying to know how to describe it, kind of like we're trying to do right now, right? Like, what do we call this? And they took it to a materials expert, and they were basically saying, it's not a weave, it's not a knit, this is actually something brand new, and we don't really have a word for it yet. So it is a filament that gets sprayed in a very particular pattern based on this very specific end use, and of course that can be adjusted and broadened and tweaked. And then the experience on foot is also quite different from a traditional upper, where sizing, as you were talking about sizing earlier, it's so important because there are some pretty like rigid and firm parts of the shoe. In this case, that's removed, so now sizing can be a little bit less of a concern. It moves with you maybe more like something more like a sock versus a traditional running shoe upper.
And if you pay attention to the news, you'll see that On is not only having it is not only on fire in running, but it's on fire from a lifestyle standpoint too. And it feels like we're literally holding the future in our hands right now. But what else can we look forward to from the brand coming in the future to build on light spray, but also throughout other offerings that you guys may have?
We talked about light spray. I think what I mentioned earlier. I mean, we are a running brand, and this is the beginning of light spray with the athletes. We want to democratize light spray. We want to bring light spray to all runners, and that's really the focus at the moment. Lifestyle will come naturally on the side. We know that. I mean, we already hear a lot of people also that are craving for that product. But for us, it's super important that we build light spray in the right way with the right credibility, and we know that the lifestyle potential is going to come with the credibility in running. So, yeah. Anything to add on light spray? I mean, then we can also talk about what's coming, because there is much more than light spray.
Yeah, there's definitely a relationship between innovation in a performance context and lifestyle or fashion as a form of self-expression. And this will find its way into that conversation for sure. So for us, it's really about, hey, we're clear on the end use of this shoe. We know why we made it. We know who we made it for. Let's let that exist and go on its journey for the short term. But of course, that intersection between innovation and fashion will make this part of the conversation, whether we want it to or not. And as a brand, we're very open to that intersection. We're very comfortable living in between these two worlds, and it's why we've had so much growth potential in lifestyle channels. And you see partnerships from us with celebrities like Zendaya, and it's a very intentional conversation, around what movement means to her and why we've partnered and how organic that relationship is. And it speaks to the intersection between, those two worlds that aren't as separate as sometimes, what shows up on a wall here or there would make it seem.
Well, yeah, we were told that you were going to bring Zendaya here today, but you didn't. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for walking us through what Light Spray is and what On has going on in the future. Please make sure that you enjoy the rest of the conference, and I know that people are excited about what On is doing this week. So, thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
You can leave these shoes.
Okay, these are yours now.
Okay, cool.
Every size.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thanks again for sponsoring, Day One apparel as well. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, man, On is they're having a moment. They've been having a moment, and it's cool that they're just continuing to innovate on top of that.
Yeah, they're hitting both, like he said, both of those channels, the running and the lifestyle, and I feel like that blend definitely spells growth. I am a bit let down that Zendaya wasn't here.
I mean, it's messed up.
It was high on my list of excitement. I thought maybe we'd get a chance to see her, but it is what it is. I am a sample size though, 9.5, and those light sprays that he had in his hands were a 9.5. He could have left them for us, but
I mean, really could have just left them up here. So you're excited about the next guest, right? Next guest.
Absolutely.
All right.
Some people may have heard of them.
May have. All of a sudden, something just sat down next to me, and I feel like it felt like an Olympian sat next to me. And then so we have Bryce Hoppel and Hobbs Kessler over here with Adidas. And how are you guys feeling? I mean, I have so many questions. We have so many questions. I don't know where to start.
I mean, we're feeling great. This is an awesome event to be at. Like, it's something I've never seen, so I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge running nerd, so it's fun to see everything and to see the running industry in action.
Yeah, so I was like, so Hobbs, you're from Michigan?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know when we started talking about you in our group chat, but it feels like about, when was it?
So I actually saw Hobbs race in 2021, maybe. It was at Romeo High School.
Yep.
I think you and a bunch of other high school guys were trying to break 4 minutes in a mile, I believe. I think you had already did it. But
yeah, well, that was what the meet promoted. No one had talked to me about it, but yeah.
Yeah, so I saw Hobbs just hanging out kind of in the pack for a few laps, and then he just took off. He had these white gloves on, and I'm just like, this kid looks like the future. I mean, that was already known at the time, but to see it in real life was really cool. And then to see him go on to be an Olympian and sign with Adidas fresh out of high school, it's been a really cool story, and I think I was a little early. If I could have invested in Hobbs Kessler early on, I think I might have got a good return on it.
Kept some of the Hobbs Kessler stock. I mean, needless to say, though, because of that connection, and we have been watching you ever since then, and Very Nice Track Club, and I know we know a couple of the guys there. I was screaming at my TV every time that you stepped on the track.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say you heard me.
Oh, I heard. Yeah. It was good motivation. Thank you. Right, you cut through the noise.
And Bryce, tell us about the event that you run and how long you've been in the game, because you're not new to the running world, obviously. But tell us all about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I run the 800 meters, two-time Olympian now, which is an incredible honor. So I've been running professionally with Adidas since 2019. That was my first experience, and honestly didn't know a whole lot about the sport. I was very brand new to it, and I just on this meteoric rise, and somehow found myself at the Doha World Championships. Didn't even understand the weight of what that meant and what to be there. And so it's been definitely an exciting time to get acquainted with the track world, and now I'm a full-fledged member of it, and it's been a lot of fun.
And so, since this is your second Olympics in Paris, and how does that work with you as a teammate? I mean, you guys don't train together, but how does that work with someone that's like Hobbs, that's new to the whole Olympic experience? Did you guys talk about that, or did you Like, how'd you help him as the elder statesman, so to speak?
Yeah, no, I feel like, I mean, I'm the elder statesman, but I feel like he's taught me a lot of things too. From the brain this guy has with the training and stuff has been awesome to see. But I feel like we definitely like balance each other out in ways and like keep us on the ball. You know, like training together has definitely helped us reach new heights, and definitely thankful for that. And I think. You know, like we push each other. We get competitive. We're teammates, and we're racing each other in the 800. And so it's fun to do that alongside your teammate. But I think that also makes us stay on top of the ball. I mean, just like for a specific example, I remember in the prelim for the U.S. Olympic trials this year, Hobbs might have been pulling away on the home stretch. I was like, no, like can't let that happen. Can't let that happen. And we crossed the finish line together. So that was a fun moment for that.
Yeah, for sure. So Hobbs, as he said, this is his second Olympics. Did he make you carry like bags or anything? Did he treat you like a rookie, or did you get to kind of bypass that kind of stuff?
Yeah, thankfully he took it easy on me with the hazing, but it was super nice, like going through it with someone who had done it before, and like there's a lot of. Turns out I didn't know this, but there's like a lot of skill that goes into navigating, just the travel and the racing and just all the little things, and it's just been nice to learn from someone and have someone guide me through it that's really experienced, and it's really made a big difference because like there have been times where I didn't quite have that guidance from a more experienced person, and it's been hard and I've made mistakes. So I don't know. I'm really grateful for it.
And so as you're in Paris, though, like what were some of your thoughts in the first race?
I mean, I was just like, all right, I'm trying to keep my emotion as even as possible, right? Like, making it through is not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It just is. So just doing a job to try to keep myself fresh emotionally for that final so I can really come up, because I've made the mistake of kind of having too many ups and downs in rounds in the past. And when you race 5 times, you're just going to cook yourself, right? So just like almost kind of approaching like a robot, right? It's just a job that needs to get done. And so you go, like, I had advice from some other mentors, like, don't even high-five anyone after. Like, don't celebrate at all. Just get through, get recovered, on to the next.
And what role, I mean, obviously you guys are both Adidas athletes, and you have quite a few Adidas logos on you today. So what role has Adidas played in this journey for both of you guys as becoming pros and just getting more acclimated to the pro circuit? How has Adidas helped you navigate that world?
It's been incredible. I mean, I've been with them for 5 years now, and I mean, the amount of support they show us, and like at the U.S. trials and at the Olympics, like feeling a part of a family, and like how they treat us, and they really are there to help the athlete perform to the best of their ability, and it's been awesome. They take incredible care of us, and it's been awesome to be in. Honestly, some of the equipment they put us in the shoes have been it's been phenomenal to be a part of that. Like, I mean, a technological leap in running shoe. It's been cool to be a part of that era of running, and
it's fun to be in the best gear. Yeah. But I would say they also have a reputation. Just they take care of their athletes the best. They treat them the best in the industry, at least like in my opinion. So I'm super grateful for their support and to be a part of that. I wouldn't want to be with any other brand. And yeah, it's also a benefit to be in the fastest shoes too.
Talk about that. Talk about some of the gear you guys are training in, and like for your trainers. You know, I don't know if you guys get in like long runs like we do, but you know, what are you training in? What are you racing in? You know, what are you seeing down the pike that you're excited about, but you can't quite talk about yet, but you can talk about here on the TV?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it first. I mean, I'm wearing one of the new trainers right now, the Evo SL, and I mean, the first edition of the SL was like, man, this is such a beautiful trainer, and it's been everything that I've done like general mileage in, and it's cool to have an arsenal to where like I'm even like not really discovering, but like Hobbs got me into like running in the Pro 3s and soon to be Pro 4s, Addy 01s, and it helps a lot with the threshold. So it's cool to, I don't know, have all these different types of shoes that like help you in specific areas of becoming a better athlete in track.
Yeah. Like Bryce mentioned, like I use the Adios Pro 3 a ton just because I think you can get a lot of really fast running in without too much wear and tear on your legs. So it really helps build the engine, because I think historically, like the problem with doing a lot of volume is your legs fatigue quicker than you can get like the stimulus you want, right? So these shoes kind of allow you to get more training in, just so you can get that much fitter. And then I would say my favorite shoe to train is the Takumi, because it just it has those leg saving properties, but it's still snappy and responsive, and almost, I don't know how to say, like almost twitchy. So you can run like 5-minute pace in them, but you can also run like 144, 800 pace in them and be very comfortable.
Oh, I can?
That's
Oh,
all
yeah,
you
do
need.
it, do it.
Wait a minute. Can
I mean,
we
I'm
get
pretty
the
sure-
shoes? I thought.
I'm pretty sure I've run 22 on the over 200 in the Takumis, which I take pride in that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done 21 over the 200 in the Takumis as well.
Oh, okay.
So I
sure.
mean,
You
I mean,
got me
I
beat.
decided to not go to the Olympics. I was asked, but I figured I'd let you guys have your shine.
We appreciate that,
Yeah, I mean,
Let it-
I don't want
let
to
us have
stage
our
you
moment.
and then interview you later. Like that'd be weird. Like how was it for me to beat you on whatever. So you guys both have on the Adi Zero Evo SLs, and those are like the newest daily trainer. And what are your thoughts on those? I mean, because that's a really big moment for Adidas, and I think that I had a chance to look at them a little earlier, like in the year around the Berlin marathon time. And everyone's excited about it because it's like a new addition to that family, and it looks like the Evo, the $500 one that everyone's like really hyped about. How does it feel to have this new shoe in the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, this is literally the first day that I've had them on my feet, and
How are
like,
they feeling?
dude, it makes me excited. It's such a light, and like honestly, one of the things that gets me excited is how beautiful it is. I think the colorway is like what got me excited and stuff. But yeah, if Hobbs wants to take on the.
Yeah, I think my first impression was how light they are, which you're kind of used to like heavy trainers. Like in Australia, they call trainers heavies because they just have a reputation for just being kind of tanks and not being super snappy or light. So having a snappy light trainer is really cool, and I'm really excited about the properties of this foam because, like I said earlier, it just allows you to get more volume in with less fatigue on your legs, which really opens a lot of doors in terms of training.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, new shoes and new technology get me excited about running. It makes me want to get out there. So what are you guys looking forward to? What do you have on the schedule? What are you training for in these new shoes? What can we expect to see coming up soon for you guys?
No one's watching, so just say whatever you feel like saying.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean,
live.
for me, like I think this is an exciting year to where like. I mean, obviously, first and foremost, the build up to Tokyo World Championships. I mean, it's a ways off, but compounding on how everything went last year, it's exciting to have again like the best shoes and get us looking at stuff like 140. Like I think it's exciting to now push the boundaries to see literally what's humanly possible in the 800. And so I think getting to be a part of that is super special. But as for like races coming up, we'll do a couple indoor here and there and start getting ready for the outdoor season.
Yeah. I mean, right now the goal is just to get as good at running as we possibly can. So just getting better. We'll worry about the racing later, but we're focused on the day-to-day, trying to become an excellent runner and be as prepared as possible for indoors and then the World Championships, which is almost a year away, which is kind of crazy to think about. But it'll come up quick. It always does.
Yeah, I mean, right now, after watching the Olympics, it's a really exciting time, not just only for track and field, but for men's track and field. I thought men's track and field had a moment in Paris, and I feel like you guys are on the cusp of like building on top of that. So I'm really excited to see what's coming up in terms of your next races. You build up to Tokyo, the build up to LA after that. It's got a lot going on. I'm sure you guys are excited about it.
Oh man, it's a great time to be an American middle distance runner. So I'm super excited to see what the future holds, and I think we're just getting more sophisticated with the training and like more savvy in racing, and it's just, I don't know, there's so much to look forward to, and it's a really cool era. I feel like a lot of people are really excited about the sport, which makes it even cooler.
The perfect timing turns the U.S. Olympic hat around. Well, honestly, we really appreciate. We were definitely excited about having you two on the show to talk to us. I think I speak for everybody watching this. I'm sure that if you're watching FloTrack, you know who these two are already. But we really appreciate what representing the U.S. out there. I mean, the world's going through whatever it's going through, and it's really cool to sit and watch and really cheer for fellow Americans out there really competing at a super high level. American distance running or middle distance running is having a great moment right now, but then so is Adidas, and we appreciate both of you for it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks
Hey,
for having us on.
before you guys go, we have someone you might know, Brandon, coming on later, Brandon Miller. Do you have a message for him? He has to top your interview, so do you think he'll be able to do it?
I mean, Brandon's the man. I don't think he can top us in the interview. We got a good dynamic duo going on. But, man, hopefully we can get back up here, and that'd be cool to be on with him. I don't know if that's a possibility, but no, he's a great guy.
Yeah, we love Brandon. Nothing but good things to say about him.
Absolutely.
It was great to be on the team with him, and yeah, we're like pretty similar in age too. So I feel like we're kind of like in a similar spot in our journey, so that we have like share camaraderie over that. So yeah, he's a really good dude. Enjoy talking to him.
Awesome.
Thank you guys. Thanks for being on the show. Good luck in everything that you guys have coming up. We will all be watching.
Awesome, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So our goal next is to make sure that we get Brandon to. He's probably not watching this at the moment, so hopefully we can maybe convince him that they said something bad about him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
They definitely said something bad about him.
Yeah.
They told them that he is number 3.
Yeah,
They literally didn't even call him by name. They just said, "Oh, you number 3."
Oh man, yeah, that's
Yeah.
rough. Yeah. So, yeah, we got to make sure we get that rivalry going and build up. Make sure. And then when the sparks fly, in the next big meet, you could thank PR Project and TRE Live.
We've got to be there at least, or make our presence known. So that's the way to do it.
I mean, hey, we'll take credit for all the good things that happen in the world. So next up we have Brian from Bibboards. How are you doing, sir? And I guess introduce yourself to the audience, and then let us know what Bibboards is.
Yeah, I'm Brian Goodell. I'm an inventor. I co-created Bibboards, a race bib, a safety pin replacement for race bibs. No pins, no holes, no magnets. We started in 2017. It was created at the Chicago Marathon in 2009. The idea and concept, but launched in 2017. But this is my 7th year here. It's really good to be on this.
So, I mean, talk to us a little bit about, you said, no safety pins, no magnets. Talk to us a little bit more about, why someone watching this needs to, let me find out more about Bibboards.
Yeah, I think userability. It's apparel friendly. It's finger friendly. They're made from recyclable nylon plastic as well. You can express yourself, so we put all kinds of fun things on there that will motivate you. So most popular thing, people put loved ones on there, pets, animals, etc. But a lot of things that you find that will motivate you. So distances, think of everything that's on the back of a car that a runner will put, 26.2, a 50K, a 100-miler. They put that on Bibboards, and it's pretty inspiring to see the stuff that comes across our customizer. Those are really the reasons.
Yeah, and Bibboards is a leader. You guys are almost ubiquitous when it comes to an alternative to a safety pin. Tell us about some of the partnerships and some of the races that you work with, because I'm sure our viewers at home, if they've ever ran a race, they've probably interacted with the company in some way. So tell us about some of the partnerships you guys have with different races.
Yeah, some of the partnerships that we have, we sell to events. So think Run Disney, think New York Marathon. Think rock and roll, hot chocolate, these type of races. We also sell to universities, high schools, youth running. It's probably somewhere in the realm of 500 or plus more, but partnerships also with brands we're seeing as well. So think someone like Hoka putting a logo on there, or Brooks put logo, or Lululemon or something like that, and then they give them away at the events. But one of the main reasons we come here for is to get into the brick and mortar in the stores, because we find that people it doesn't have to be safety pins, and they're wanting to buy the fun top sayings. And
You mentioned that you're an inventor, and I feel like I see one of your inventions on your wrist right now. It's a pace band. Is that what you're calling it?
Yeah, race pace band.
Race pace
gives
band?
you, it's grade adjusted. So think of all the times that you need for 26.2. So this is a 4-hour, and it'll tell you exactly what mile you need to be in. So no math needed to be done in your head. So mile 17, maybe your Garmin's out, like Chicago. Apparently, I haven't ran Chicago, but Rob said, my business partner said that 5 miles, your watch doesn't work. And not all marathons or distances are created equal. So sometimes it's the shortest distance. So Kat, one of my teammates here, she's a beast pacer. And so I think she said that she ran in London, she ran 27.2 just because of her path. But having the pace band gives you that. It's really low technology, but it's simple. When you're running, no math. Know your pace, crush your race is what we said.
I mean, I think that's like a simple fix to a complicated problem, really. I mean, because you see so many people, and it's cool to post about, but like you see so many people like writing all this stuff on their arms, and then, God forbid they don't use the right type of ink or whatever, then it rains or they're sweaty, and then they're like, oh, I don't know what pace I'm supposed to run this mile. But it's a really cool fix to it, and we all want to know like what maybe mile 5 looks like for us, and we don't want to that's one of the toughest things as a marathoner, to remember that like maybe mile 15 is supposed to be a little slower. So it's cool to have like something on your wrist that you don't have to ride up your whole both of your arms while you're running.
Yeah, we pretty much brought this here, but we sold out before we got here. I've got 5 of them left over there. I'm kind of bummed, but we're doing for Fleet Feet stores, and then we're also at CIM in Sacramento.
Oh, fantastic.
They literally bought them all out, and waiting for the next batch that we're shipping in 2 weeks to everybody else.
Wow.
So what are you excited about this here at TRE? Like, I mean, we're sitting around a bunch of shoe brands, retailers as well, obviously. But what are you guys excited about as a company here?
You know, this is interesting. I'm sitting here listening to all these inspiring people that you guys are talking about, very fast people, and I'm like, man, I'm going to go up there and talk about my invention, but they're much more interesting than I am. You know, it's really cool to see all the stuff here. I know a lot of focus on shoes. I'm a shoe guy. I grew up in the Jordan era. You know, I played college basketball and footballs, and I appreciate shoes. So I'm now into the running shoe world. So I've got so many shoes to see here. So, yeah, I'm always looking for new stuff too, because we want to bring in other brands underneath our umbrella as well. So I'm looking for the next greatest gadget. So we kind of understand. I invented something in a previous life 20 years ago, and we sold millions of those as well. And so here, I'm just looking for cool, new, innovative stuff.
That's great. As like you said, as an inventor, what other than taking in the inspiration, what inspires you to create? I consider myself a creator myself. So what gets you up in the morning and makes you feel like I want to put pen to paper, or however you ideate, I want to do that? What's the inspiration behind it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not a big fan of just doing what everyone else is doing. I try to do something totally different. Once upon a time, I was selling products, and you'd go in and you do a big pitch, and you don't know if that guy saw the same pitch from the previous 5 people were there, and so it's a race to the bottom in everything they do, and they're just grinding you to the nearest penny. So if you have something proprietary or patents and things like that, then you're the only person out there, so you can kind of control the market and whatnot. So maybe I have control issues. I don't know.
I mean, I guess that's not a bad thing. But like, what got you interested in creating and inventing for the running space in particular? I know you said you started in basketball, but like, what got you hype about doing something for this industry?
So the evolution of how I got into running would be my patent attorney, Rob Greenspoon, for my previous invention that I created a spill-resistant lid that we sold millions of. And Rob is the marathoner. And he came up with this while he was in Chicago in 2009, fumbling with safety pins early in the morning, and looks around and everybody's dropping safety pins, says there has to be a better way. This is ridiculous. So he calls me and says, hey, Brian, I got an idea. And this is my patent attorney and good friend now. And I said, wait, I don't understand it. You know, I ran with the track team in college to get prepared. I tried out for the NFL, but I wasn't a marathoner by all means, so I didn't understand the bib applying business at the time. And he's like, this is what it is. And I'm like, let me ask my wife. She's a cross country. She did it. And I asked a couple people, and I'm like, wow, people hate safety pins. There's a magnet out there. And then I did some recon and found out that Nike tried to create an adhesive bib, but nobody liked the adhesive because it left goo, and then everybody sweats when they run, and it peeled off. And so they I think Nike was out there. They just came by my booth, but they squashed the project. And I'm like, okay, so no one solved this problem. And I told Rob, I said, let me ask one more person that I trust. His name's Charlie, and Charlie was president of a registration platform when you sign up for races, and he was our offensive line. He was the center of my college football team. And I said, hey, Charlie, my business partner came up with this idea to eliminate safety pins. And he's like, let me ask this guy, Mike Riley. And I'm like, okay, who's that? And he's like, don't worry, I'll call you back. And I'm like, I don't know anybody in running. I know Steve Fleck right there, also an announcer. He calls me back, him and Mike Riley on the phone, and I have no idea who he is, and he's the voice of Iron Man. And I'm kind of like, okay, you guys like my idea? And they're like, we're in. He goes, well, I kind of got my story. I kind of helped launch Hoka in Iron Man. I bit the first power bar. It was made of steel, he said. He went on how he helped launch ideas, and he says, my Iron Man use a belt, and they don't like it. It bounces, it chafes, it turns, it swims. You put on the toggles, and it flaps, so it's a real clunky solution. So how I got in here was that first call from Rob. I made a few more calls, did a little recon in probably about 2 weeks, and I have a background in creating products, so I made it in 2016 and launched in 2017 at Beta Breakers race. 50,000 people came by, at an event.
So, and to kind of continue into your story, being an innovator and being a founder, what are some of the challenges and some of the moments of accomplishment or things that you enjoy most about being a founder and being a creator?
You know what's really cool about doing this is I was just watching TV the other night and had a New York Marathon, and I'm sitting there and I slow it down and I'm like, safety pin, safety pin, safety pin, bibboard, safety pin, safety bibboards, and I'm like, they're wearing my product. It's really cool. And I saw a Wounded Warriors commercial, and up there, and they put the bib up there, and there's bibboards, and so the gratification. We sell millions of these products, but really for me, what I like to do is see my product out there. And when someone puts an order that's a big brand that's much bigger than when you get an order from Brooks or Lululemon, and all of a sudden you get a check, and it's like Lululemon just sent me a check, and you're like, they bought my idea. That's really cool. I find a lot of gratification. That's what keeps me going. And I always want to do the next deal. I'm doing some licensing deals now with our technology, and just want to keep getting better, that's for sure.
So it sounds like, and I'm sure it was a lot longer, but it sounds like the whole Bibboard concept came together fairly quickly from that initial phone call. When you, as an inventor, is that normal? Or like, are you sitting on ideas for years and years, just trying to find a way to get it out there, or is this normal every day? I had an idea, and 2 seconds later, boom.
We probably all have invented something. Everybody has an inner inventor in them.
I invented peanut butter and jelly, but
see, get a royalty off that. For me, it's easy just because I had done it, and I just know how I think. I'm just gonna think how everyone else is not doing something. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it fast, and I'm gonna do it. Almost like you guys talk about your training and running. It's like you guys go 100 miles an hour. That's how I do my business. I'm just always figuring there's a way to get something done and do it fast. I'm very impatient too. My mom didn't like that, but
yeah, I mean, I get your impatience. So like, why would you want to mess with safety pins? I get that.
So what would you say is the future of Bibboards, and what can we see? What do you think we will see coming next from you as a creator?
Yeah, we just launched our pinless racing program. It's a biodegradable product. They're basically clear. It looks like water. So we want to go pinless. We want to have 100% sustainability in every race. So we have races that never use safety pins at all. We're probably in 2,000 races. It might sound like a lot, but there's another 10 to 12,000 races, and that took us 7 years. So there's still so much more land to grab. But the innovation in itself, like we're just launching race-pace bands, which I'm really excited about. But finding new, cool, innovative products to grow the run community.
Yeah, and so like, what are some of the bigger races that so people at home what races have you partnered with that you're just like this is one that people would know, so it kind of helps complete that I want to be a part of this too because it's going in the right direction. That's a great question. At one point, I could remember all 2,000 races. Then I had my fourth kid, and I can't remember. That one more name was just. It was. I'm serious, and I was like, I could remember every race director, where they're from, how I knew them, and So New York Marathon is one. DMSE, Demo Givery, bought for a race that he couldn't even tell me about. It wasn't for Boston. Run Disney's bought from us. Wounded Warrior Project. There's just so many bigger names. Flying Pig. It was Race of the Year in 2018 or 19. I could go on and on. Kat, any names off the top of your head? Gasparilla. Big Sur sold out. Oh, nice. Monterey, San Francisco Half, Beta Breakers. CIM,
CIM, which is coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah, was that in
3 weeks?
3 weeks. 3 weeks. So yeah, big
shout
out to
training.
You better start training. I think it's over now, bro.
No?
Yeah.
She's a coach right there. He's a coach.
Get me ready for a marathon in 3 weeks. But yeah, we really appreciate you stopping by, and then we appreciate your team for solving problems for runners. I mean, it seems like that the running world just doesn't. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't change, and it's just like we all go through the same problem over and over. But the cool thing about the TRE and the running event in general is that it's almost like a place where people come to invent and to ideate and figure out new ways to solve old problems or current problems, So we appreciate people like you in the industry that are moving things forward, and we can't wait to see what's next.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that, too. This is really cool to be part of.
No, we appreciate you being on board.
And we're looking forward to some Bibboards with some some PR project logos on them. That
Yeah,
would be
that's
really cool.
that's what we need.
That's on me.
Yeah, we need PR project. Zoom in on that. We need PR project, Bibboards, and we'd be happy to just send them all out over the world. We'll get you all the races if you just tap in with us. You know what I mean?
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm in.
Well, thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's like it's cool that it seems like simple stuff, but it's cool that people are out here trying to figure out ways to make running a marathon easier in some way.
Yeah, and it's those small parts of the experience that we kind of take for granted, or even just these safety pins. This is how it's always been. We talked to Brian on our pre-interview call, and he said we've been using safety pins since prior to the 1970s. Why is it still that way? And I think that's the kind of mindset that really moves the world forward. Is you take a look at something and you say, why do we do it this way? And if the answer is, oh, this is just the way we've been doing it, then there's probably a better way. So big shout out to Brian for being one of the people who took it to task and made it his thing to make it better. So
yeah, no, I'm all for it. Because it seems simple. It seems like whatever, but it's literally those thought processes, make a shoe company decide, well, maybe we should try something different too. But speaking of an innovative company and a company that we've been cool with for quite some time, we have Jordan from Saucony on the show. It's Saucony?
Saucony.
Saucony.
Yes. Saucony.
Yeah, it's like punch-a-knee, but a different word for punch.
Yes.
Okay. So
you got it.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Or I
fine.
could have just said sock like a sock.
What? Yeah, like a sock.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have two co-hosts. I need you guys to help me right now. I'm stuck in a moment.
No, we're just gonna let you stay there.
Keep going.
I love it.
But so thank you for being on the show, Jordan.
Yeah.
Tell us who you are, what you do with Saucony and Saucony, and see, I can't get out of this. And what you're excited about for the week.
Yeah. So I'm Jordan. I am the brand marketing director on the performance side of the business. So all things running, walking, stability, trail, you name it. That's me. We're really excited. We've got a lot of really fun plans for 2025. We've got a ton of community plans that are coming to fruition with our run crews, with our partners, RIDC, Black Men Run, Black Girls Run, across the country and also across the world. So we're really excited about that. We also have some amazing products that are coming out in 2025. I brought just a few here, and I'm sure we'll touch on a few of those. But amazing community and amazing product is really what I'm looking forward to.
Great. I was going to act like they weren't there, but since you mentioned them, let's talk through this range of shoes you have here on the table.
Which shoe first? Let's leave the fancy one for the end.
Yeah. So we've got 3 different shoes here. They're part of our Core 4 lineup. So that's really kind of the core of the product from what, everyday runners might be pulling. Okay. The first, the pink one right there, is the Ride 18. That's launching in Q1 of this year. It's with Power Run Plus foam, so kind of your neutral, cushion, versatile, everyday training product. So that's kind of our first one. Then you've got the Hurricane 25. That is a max cushion product, so it's really going to hug your foot. Give you, that nice protection that you might need for the confidence to take that next step. So that's the Hurricane 25. That's launching in August of this year. And then the last one, the blue, is the Triumph 23. So kind of the opposite of Hurricane, your neutral cushioned, super luxurious ride, neutral cushion shoe for everyday training is the Triumph 23, and that's launching in July. So really great lineup of core products that we're all really excited about. And that's just a few of the colorways just to kind of highlight.
Sure. No, that Triumph is light. I like that. I like the feel of that.
I really like this colorway. I'm almost sure that it's a woman's colorway, but I'd wear it.
It is. I mean, it's okay. We can extend pretty far.
Well, I'm only a 9.5, so it doesn't have to go that far.
Perfect.
And
that's the Endorphin Elite 2.
This looks like my size.
Big news. We are launching a new foam, Increta Run foam. Actually, just embargo lifted today. So first time we're really talking about it. But it is a next generation super foam, never been in a shoe before. It came from outside of the run industry. We hand buffed it into a shoe that Jared Ward ran the Boston Marathon in 2022 in, which is quite crazy. And after 4+ years, it's finally here. So we're really excited about it, and it's launching in March.
So I purposely did not pass this to my co-host yet because I just wanted to just on first, this is the first time I've held one of these. And this is arguably like the softest foam that I've ever held like in my hand, like to the touch.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot about it, and it's not squishy while running.
Nope.
And I'd like for you to first for you guys to touch this shoe, but then also like let us know why this marshmallow feel goes away.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, that is
See?
super squishy.
Yeah.
Squishy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's unlike anything I've ever felt on a shoe before.
Right.
Yeah. So kind of jumping back to the actual material that we pulled it from, like I said, it came from with outside of the run industry. It's a non-Newtonian material. So it's actually meant to feel kind of soft, but when you push off, when your foot strikes, that's where that responsiveness comes in. So think about your gaits, especially when you're running really, really fast at races, hopefully really fast. You're pushing off, and that push off and that foot strike is where the responsiveness happens. So it is going to look a little squishy and a little soft when you're just walking around. If you're pressing down, pushing your foot down, that's just the way the foam is. But once you start running, that responsiveness starts to take shape. So.
I mean, I've had the pleasure of meeting one of the folks that worked on this shoe.
Yeah.
And they worked on this foam. What about the Saucony, ethos and all that would reach to a shoe or to a foam like this? I mean, because obviously, it seems like that's going to be the theme. Obviously, is that every year something's changing. Every year companies are pushing forward.
Yep.
Foams are being tested, but this is something like that. The three of us have quite a few pairs of shoes, in our houses. But it's like to have three people touch a shoe and go and be almost shocked.
Yeah.
Is like that's a reach.
Yeah.
And so what about the ethos of Saucony makes you go that far and look for something like this? Yeah.
So we pride ourselves on incredible tech. We have been, at the forefront of innovation for the industry for, 126 years. And so we really pride ourselves on bringing the next big thing to running and really bringing that newness from a technology standpoint. Our engineering team is amazing. Our performance lab is amazing. And they want to push themselves to also bring the best product and the most innovative tech. And so I think the ethos of Saucony has always been there. And so this is just the next exciting thing within that technology sphere that we always talk about.
You mentioned a couple of times that the foam comes outside of the running industry. Mm-hmm. Without giving too much away, is there like some secret foam forest somewhere?
Secret foam forest.
I don't know.
Like a foam garden.
Yeah, you'd have to ask our engineering team how they come across these materials. But I assume it's just other industry going to different trade shows, seeing what's out there that they might be able to use and manufacture into an actual product. But you'd have to ask them for sure.
What was the name of the foam again? Or the
Incredirun.
Okay, awesome.
Because it's truly incredible.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Nice. So you mentioned that the foam was used in 2022 for Jared Ward at the Boston Marathon.
Yep.
Could you kind of talk to what it took to get it from that point to market today as how we see it on the brand new shoe that we have here?
Yeah, so when they first got the material, they didn't really know how to manufacture it. It was like, this is an incredible material. We need to put it in a shoe, see how it runs. They were able to do that by hand buffing an actual shoe for Jared Ward to run in, and that's where the conversation really happened with our athlete, which is, how we partner with all of our athletes in our wear testing community is like, how did it feel? What worked? What didn't work? And from there, it's really an evolution. It took a while to figure out how to actually manufacture it in a massive amount of quantities. I'm not as familiar as the ins and outs of how that actually happened, but I know it took a while. And this is the year. So
and you talked about Jared Ward a bit, and obviously we know a lot of the names of the runners that run for Saucony over the years. How much do the athletes have and are involved with the R&D and the actual development of the shoe that we see here today? even the trainers as well?
Yeah, quite a lot. We really value our athletes' perspective, and it's something that the brand has always really leaned into athletes on and for. And Jared Ward is definitely one of the people who's been kind of at the forefront of that. He's just a great partner in knowing what's really going to work well for quite a bit of consumers, for his community. And so he's definitely been at the forefront, but all of our athletes, from Grayson Murphy on the trail side to Vanessa Frazier, they all partner with us to really help us mold the perfect shoe for the rest of the run community.
Yeah, and we talk so much about, I know us as runners, we kind of get into the nitty gritty and the nerdy side of the shoes, but also the lifestyle side of Saucony. They're doing, your guys are doing really cool things, cool collaborations. How much does the lifestyle side of the business influence and inspire the looks and the ideas on the running side of the business?
They're all in the same, like we're all having the same conversations. I actually think it's really interesting. If you look at the lifestyle products that are coming out right now, they're all from our backlog of running products. So there's actually a really awesome connection between the lifestyle products that we're launching and what we launched 50, 60 years ago. And so I think that's kind of the connection point, is less so lifestyle. I mean, lifestyle influences all, like in terms of color and what people actually want is always going to influence us from a running standpoint. But I actually think running is interestingly influencing lifestyle, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and I would agree. When I asked you the question, I thought the same thing. I'm like, we're at this weird inflection point in running where our shoes and our style is actually bleeding over into the lifestyle side. So I think that's really exciting for the industry to kind of be the standard and let people know, like, no, runners can be cool and runners can be stylish.
Yeah.
And that is really influencing the way non-runners look at the sport. And I think that also gets more people involved as well, and which we love. We want to see more people run. We want to see more people at events like this to really see what the running industry has to offer. So it's a very interesting way to look at it, that running is setting the standard for everybody. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, with the increase in run crews, and everyone's been talking about that trend, right? You're also starting to see streetwear and run culture combine, which I think is the secret sauce. And that's why, we're really excited about it from a brand standpoint, since we have the lifestyle and performance side. But that's kind of the next iteration. You're seeing all these pop-ups happen. You're seeing, kind of all this like underground activity happen. And that's, I think, because of that streetwear run culture connection.
Well, and before we let you go, you have been, Saucony has been at TRE probably since the beginning of TRE. But what are you all excited for as a brand here this next couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, I love the running community. I feel like you meet and you see, like, even if they're not on the Saucony team, you're meeting and seeing people who have been in the community for so long. And we talked a little bit about that last night. There's always this feeling of familiarity when you are walking into a run event, whether that's a demo run, a run store, a race, a TRE. And so I think we're all really excited about that and that energy just from the event itself. Obviously excited about our products and our plans for 2025, but also just seeing the run community in such an inviting and exciting way.
Well, I would say that that you can leave this Elite 2 here, but it's not the right size. If you could bring back the right size for me, I'd appreciate it. But
of course.
Yeah, right sizes.
Sizes.
Sorry.
Sizes.
We got to get them on foot so you can try it out.
That might be the right size.
We don't care what size.
Hey, I'm just
we
saying.
need to change the sample size of the industry, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you so much for being on the show.
Of course.
And thank you for everything that you guys do for the running world as a whole.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Man. We did morning session is almost a wrap. And how are you feeling about like where Saucony? I mean, as I know you're much more stylish than Gary and I. I saw you. I mean, it wasn't meant to be a compliment. I'm sorry. But I saw your eyes light up a little bit when you started making that connection between like lifestyle and running. How was that conversation for you?
So it's super fun because, like she said, the kind of blending of the running industry and the streetwear industry is the secret sauce. And I'm like, if there was like a logo for that demographic, it would be me. My face would literally be right next to it because I really love streetwear, but I also really love running. And to be able to marry those two things and to have brands support that, that's really cool. It gets me excited about the future and where we're going, because we all want to look cool when we run. We always want to show up to marathons in the coolest gear and not look like nerds or, you know, or old. I'm not going to say that.
That's a good point, because that's the
he was about to say old people.
I know. But the evolution of like beginning runner gear versus like if you've been training for a while, it's comical almost. It's just comical, like the shoes, the gear, the shorts, cotton shirts, to tech shirts, to 3 inches, to, you know.
Yeah, but that also speaks to the running industry understanding that what people want, right? Like, sure, 10 years ago, running looked a certain way, but now, as running has become more mainstream, thanks to the more recent running boom and COVID, unfortunately, COVID was such a bad thing for so many people. But for the running industry, I feel like so many people found running during the pandemic because there really wasn't anything else to do. And I feel like that influx of new ideas and new people really informed the industry to maybe we should push things forward a little bit. Maybe we should look towards being more stylish, being more tech forward, all of those like hot button things that do well on the internet. I feel like it's really pushed the sport and the way the sport looks forward. So, and we're beneficiaries of it.
Yeah, I think TRE is a great example of, you know, like companies that are in the industry, and they could have just stayed, everything could have just stayed how it was, and people would just still run, you know. But it's like they saw not necessarily a problem, but, you know, really saw like, hey, here's an opportunity for us to move forward, to make some changes that just benefits us all as a whole. I mean, because, you know, like as you talked about the running boom, I mean, run clubs wouldn't be a dating app, you know, if everybody looked whack.
That's true.
So, I mean, hey.
That's it. Tommy's cracked the code.
I cracked the code.
Yeah.
But, yeah, really quick, before we shut this thing down, we want to say a big shout-out to our nutrition sponsor, Certain Nutrition, and then also On Running for being their apparel sponsor for day one. We're coming to a wrap. We will be back. We'll take a quick 15-minute break. And
It'll be a little longer.
It'll be a little longer, but FloTrack will be up next.
Yep.
And please stay tuned, and we'll have a little commercial break here, and we'll be back.
See you soon.
All right.
Peace.
Welcome to the FloTrack podcast live from TRE, the running event in Austin, Texas. I'm Ryan Fenton, alongside my co-host Ashley Tishins. Ashley, I feel like we were just talking about NCAA cross country. Now we're on the trade show floor at the running event. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Talk about a whirlwind week, isn't that right? I mean, we have, like you mentioned, NCAA is coming up, but here we are at the running event in Austin, Texas. It's great that it's right here in our backyard.
Yeah, right in our backyard where Flow Sports and FloTrack is headquartered, actually just 3 blocks down the road. And we're really excited to be partnered with the running event this year, really for the first time. We've been attendees and at the running event for a number of years, but here producing the TRE live show that's airing on FloTrack this week, our FloTrack podcast from the trade show floor, and then obviously Cross Champs, which debuts live tomorrow. We'll have the press conference this afternoon, so a lot going on for the first time, really, that we're partnered with the running event. So how have you enjoyed it so far? You've been talking to brands, doing some things out there?
It's been great. I mean, I've almost lost count of how many brands I've talked to already, and just seeing so many different cool innovations in running and seeing how they mean so much to the running community, right? Like, it's such a community, and seeing how these brands are part of that, I think that's the coolest part as well.
Yeah. I mean, track and field and running was one of the original sports that we were founded on. So it's been a community that we've loved and have been involved with for coming up on almost 2 decades now. And with that, we want to start our show with our first guest of the week, and that guest will be our CEO and founder, Mark Floriani. There he is. Mark, how you doing?
Hey, good to be here.
It's awesome to be here.
Yeah.
Long walk.
Yeah, long time listener, first time, caller, so.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
I don't think I've ever been on the FloTrack podcast.
This is only like my 5th time.
Okay,
yeah.
So I'm actually really annoyed. I mean, so how long you guys been doing it?
This is almost 700 episodes.
Oh,
yeah, we're almost there. We're at 690 something.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, thanks.
Yeah.
We'll have to get you on an episode next.
I think they lost your number.
Yeah, I'm just downstairs.
But, Mark, this, we're talking about the running event, this big industry event. It's been hosted in Austin for so many years that we've been in existence. So you've been here before. I'm just curious, your take it. You started a company here in Austin that was centered around running.
Yep.
You got this event here in your backyard that's centered around the industry of running. What's that like for you to kind of see the running event, how it's evolved, and where we're at today?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, obviously, Austin, Texas is the home of Flow, and I ran here at the University of Texas, so I love I love Austin, Texas. I've put in a lot of miles here, and it's really cool to have the industry here and see all the group runs, see them run Town Lake, and run this beautiful city. So I love showing off Austin, Texas.
And there's a history of brands kind of building that backbone for Flow Sports in those early days, having that support from those. How has that helped, Flow Sports grow as well?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the community of running, you think about, event directors, you think about the runners, the fans, the high caliber athletes, but the brands are an essential part to the community. And when you think about how this sport's going to grow, is we got to make sure that the brands are healthy and they are investing in running and investing in athletes and hopefully getting a return on investment in those athletes. And just seeing the amount of investment in technology from so many different brands is really exciting. They're investing a lot of money, they're innovating, and if you were thinking about 5 to 10 years ago, there were brands, not putting so much into the sport. And so obviously COVID pushed a running boom, but it's just awesome seeing the investment into the technology.
I want to ask you a question just about the early brand journey with just a relationship with Flow.
Yeah.
I remember some of the early brands, Reebok, Brooks, Under Armour,
Adidas.
Yeah, I'm just, we're here at this trade show, right? Yeah. And this is centered around the specialty run retailers, and brands are here, not just shoe brands, but accessory brands, apparel, just any gear you can think of for running, and they're trying to pitch to get into these stores. I'm curious, what was our pitch in 2006 to get a brand on board with what we were doing?
I mean, it was a lot of passion and hand waving. I mean, when we started Flow because we believed that the sport needed more media and needed more investment, and we were obviously young and dumb. We had $10,000 in a van, but we believe that if we could highlight the athletes, highlight the events, we could grow the sport and we could grow our business along with it. And so I think a lot of those early people like Jesse Williams, Spencer Nell at Adidas, Todd Klein, who was at Reebok back in the day, they just saw the passion, and they probably thought that this was going to be just to be a waste of money, but they wanted to at least invest in that passion because no one else was doing it, right? I remember the first video we just posted online, and it was like the first time you could see Mark Wetmore and hear him talk, and it was just so new, and people weren't doing it. And so those early brands really just believed in us, and we wouldn't be here without the running brands.
Well, here we are now in 2024. Obviously, the track and field landscape has changed. The running landscape has changed. You know, for you, where you are, what do you think are the biggest storylines right now in the space?
Well, like I said before, there's just so many brands. There were points in time, in FloTrack's history where athletes might be coming out of college and there might be one or two brands maybe, so there's no competition for these athletes. And now there's just so many new shoe companies, so much new technology, and they're investing in the sport, so that's just awesome. And then we see, brands like Grand Slam Track trying to invest into the sport, which is awesome, right? They're going to put tens of millions of dollars into the sport. Michael Johnson, putting his money where his mouth is. That pushes the sport forward. And so we're obviously partners with the Diamond League, but I think they're going to push the Diamond League forward, right? And so that competition is really great for the sport. And I think the Paris Olympics, they always talk about how the Olympics are, they're all sometimes track and field's always waiting for that Olympic to get that Olympic bump, right? And I'd say, obviously, after Tokyo and Rio, there was no bump. But Paris, they just did such an amazing job, and the storylines were so awesome that we actually might, have an opportunity here to take advantage of the great competition from Paris.
Heading into a big LA 2028,
obviously.
right?
That's right.
So, I'm curious with, as Flow has grown, we've now expanded into 20 plus sports or so, and you've got to lead the company and kind of look across all sports, not just track and field, which you started with. What do you see as some either challenges and or opportunities within track compared to some of the other spaces that we've invested in?
Yeah, so a lot of times the biggest opportunity is also the biggest challenge, right? And so obviously having the running industry, right, with so many people run is obviously a huge opportunity for track and field that a lot of other sports don't. Like, there's not a bunch of people that are just wrestling, right, when they turn 40, right? And there's a ton of people running. So that's an opportunity. Obviously, all the shoe companies innovating in the sport, that's an opportunity. But it also, breeds competition, which sometimes breeds fragmentation. And then we talk about it all the time. There's so many people trying to do events. And again, that's great, but sometimes in the sport of track and field, more so than these other sports, they are maybe overly competing with each other and not working together in some ways. And sometimes you need to work with your competitors. I might get in trouble here, but we always talk about two great events, Drake Relays and Penn Relays. It's on the same weekend, right? And it's like we're splitting an audience. And it's like, I wish they would get along, and then one year Drake would be the first week, and then next week could be Penn Relays. That's just an example, and I don't know the inner workings there, but there are examples where we're trying to do too many things on a weekend, and the competition's great, but maybe they work a little bit together for the betterment of the sport. And I think they all have the right thing, the right mindset. They're all trying to grow the sport, but then, sometimes that competition, which is great, turns into a negative.
Yeah, the calendar conflicts are real.
There's only so much track and field you can watch, and there's only so much, energy you can pump into marketing a given weekend. And then, we always, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Right, 1 + 1 in a scenario like that equals 1.5. Yeah. So,
And I think, considering a lot of those challenges and opportunities that you just listed, can you speak a little bit about how Flow Sports is trying to cover, not just track, but other sports in general, considering some of those challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're investing heavily in track and field. We are excited about the future. We obviously invested into the Diamond League, and for the first time, I think we were talking yesterday, first time that we can truly connect that mile split high school large community that we have to the professional side of the sport, right? And then also, hopefully, the professional the brands of the sport, right? Because we need to make that connection between the high schooler and the professional athletes to make sure. We got some Ryan Fenton fans over here. I can't go anywhere without Ryan. Just it's the story of my life. And so I don't even know what we were talking about.
It was great. It was great. I think just the way we're covering some of the sports, like how we're trying to do things differently.
Yeah, and so and we're investing in the talent. We've brought on 4 new people. We have Johnny, John, Demetra, and Nia. Right? I just met them over the last couple days. Joining Ashley, Dan, and Brian. So that's just 7 full-time people on the high-end track and field. Not to mention the 20-something people on mile split and the production people. So I think we have more people invested in track and field, thinking about track and field on a daily basis than probably every other organization outside some of the NGBs. And so we're going to continue to invest. We're going to try to make that connection between the Diamond League and the high school back to the Diamond League, and continue to add more events, try to push the production, and really just try to make track fun. I mean, that's when we started track and field. It was kind of stodgy and boring, and it was like, hey, how do we have fun? How do we be authentic? How do you make the community and the audience feel the sweat? And like, no, we're going to go do a workout Wednesday. It's going to be a 20-minute video. We're going to talk to the coach about why you're doing 10 by thousands and why you're doing 3-minute rest versus 2-minute rest, and really going to elevate the sport. And I think we are doubling down on that with the team, and I'm excited to see it. When the Workout Wednesdays are back, when Harvard Workout Wednesday just came out.
Blanks today, check it out.
Which is awesome, right? And so hopefully the community sees the investment, the higher quality. I mean, if you look at the first couple Workout Wednesdays, you could definitely feel the sweat. You might have seen Ryan's sweat or my sweat on the camera, but it was really, really awesome. But now hopefully we're kind of elevating that production.
Cool. Well, Mark, we know you're going to bop around, probably grab some free samples, so we're going to let you get back to it and meet and greet with some familiar faces. But thank you for joining us. Obviously, thank you for the continued investment in what we do in track and field. We love it.
Do you have to say that? Did I pay you? No,
it's actually not in the notes. I'm just going off the cuff here.
You don't need to say thank you. I would say thank you to the fans, right? Like, and how, in the community, and like, we are going to continue to invest, and we appreciate the support. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Mark Floriani, CEO and founder, Flow Sports, Texas alum, UT steeplechaser. We've had a lot of fun over the years, starting back when I did in 2008, covering the sport. But he's not our only guest today, Ashley.
That's right.
We got another one.
One more, right?
Another one. We do have one more today, and we're going to welcome Alexi Papis onto the show. Man.
Hi, I'm so nerdy that I think I've known you guys since I was like 14 or something. I was like, man, the coolest thing about today is I get to tell my dad I was on FloTrack.
Yeah.
Because my dad really cares, which is amazing.
I know. It's so great to have you.
I'm so grateful to be here. I think the energy that you guys capture over the years is like you get to peek inside school dances because like the moments right after a race, right, which is how I first interacted with y'all, are the ones where we are the most unfiltered and the most like almost like a Bambi, like you're like
unaware,
like wobbly legged and feeling everything.
Feeling all the feels.
Yeah, I Googled before this. I was like, when was the last time I was on FloTrack? And I was like,
what was it?
Well, the things that keep coming up, because they always, I think it shows you, like, when I qualified for the Olympics, but also, like, all these moments at Oregon and before that even, right? So it's it's an archive of growing up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And whether you want it or not,
That's right.
it's there.
Whether you want it or not, it's there. Yeah.
I mean, it's living there forever. You can go back in the archives for that sort of stuff.
Well, that I appreciate because I don't think everybody captures those moments. Like, we don't do it for ourselves. You know, no one's like, how did I feel after today? I felt this, you know what I mean? So I'm glad to be here.
It's awesome to have you here. I mean, yeah, it's been, gosh, probably 15 years since we've met and been covering what you've been doing and all these things from your high school and college days to the Olympics and all those things. So it's an honor to have you on the show. And I'm just curious, like, we're at TRE here in Austin. What brings you here?
I'm here with a bunch of the teams that I work with, and I think the really remarkable thing is that, well, one, I really like Austin, and I'm happy to be here, but also, you know, like, I'm very much, like, immersed in the running world now in, like, all the people that are consuming and buying all the things that are here. I spend a lot more time with those people than I used to because I'm in the middle of these races and at the expos. And what's cool about this is I get to meet everybody who makes all that stuff happen. And that's a lot of perspective for me, that there are humans behind every technology and every evolution in the running world. And so I'm here to obviously be with the teams I'm with and also meet the kind of other arm of the world that I love so much.
You talk about being here and just seeing, you know, events like this. It helps the community grow, you know, like helps the running community grow. You know, for you, how valuable do you think that is for not just yourself, for just everyone else that's here, the brands, the brand reps, but even just like people that are walking the floor?
Well, again, I think it's the human element of it, right? It's that if there's, like, okay, last night I went to dinner with all the team at Features, and it's like all those people in all the states that are representing that brand and doing distribution and all that, they're not in the same room as each other until this type of event. And so I think it makes teams feel more unified. And then to be looking at actual people, because, like, look, all the marketing is so digital now, right, that to see people in person and connect is really positive because it shows that the sport is a human sport, and we can exchange ideas. I'm seeing people that used to be on my Olympic team that are now, like, doing all sorts of things. So I think it's about humans here. Of course, there's all these products, but it's the humans interacting about the products, you know?
Yeah. You were talking about the people that you're involved with now today and the folks that are kind of running these events and consuming these products and all these things that are on the floor this weekend. But just I'm going to run down through just some highlights of what I know of you, right? So All-American at Dartmouth in Oregon, you're national team champ while you're at Oregon. We'll talk a little bit about that because it's cross-country week. NCAA is on Saturday.
My God. Wait, where's NCAA's this year?
Madison.
Oh, I never got to do the Madison one.
Yeah. So
Really?
we'll talk.
Never?
Well, I only went to nationals one time as a cross-country runner. Don't forget, I was the worst on the Dartmouth team and the worst in the whole league my freshman year. So
yeah, you
went can do anything.
Alexi went from never going to the meet to finishing 8th, if I'm not mistaken. So pretty big jump.
And I visited Dartmouth the other week, and I told the girls that, and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was like the worst on the team here. Like, I was like a mascot at like the Ivy Champs." It's really important because I think people only see your peaks and they don't understand the journey. So
well, and that's what I want to highlight, kind of your journey, right? So there's this elite athlete part of your life that then led to the Olympics. You've been now an author, a director, a producer, a writer. You're a podcaster. I've seen you on podcasts. You're with celebrities now. You're with some movie stars. You've produced some things with some great names. Just how is that? Like, how has that trajectory been for you? Like, where did that path kind of shape from the elite side of what you were doing as an athlete to what you're doing now, focused on today?
Well, I mean, look, I think running is not. First of all, running is not a random sport. It's a sport that allows you to meet a lot of people. So, like, some of the people that I'm talking to on my podcast, Mentor Buffet, are people I met running or they had an interest in running. But I think for me, I've always been interested in like, is the question like why, or like what
Well,
exactly?
I think what's interesting is you've kind of gone in so many different areas. Like,
Yeah.
some people are focused on like, hey, I do this kind of content and I focus in this way.
Okay, I get
and
what you're
for you, you've branched out in so many different ways, and you've done things even to, like, when I look at your kind of portfolio of work, it's like you touch on mental health, you touch on human rights, you touch on comedy, you touch on, there's not like you've kind of embraced so many different things, and I'm just curious of like how you've expanded to that.
Well, I think really, like, if you see yourself as a person, like, I see myself as Alexi. Like, even when people are like, you're a director, you're da-da-da, like, I feel uncomfortable with these titles because I don't feel that I pursued those crafts to be a director. I feel that I wanted to direct that movie. And so I think, every one of these facets is a playground. And I felt expanded trying to move into those playgrounds, but be myself in them as much as possible, right? Like, it's really hard to be your true self in any context because you have to feel fundamentally safe to do that. But I had curiosity about different playgrounds and have tried them. And some I'm like, wow, I really love who I can be and who I am. I love contributing. I love being part of teams. Team is a really big value of mine. So I think all of these things I've been drawn to because of my hope to grow and curiosity and my values. And so I don't want to be, I think I wanted to be an Olympian, and I think that wanting to be something like that can be, you learn when you get there that you actually just wanted to feel something. And so now I think moving into these other arenas, I just want to feel something, and sometimes it starts with curiosity, and then it goes into a craft, and then becoming a discipline, and then maybe a job, or maybe it's not a job, right? So I guess it's important to just say that I'm just curious, and I want to give myself the chance to play as myself in these different places.
And then I think I'm curious about, with your curiosity and delving into all these different areas, like, what do you think you've learned the most about yourself in that process?
That's a great question. Let me think, because it's a
Didn't mean to stump you there.
Learn the most about myself. Okay, I think I've learned that you never fully lose your innocence, because you think that you learn, and then and then you're never, and I think what I'm learning is that I'm always going to learn things that I can't believe I didn't know before, and then I almost feel silly. I'm like, how could I not have known that? And I think what I've learned is that is my human experience, and so maybe what I've learned about myself is that I enjoy, once I've accepted that I'm never going to be there as a human. Does this make sense? Okay, in my head it makes sense. I realize that my human experience is about, as long as I'm not hurting anybody, I'm here to explore and learn, and I will keep having those moments of learning, and to accept that I wasn't supposed to know it before. So maybe what I learned is that I don't know everything, and that I'm here to explore, and then be kind enough to myself to be okay that I'm going to keep learning and growing. And that I'm a verb, and I'm not a noun.
I love the way you describe things, put it into words, just break it down to the human level. So I love listening to the way you talk about things in perspective. I know you have a lot on your plate here, but I cannot let you go without asking about NCAA Cross. 2012 national champs at Oregon. For those that don't remember, you were coached by Coogan, who's now at New Balance, Maurice Powell, who's now at Washington. Oregon women are running pretty well right now. Just huge jump at the rankings, Ashley, right?
That's right.
Any thoughts or messages to the folks running Madison this weekend on what they should be focused on?
100%. I think, so cross is obviously all about everybody having integrity with their own performance, keeping in mind that there's a bigger, there are people, your teammates are out there, unless you're there as an individual, in which case you still can't worry about what anyone else is doing, right? And I think that the most beautiful thing to accept when you're going into a big race is to trust enough that you can be your true self out there. And trust means like you have a race plan, and those are important, right? Like I remember mine was like I start back and I slowly pick people off, and I did that. But I also decided to suspend disbelief and believe that there was something mysterious that I was capable of that I couldn't know through the race plan alone. So if people can go in with a balance of I am prepared and I know exactly what I hope to do, and then I have this whole mysterious reservoir inside of me that I assume will take care of the rest, that's like the perfect balance. And then to remember that it's a game. Like I remember being like, oh, I'm like in a video game, like I'm in a game and I'm playing a game. And that made me have like the extra oomph when people started to feel sorry for themselves. I was like, no, I'm in a game. I'm going to play a game. And then we won, and it was so cool. I hope people really enjoy it because it's so special. I'll never, ever, ever forget in Kentucky us winning and the race. I remember moments in the race. I remember the Florida State coach being like, are you going to let Alexi Papis beat you? And I was like, well, she just said the wrong thing in front of me. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't mean to be all like jockey about it, but I think people should really like go be jocks out there, you know?
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, you got the advice for this weekend in Madison for all those of you going out there. Alexi, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking some time to join the FloTrack podcast, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon.
Thank you for having me, and I hope I know you forever because I feel I've known you since I was a child. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Alexi Papis joining us. Ashley, that's going to wrap up our Wednesday here at
That's
TRE.
right. Big first day.
Yep. And tomorrow morning, you're off to Madison.
Yes, that's correct. I'll be off covering NCAAs, and I know you'll be joining me out there as the week goes on.
I will. I will be here tomorrow with the rest of our team that Mark had mentioned. Later today, we'll be back on around 3 o'clock with the Cross Champs press conference. So come check that out with some of the professional athletes that'll be debuting their cross seasons tomorrow here in Austin, Texas. And until then, we'll be back soon with TRE Live. Thanks for tuning in, and FloTrack Podcast. We'll see you tomorrow.
And we are back. PR Project is back. TRE Live is live again.
Do you know what would have been cool for this? Because we're doing a little bit early before our guest comes on.
Yeah.
Is to do the patented PR Project countdown that we've been doing on the shows.
I don't know how the music goes, Gary.
I don't either.
You really set the moment up to fail there.
I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at the screen over here from Dragnet. You know,
Okay.
the same face that you just made.
Yeah, exactly. Good job, though. Now I see what you're going for. How are you feeling, Aaron?
What could I say, man? That's my Chris Collinsworth.
Okay, all right.
Imitation.
All right, all right.
I'm feeling good. We just ate lunch for the people. Lunch is very important. We ate lunch. We had some great interviews in the first session.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the second session and keeping the ball rolling and hopefully delivering some really cool media for the world out there.
Well, you hit me with a question a minute ago before we went live and said, what's one word that you would describe the first session?
Fantastic.
Fantastic. What about you, Gare Bear?
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. We learned a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, from these brands. I think we're going to get even more interesting because we're going to kind of go out of that running community for the first interview and talk about the community aspect of what running can give back.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think I would maybe just say as well too is inspiring, and so maybe that's a good segue into the next set of guests that we have. I mean, because it's inspiring to see so many brands that are just doing well and growing, and helping the industry change and get better for the people that are actually wearing the shoes. And that's like some of the things we talked about, like with innovation for some of the brands we've had that have the athletes involved in the innovation process. Is like it's sometimes you feel like a brand, or in the past you felt like brands just made shoes and we put them on. But now it seems like there's so much more thought going into the process, and that shows in the experience that we all that we go through, and the experience we get to experience, I guess, in the run.
Yeah, for sure. And in an industry like running, sometimes it is easy to forget about the actual humanity.
Yeah.
You need people. You need humans in these shoes. You need humans at these events. You need humans at the races. And every human has a unique and special story and a group of experiences that led them to where they are. So I feel like you have to think about that portion of it, and we're here to shed more light on that part of it, not always be super product specific, but also be human specific.
Yeah, no, for real. Like, and that's the cool part. I think our next guest is going to be really cool to tap into like that community vibe. And what's like, this is actually your first TRE. We think we talked about it a little bit ago. So now that you've had a chance to have this first session, and then we walked off and looked around a little bit. How are you feeling about this whole process? And like, what are you excited about once we are able to like really look around?
So just off the bat, it's just like being around so many people that care so much about running like we do. We wake up and we think about running. We go to sleep thinking about running. So, and to be around so many people that do the same thing, that's super fun. Mm-hmm. And I'm just really looking forward to going around and talking to brands and talking to the different people that we have here to see why they're here, what brought them here, what are they trying to accomplish here, and how are they? Because I know a lot of these brands and a lot of these community organizations have huge goals, and they want to make the world a better place. So I want to see how they are actively doing that. It's inspiring to get the story of, well, what do you do every day to make your community, make your world a better place?
And one of the things that we kind of tapped into some of the brands is like the origin stories, and like how far that they've come. Like with saying like having Hoka, and they only wanted a half a booth, which is like 5 foot by 5 foot, and to see what they are now as a brand, and then as like if you just compared their space that they have now in the expo to like what considerably like 5 foot by 5 foot would have been for them, and what that meant on a company scale, to see how far that they've come, and it's really incredible. But then it also kind of reminds me of like, not to make this about us, but like, since, as PR Project started in like 2021 or 2022, like it just seems like we've come a long way along with the industry. And could you give us remind me like, how did all this start, and why are we here today?
So it's pretty simple. We got started. We trained together. We were preparing for races together. So we ran a lot as a group. And we would have these conversations about running. We would have these conversations about life. We would have these conversations about gear. And we would just talk about it on the run, which our run would usually last about an hour, maybe sometimes 90 minutes. And we just thought, we could take this conversation that we're having on this run and we could bring it to the people, and we can involve more people and bring more people into our community, and more specifically people that look like us, people who share experiences that we've experienced that don't always feel seen in this industry. They don't always feel heard in this industry. So we wanted to lend a voice to those people, and we wanted to amplify our voice because we know we have a story that is very relatable that isn't always told. So to go from that to interviewing multiple-time Olympians, and I was running with an Olympian at a group run today, and it's just like, wow, this all started from just making the decision to go out for a run and meeting the people that has come along with that. So it's super surreal to be able to do it, but man, I don't take it for granted. I'm super grateful.
Yeah, and a big shout out to TRE, the running event, for coming along or letting us come along this journey with them, because they're growing. Last year was the biggest year that they've ever had. That was the first year we did TRE Live, the first year of TRE Live in general. But then to have us come back again and make it a little more comfortable for us as well with this with a different set than last year. Hats off to them as an organization for making sure that they continue to innovate from a conference standpoint, but then also understanding what you're talking about is what different voices need to be heard, and different voices need to. I mean, we all like running, so why not have that type of diversity or that type of diverse conversation as well in the space? And so Gary and I are back for the second time, and we're here as a PR project for the second time.
I'm sorry, I just got distracted. It looks like there is a chicken on the floor.
There is a chicken on the floor, guys. And when I mean chicken, I don't mean like a. It's a big chicken.
I knew it.
It's
I knew
a big
there'd be
chicken.
some wildlife.
So I don't know if I don't know if it counts as wildlife, if it's a mascot. I would love for the chicken to walk behind the booth here. I mean, I don't want him on the stage necessarily because I've never really been up close to a chicken before, for real.
Gary doesn't like birds. So
I'm not a fan.
He's keeping an eye on
I can see your eyes get a little shifty right there. You okay?
I'm not the shifty-eyed one. It's the bird over there. That's
yeah.
I'm the cautious one.
Yeah, have you held a chicken before?
I've never held a chicken.
So it's safe to say I don't want to hold any wildlife ever. I don't think. You see people that are like that. No shade, but I just don't. I'm not secure enough as a person, a human being, to be able to hold another species like that, other than like a dog.
You're better than me because I don't want to hold a dog either.
No, this PR project is not.
We are very animal forward.
We're very animal friendly. Dogs and cats and
I think
just no bears.
we might get the chicken in the frame.
All right, so
I feel bad calling them the chicken because
yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah. Okay. If the chicken could
it's actually a chick.
Oh my gosh, it's the chicken's bigger than I thought it was. This is getting weird. That's not. That's like that's a. Oh, Angry Birds chicken. Or that's not even a chicken. That's like a.
Oh, he's being directed. The chicken is being directed on
I wish
stage.
you guys could see. I have chills. Are you coming up on the stage?
He's coming up on the stage.
I really hope the chicken. I really hope the chicken knows.
Yeah,
that.
please help the chicken. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh,
one more.
Oh, this. I don't know how you're
There
getting
you go.
down.
Yeah. Whoa.
I don't know how you're getting down. This chicken is here to stay, guys. I don't
never
know.
know
Watch
who
out for the
might see.
table.
never
The
know.
table
You
might
might see.
pop the. Yep.
Chicken.
The chicken is here.
Chicken butt right here.
Okay. All right. Yep. This is happening live on FloTrack, and I don't know how you're getting off this stage. But
Chickens can fly, right?
chickens. I've seen chickens jump over fences. All right. Yep.
You got some great moves.
What in the
You never know what may
yeah,
happen.
I just made eye contact with the chicken, and it's creepy. All right.
The chicken is wreaking
All
havoc.
right. There we go. There we go. All right. The chicken
We'll call it Chicken Gate.
gate is happening. Okay. Help
We'll
help
have
her
to,
up
we'll
to
have
it.
to escort the chicken.
Yep.
Just so
Hands.
you know, chicken, no one up here eats chicken. So
Uh-oh.
we're good.
You got about a couple more feet before before.
Yep.
Yep.
Keep going.
Yep. The chicken can't see stairs. That's one thing about chickens that you didn't know is that they can't see stairs.
I think this is what the
First foot, yep.
Yep, first foot,
I'm
yep.
sure this is awesome.
This is great. I love this. This is awesome. Yeah, we got to catch this moment. If the chicken falls on live FloTrack, this is probably the most I'm just going to say, like, I'm not.
If the chicken falls, is that ground chicken?
What? Ground chicken? Whoa. No, that was good. I hope that somebody in FloTrack land laughed at that because that was good.
Thank you,
it took me a second.
Thank you, chicken, for
Good
making
joke.
your appearance.
Good joke. I feel like I'm just gonna say this. I know FloTrack has covered a lot of really awesome things in their history of FloTrack and Flow Sports. I'm just gonna say that that's probably the most exciting moment that's ever. Yeah, I feel like that should be top level of the thing.
It's gonna make the film reel for their anniversary shows for sure.
You know who I feel bad for right now? I feel bad for. I feel bad for our next guest. I feel bad
to follow the chicken.
Yeah, I feel bad for our next guest because who and how in the heck could you follow a chicken not crossing the road but climbing onto a stage?
I guess we'll find out.
All right, next up we have Susan from Austin Angels. Congratulations on following the chicken.
Hard act to follow.
How are you doing today?
Fabulous. So excited to be here.
So like let's see this sweatshirt, and that's TRE right there.
That's right.
Yep.
And proceeds go back to our organization.
All right.
Oh, that's nice.
Proceeds of this. So okay, let's start with that. Number one, what is the organization, and tell us what the proceeds benefit.
Okay, so Austin Angels is a nonprofit organization that is set out to change the way that children, youth, and families experience foster care. So the proceeds from every shirt sold will benefit local children and families in our area.
That's great. And you are the National Angels representative. I'm sure I'm getting your title wrong.
No, that's okay. I'm the founder and CEO. So we started the organization right here in Austin, and then it expanded across the country. So we operate in 19 cities across 14 states with the goal to reach every single child in our country that's experiencing foster care. So that's about 400,000 children nationwide.
Okay. And you started here in Austin. Can you give us a little bit of that origin story and how you guys got started and what inspired the organization?
Yeah, so in 2010, I worked full-time at corporate America, had no clue about what was happening in the foster care system, not in my city or in the country. Heard a judge speak, really compelling story about two little boys that entered into foster care and some of the statistics around foster care. So most people don't know that 80% of our prison population spent time in foster care. Yes. Also, the majority of those who are living on the streets also spent time in foster care. And the majority of human traffic victims come from foster care. So Desmond Tutu, who's a South African theologian and human rights activist, has a pretty famous quote that says, there comes a point in time where we have to stop pulling people out of the river. We have to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. And for us, what we know about every social issue is that if we just go upstream, it's the brokenness of families. And so for us, what we try to do is keep children in placement. Children will move on average 7 times in 2 years. So that's 7 new mommies and daddies, 7 new sets of friends, if they even make them, new schools, new rules, new religions, new foods. And so every time a child moves, they're 6 months behind from an educational standpoint. And that's why 50% of kids don't graduate high school and 97% don't earn a college degree, even though in most states there's a full ride. So we are radically wrapping community around young people to show them that they are worthy, and we try to empower them to overcome the obstacles in their life so that they can become whoever they want to be. And so an event like this is so meaningful for us. In fact, right when I walked in here, I said, you know who would love this event? We have a little boy in our program who went into foster care in between the 8th grade and 9th grade year. He's right now currently at UTSA, finishing his sophomore year, and his mentor and him started to run. And there was so much healing that occurred just out in the open running, and they're right now training for the Ironman in Arizona next year. And so I always love an opportunity to come up and speak, because what I believe is that every single child should have at least one healthy adult who knows the color of their eyes and the passions of their heart. We didn't know that that young man, Abel, loved to run until a mentor said, hey, put on your shoes, let's go for a run. And then they found this connection over running, and it literally transformed the young man's life and the mentor's life. So I believe everybody can do something, and TRE, what a cool way to empower and impact the local community through vendors and the sale of this sweatshirt, which will go back and help us match more kids and families into our program.
So how did Austin's Angels and TRE connect? Like, how do they meet up? Because I know that a lot of what TRE does, they give back to the community. So how did the two companies?
Yeah, I think TRE, they had found us via a Google search, wanting to give back locally, had a phone call, felt like we were really value aligned in how we view people, and so we were able to be a partner, which is so exciting for us.
How many years has it been?
3.
3 years? Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm listening to like all these stats, and I mean, I don't know anyone that went through foster care personally, I don't think. But then just like hearing those stats and I feel like choked up, because it's just sometimes I love how you communicated the facts and what people have to deal with, and then what the result of the lack of that like mentor, that person in their lives that can help them continue to move forward, and all the changing of hands, how that can affect someone down the road. What is, like, for people watching, because I mean we have the audience is runners and whoever's tapping into this, like what would you, if you could say to them like directly, like why they should care, and then like how they can help?
Yeah, so I would tell people to go to nationalangels.org to find a chapter nearest them, get plugged in, to walk alongside. And I always say, like, tell me what you do for a living, and I'll tell you how you can impact the child welfare experience for kids. So locally, they can get involved. If they love to run, they could start a run club for young adults in our program. Or maybe it's like, I really have a passion for men, so then take the foster fathers on a run or on a hike or on a swim. What we know is that we do better when we belong to one another. And if everybody takes this radical approach to living out life with other people, then I believe we can change every social issue that our country faces. So I would say do it. Do it.
Yeah, I think when we were researching Austin's Angels and speaking with your staff, one of the things that came up was there's always something for anybody to do to help us. It doesn't necessarily have to be a financial contribution or even fostering a child, because not everybody can to do that. But I believe that there's something that can be done, even if it's the littlest thing, like our Facebook page, or come out to a community event and cheer on, because I think there's some runs that go on in the area as well, like cheer on a runner, or maybe even, like you said, start a club, or something like that.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities to get involved. So in February, we'll be a part of the Austin Marathon. We'll need hundreds of volunteers to help us man a station. So you could do a one-time volunteer experience like that. Holidays are coming up. We have here in Central Texas, we will serve about 400 people in what we are calling our shop days, where you could get paired with a caregiver, get the kids' wish list items, go through Target. We deploy about $75,000 worth of support for our families just right here in Central Texas. They will go through and shop. So yes, we say not everybody's called to foster and not everybody's called to adopt, but everyone can play a role and make a difference in a child's life. And we would love to be the organization that you do that with.
That's great. And just to get an idea of the scope of your work, about how many children's lives have you guys interacted with, and about, let's say on a yearly basis, how many children are you impacting through Austin and nationally?
Yeah, so nationally, we support about 3,000 children on a monthly basis in our program. So we are not a one-size-fits-all kind of program. We're a one-size-fits-one. What that means is, we talked about the little boy Abel who loves to run and his mentor. What we know is that if we want to change the statistics, it has to be through consistency. So when I say we serve 3,000 kids, we serve them 3,000 on a monthly basis, meaning over and over and over again, because that's really what changes the statistics and outcomes that we're after. And then locally, about 300 kids. But there's this gap between where we are today and where we want to be. And where we want to be is every single kid in our program.
And what would you say is a success for a child that goes through the program? What does success look like for that child?
Well, they define what success looks like. We don't define that for them. And so it would look like, what are your goals? What are your dreams? What are your aspirations? We know that not every kid is going to go to college, but what we do want to do is expose them then to trade schools or a branch of service, to normalcy, so that they get to decide what success is. And then our job is to remove barriers to help them to get to that place. So like in Abel's story, he had a dream and a desire to graduate from college. And so we are walking through that journey with him. When he graduates, that will be success, but already it's success. You know, the fact that he's even there is a big success.
I mean, and I feel like there may be, or is there like a stigma on foster care in like someone that a child that's in it, and how do we as a community, like both locally and nationally, how do we address that concern? Because I think with a stigma comes less resources.
Yeah, absolutely. That is awesome that you asked that, because we fight that every single day in our work. And I think, you know, if I say, tell me what you know about foster care, 99% of the time people are saying, oh, it's a broken system. And therefore, I don't know how I can impact or be a part of it because I don't want to foster or adopt. And the truth is that everybody can do something, and there's so much beauty and hope and redemption. And my hope is that people would look at foster care and look at children in their own communities and really take responsibility over it. Because I just believe with all of my heart that it doesn't have to be this way, that we can change these outcomes for kids who find themselves. The other thing is that what we know is talent is universal, but opportunity is not. And so these kids are some of the most resilient, capable, incredible kids. They're like little potted plants that have never been watered. Man, you just put them in the right soil, you put the right water, light, nutrients on them, and just watch them blossom. And so my hope is that people would look at these kids as so much beauty and hope for our future versus the government will figure it out.
And I agree. It is so important to allow people the opportunity, because we all talk about how great America is as a country and how much opportunity is there, but we know that there is still a large gap between the haves and the have-nots, and some people don't get that same opportunity. So I really think it's awesome what you're doing. Before we let you go, could you please let the people know once again where they can find you and how they can help?
Yeah, you can visit us at nationalangels.org, and we're on all the social platforms.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And I feel like if there's anything that we, the three of us, PR Project, can do to help in the future, please let us know. I mean, because it's just, yeah, I want in. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've got two very, very present and good dads here, and me, I'm just the guy. But if I can help, I would love to help. So yeah, we're located in Michigan. If there's anything we can do to help, we'd love to do it.
We're going to launch a chapter there soon, so we'll need you.
Let us know.
Absolutely.
Let us know for sure.
Yeah.
We want to be there for sure.
All right,
Thank you
thanks,
so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
I got chills thinking about it, to be honest. Such an important part of our society that sometimes gets forgotten about are those kind of children that don't have the parental figures. To see someone so passionately and so eloquently talk about the change that they want to see and the change that they're actually working on in the community. And I say it all the time, programs like this make the world better for everyone. It's not just those children's lives that are impacted. It's their benefit to the community. You know, the fact that they're going to go through that program and be productive members of society in the future if things go well. It's super important.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and honestly, like that, just the lack of knowledge about it, like that was one of the things that like hit me. Like I felt bad for not knowing more about it, because it's obviously something everybody's heard about foster care and we've seen the movies and stuff like that, but I just didn't know. Like now, like I know, like I have something to do, which is to dig a little deeper and find out like how I can help. I mean, we all feel like we're doing something in our own thing, which we are, but then at the same time, it's like how easy would it be to help an organization like this or like some like it to push that forward. So Yeah, but take a deep breath. That was really inspiring. So yeah, huge shout out to Austin Angels for that, and National Angels.
That's how you follow a chicken.
That's how you follow a chicken, ladies and gentlemen. If you were wondering, that is it. All right, so next up we have Doug and Ben from Mount to Coast. What's up, guys? All right. Oh yeah, we got to. Are we sharing? Okay, so this is
not too much.
Okay, so this is Ben Blankenship. You run a little bit, right?
A little bit. I dabble.
A dabble. Well, can we just talk about the dabbling that you do a little bit more?
Long time no see, guys.
Yeah, I feel like we saw you in April.
In Eugene.
In Eugene.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's tell us about the dabbling, though. What do you do here?
Dabbling. Right now, I'm doing the Great Descent. It's a passion project of mine. I'm going from 100 miles all the way back down to a mile within 6 months, trying to be competitive across all those distances. But I'm really here for Mount to Coast. I'm excited to represent.
Awesome. So tell us a little bit about Mount to Coast. Obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious, but me, Tommy, and Gary, we all have shoes, and we've tried them out. We've had multiple pair, I believe, at this point. So we've ran in them. Tell us a little bit about how Mount to Coast got started and what you guys are about.
Yeah, so Mount to Coast was started in 2022. We had 3 of our founders were experts in footwear, 25-year veterans. One working on midsoles, one working on new materials and uppers, and one's a shoe dog, basically getting the shoe from sample to manufacturing. They got together, decided they wanted to focus on the most demanding consumer, the most demanding runner, the ultra runner. So interviewed a whole bunch of ultra runners trying to understand what are the needs of the ultra runner, and what they found was durability, and comfort. So they went on a 2-year mission to figure out how to build durable and comfortable shoes, and came up with some unique technologies to do that. So the first is we have a unique midsole technology that's a blend of EVA and PIBA. And we use a supercritical nitrogen foaming method where basically we heat the shoe, put it under significant pressure, and the nitrogen gets infused into it. So it's super light, super durable, and our processing is a little bit different than other supercritical foams on the market, and it makes it much more durable and has a really unique cell structure. No, go ahead. Secondly? I was going to say, the second thing is we have an ultra-modern biomechanics lab. So we use that foam to develop shoes. And ultra runners, sometimes they run fast, sometimes they run slow, and sometimes they walk. So we created a unique geometry that works for all 3. And then lastly, we borrowed from Formula One racing cars. They have shock absorber, this really lightweight shock absorbent material, and we put inserts into our midsoles so that when you're running in them, the mile 1 feels the same as mile 50, that feels the same as mile 100.
Talk to us a little bit about the, before we move into the trail shoes that you brought up here, talk to us about the models that you have, and maybe a little bit about like what makes each one different, because I believe all 3 of us are running the R1, and that's the one that, like, as soon as I put it on, I started running, okay, this is nice. Sure. Talk to us about the different models really quick, and then we'll get into like to how Ben's put it into work on the streets.
Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, so all 3 models use that midsole technology that I was talking about and the geometry. The R1 is really for a racing shoe. So we have the dual lacing system on it. So you get a customized fit for the forefoot and the ankle. And then also as your foot swells, if you're doing an ultra, as your foot swells, you can give yourself more room in the forefoot. It has a wide toe base. So it fits lots of different feet, and that's kind of our, what you see in any of the advertising. That's our statement shoe. The S1 and the P1 are our other 2 models. They're more daily trainers. The S1 has a normal fit. It doesn't have the wide toe box. The P1 has the wide toe box and has a different feature where it has forefoot stability. Like for pronation on the forefoot. If you need it, it's there, and if you don't need it, it doesn't kick in. Doug, you're crushing this. Good work.
Yeah.
You're crushing. Absolutely crushing. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
He's given us all of these very technical terms and everything, but the thing I was kind of hanging on was, he said the most demanding runner, the ultra runner. And I could think of a million other things to call an ultra runner, and the most demanding runner is probably one of the nicer things.
Yeah.
So you navigated that beautifully.
So let's talk to one of them.
Hey.
So like just so now you're running in Mount Coast. So tell me about, like, what's your favorite model of the road side, and why do these shoes work for you?
Yeah. One, I'm ruthless about shoes. I demand the best shoes. I've been in the sport for a long time, and the thing that I want out of a shoe is durability. I want comfort, and I want performance. I need a shoe that holds up, a shoe that you can do a ton of different things in, where you don't have a trunk full of shoes, right? I want to be able to go from to the road to the trail, and then be able to do intervals in it as well. The roots of my running really come from this idea of like running a ton, right? I love to run. It's some of the best memories I have, but being able to do it all in one shoe, and then to see that shoe kind of go through this iteration of a breakdown process is so fun. I really enjoy that, and I'm proud of all those miles.
So that's why you run so far, is because you want to see the shoe break down in the run.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, go for it.
And as an ultra runner, the one thing
that's a statement.
Yeah. And the one thing that you mentioned about the dynamics of the shoe that you guys are creating, I never thought. I mean, obviously, I know inherently that like ultra runners have, like, at times they walk and at times they kind of hike a little bit. Sometimes they run fast. Sometimes they run slow. But I never thought about it in that way, like how that makes sense or why that matters when it comes to a shoe, because the road running shoes are typically meant for road running, and you run the whole time. Just tell me a little bit more about like that process and what makes it able to do all three and so well.
Yeah, so I think the geometry on the shoe is stable. So there are some rockers where it kind of pushes you forward.
Mm-hmm.
This more works with your natural body movement. So it's comfortable to stand still, comfortable to walk, comfortable to run.
Yeah, I think that's super smart way to go about it, because I just never thought about that concept. So kudos to you guys. But then you brought something that I haven't seen before. The Mountain Coast trail shoes. Please, let's talk about this and let's talk about it now.
Yeah, so we're unveiling them today at TRE. It's the first time they've been seen in public. This is a trail shoe made to be durable. Yeah. So there's Kevlar yarns in the woven upper. Oh, wow. And so it's also dries really quickly based on that material. And then on the outsole, we're using Vibram. So it's a light base. Their best material is light base and mega grip. Yeah. It also has that same wide base we were talking about on the R1 and the dual lacing system, so you get a nice snug fit.
Yep. I think, and that's what drew me to the R1 when I first got it. I said, wow, this lacing system is something that I haven't seen before. That's really cool. But to go back to your original answer to the first question, you said that the first two most important things to ultra runners was durability and durability. So how long will these last? How many miles can I put on this trail shoe before I got to turn it into a grass cutting shoe?
That's a great question. I've been averaging about 800 miles. And that's a long time.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. I wish, but I wish. No, it's been a cycle. One thing I think we get, just to touch on for the mid-foam, is this idea that you don't have to rotate shoes. It's this idea that they work all the way through the day and into the next day. And that's one big reason that we kind of went with this mid-foam, is the idea that it's so durable and you don't get that tired, like deflated tire, right? You've all been in shoes that have died over the years and you're like, just doesn't feel the same. These shoes feel so good from the step to 800 miles. And I'm proud of that. And the trail shoe is no different.
I will say, in it's kind of vain, but I love the clean look that Mountain Coast brings to the colorway.
Yeah, amen on that one.
Like even this here, it's pretty wild. It's not only is it pretty wild, right? But you actually have the Mountain Coast like spelled out here on the side, no logo. I love it. I do. It's very clean. Because Tommy and I, we were doing TRE Live last year. We were literally across, like our stage was across the Mountain Coast, and it was a really clean, black and white, well lit.
Yeah.
But this is an upgrade, but still like with the same ethos. Am I saying that right? Am I saying that right? Ethos. Of like we're gonna keep it crisp and clean. The old 7-Up ad, crisp and clean, no caffeine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's our design aesthetic. We have one designer who's designed all the shoes, and he has a really clear point of view. I think we've borrowed from Zen philosophy with simplicity. Our logo is actually from a famous Zen painting where it's the mountain to the sea, and you can see the logo is kind of inspired by that, as well as keeping the colors and the design simple.
I like that.
So, just a call back to a previous interview we did. The real PR Project fans will know this. Ben.
Yes.
You actually got us started because we asked you about history in running and your best memories in running, and you said that it was a race when you were around 10th grade or something like that, right?
Sophomore year, right?
So, if these shoes were available to 10th grade Ben, would he have worn them?
Oh, I totally. I think what I see in the company is those same memories, right? You're in that same shoe, right? Like I'm just a kid who loved to run, and I wore the same spikes my entire high school career, right? Because nobody told me I should rotate them out. And I love that ethos of you can be in this R run and do a ton of different things while still being in the same shoe. You don't have to rotate. You don't have to own all these different shoes, right? There's awesome shoes on the top end, but a shoe that is durable, that is performance driven, and is simple and comfortable. We're one of the few brands that are doing that and really pushing miles, right? I think you get on a shoe right now, 200, 300 miles, and you're kind of looking at another shoe. That's not very long lived, mate. That's a week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a week for most people, Ben. I think you got to check yourself there.
It's 2 weeks, really. It's 2 weeks.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the brand is doing a great job of communicating that as well. In the latest pair of R1s I got, it came with a poster with a brand new pair, and then this pair that looks like it's been through the ringer.
It was Ben's shoe.
It was literally Ben's shoe. He donated that for science. But yeah, I think the brand does a great job of also communicating that this shoe is going to last and this shoe is going to be by your side for quite some time. And I will say I find myself reaching for the R1 quite a bit. So thank you so much for the I like to run when I have a reason to get excited about it. And I feel like the R1 really gives you a reason to okay, I get to run today. I get to put on these new cool shoes and get out there. So, yeah, I think you're doing a great job of communicating durability through the brand.
Yeah, awesome. That's really cool to hear.
It's speaking about, how you're communicating the brand, one thing that I've seen a lot lately is Mount to Coast, all on social media.
We're good. We're good at that.
Yeah.
Those advertisements are targeted very well.
But even, even just, with just runners that we all kind of know and follow, and not necessarily mega influencers, just people, community, and can you talk a little bit about how Mount Coast has been received in the last year? Because honestly, as Gary mentioned, you were sitting right across from us at TRE Live last year, and that was the first time that I had heard of the brand, and less than 365 days later, it's almost everyone knows, and can you just talk about a little bit about the reception from the running community and what you hope to see in the time to come?
Yeah, I think we're getting a lot of people at our booth, Mount to Coast curious. I think there are a lot of people who said, I've seen you online. Yeah. I think we do a good job getting the message out, and then it's been really cool here to see people coming and getting a more tangible experience with the brand. And then the same thing with our retailers. They get a lot of people. I talked to 2 of our retailers today who said people are driving 3-4 hours just to touch the shoes and get, want to see it and try it on. Yeah. So the reception, I would say, is good. We're hoping to get more out into the community, get open more. We're supporting Run Specialty and really want to get in as many doors so people can hold the shoe, feel the shoe, and try it on and see the difference.
I guess if you're going to run 800, 900 miles in a shoe, why not drive 3 hours to go see it first? You know what I mean? That makes sense to me. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. And we'll make sure that we stop by the booth and officially walk in to see everything that you guys got going on. Thanks so much for being on.
Awesome. Thanks for having us.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all.
Good to see you again, buddy.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you in Eugene.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's cool to see like how far the brand, well, to me, has come when it comes to like visibility in the community, in the run world, and all that. You've like you said, you've been reaching for it much more often lately. What was your first thoughts like when you slipped the shoe on and like take the first mile? I mean, it's a bad way to give like a review of a shoe, but like what were your thoughts of the shoe?
Well, I think a lot of times if you've never heard of a brand, you don't really know what that brand is trying to communicate to you or what to expect. But when I put my foot in the shoe, it kind of clicked. Like, okay, this shoe is made to appease a runner who's looking to do more than just one thing. Like he said, it's apparent when you wear it that it can be a fast shoe, it could be a daily trainer, it could be a tempo shoe. It's really whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I felt when I first put on the R1. And then also the lacing system made me feel like I was living in the future a little bit. So that's always cool.
Yeah, I mean, I never run far enough for my toes to swell anyway, but I'm like, I like to have the option if I could. Because you've been rocking Montecos for a little bit too, right? And you're feeling it?
Yeah, no, same with you, Aaron. They're one of my go-to daily trainers. And I think you asked Aaron, what did you feel the first time you put them on? For me, it was that instant comfort on foot, and that's a big thing for me. If I feel comfortable right away, that feels good, I'm probably going to be wearing it for a long time versus having to break a shoe in, which is fine. But sometimes you just want to slip your foot in and feel good right away.
Yeah, for those marathon runners and all that, when the training gets a little heavy, I guess you could throw on some Montecos for sure. But next up, we have on the stage already, we have Mike from Locally. How are you feeling over there, sir?
I'm feeling pretty good.
And so, please just let us know what Locally is.
Sure.
And then we'll get into it, because I feel like when I first heard about it, I'm like, okay, I'm not really sure what I'm listening to. It sounds really cool.
100%.
But tell us a little bit about the background of what it is.
Yeah. So what we do is we track inventory at local stores. Like 40,000 local stores, we have their inventory, and big guys, small guys, mom and pop run stores, everything, all over the country, all over the world, and we present it online so shoppers can, when they're shopping for products, on a brand site, on Google, whatever, when they're shopping for products, they can see what's available at their local store. So if they want to try a shoe on before they make their purchase, we've got who's got that shoe in stock nearby.
And what? To connect the retailers and the customers obviously is a very important thing to you. How long have you guys been in business, and how many customers and retailers? Well, you told us you have over 2,000.
40,000.
40. I'm sorry, numbers are
40,000.
Over 40,000 retailers. How many customers do you interface with every year, and how did you get into it?
Absolutely. So first, we've been around for 10 years. We work in all the different sporting good businesses. So running's one of our biggest ones. But we also work in cycling with a bunch of big brands there. We work in the outdoor industry, the music industry, and what in every case, we're connecting people to what's in stock nearby, and we serve every month right around 60 million people will be able to find something that they are shopping for online at a nearby store.
That's an astronomical number, 60 million. That's crazy.
So far for the year, I think we've sent $1.9 billion of sales to local stores.
So I'm starting a store. If you want to send some of that
I'm
money.
sending it to you.
I mean,
you ready to get some sales?
You pass around money, bro. I'll take it,
So how did you realize that there was a market or like something was missing from this? Because I mean, the web shopping got really started 15, 20 years ago. So how did you kind of hey, there's a need here. I have this idea. How did you kind of bring it to market?
So I am the third generation of a local sporting goods store. In my generation, I started trying to do e-commerce in the late 90s. I was the first retailer in the sporting goods business to sell products on Amazon. And then what I realized was that people were doing more of their research about shoes they wanted to buy or products, backpacks, whatever. They were doing more research online than walking in my store, right? So here I am. I want to reach local shoppers with my inventory, but I can't really compete with the brands or like the big e-commerce sites. So I said, what if I could just collect inventory from stores and use all the e-commerce tactics to get people to buy from local stores rather than shop? And look, we don't really compete for the selection on Amazon or anything like that. Our goal is to provide convenience, service and things like that happen in local stores.
How is that first conversation when you call, let's say, your local mom and pop store and say, tell me your inventory. Trust me, I'm going to help sell you some shoes, because they had to sound kind of, way out of third base, I would assume.
So you're exactly right. So I started the company with a couple of guys, and in the first 2 years, we only got 8 stores to share their inventory with us. 8. I mean, and we had 6 of them were investors in the company. So, so really, we only had like two people sharing inventory with us after 2 years, and we really thought like this wasn't going to work. People don't want to shop online and then buy from a local store. But then we started coming up with these various tools that like brands could use if they wanted to provide shoppers with a really tight connection between their site. Like Brooks was our first running brand. They wanted to provide a tight connection between what's in stock and what the shopper's looking for, and it was great. It was like suddenly retailers started coming on, one after another. We went from like 8 to 100, and we were like, okay, and then we went to 1,000, and then it's really been in the last like maybe 2 years that we've jumped from like 10,000 to 40,000.
I feel like just being at TRE for the last few years, TRE in general is retailers meets brands and how they support each other. And in my mind as a consumer, I guess I just always thought they were separate in a way, like but the goal here is to keep that connection, and how can the major brands support the retailers and vice versa. And your platform makes that just that easier transition. I mean, because like if I'm going on a run and I'm looking at said website, how do I want that shoe like today maybe. Like instead of, what I mean? Like I'm going out of town tomorrow and I want this shoe. So how do I get that? How do I do that? And everything, it can't be overnighted, So it's like I think we all appreciate the platform without even knowing it's there.
It's there, and you've probably used it and probably didn't even know. We power everything from Sonos. I mean, we were powering Waffle House at one point.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for using our platform every day to buy shoes. No, like what we tell brands and retailers both is that shopping online or shopping offline, buying direct or buying from wholesale, it doesn't really work the way we think. It's not an or, I do one or the other. It's an and. When people find a brand in a store, they're much more likely to go and visit that brand's website. We helped Yeti when they were first getting started, a local company. They had really scattered distribution. We helped them kind of build that up, like refine what a dealer was, show products, et cetera. And that's always been our goal. It's like, how do we get more consumer loyalty for both the brand and the retailer and make them partners rather than making them compete over channels? We just don't think that that's successful.
Yeah. So, and I was just thinking, we had this huge world event 3 or 4 years ago. That was the pandemic. How did that impact what you guys do? Because obviously it was a huge e-commerce event as well. How did that impact the business, and how did you guys navigate it?
So we were already kind of built to accommodate that. We had already built like a system for like doing buy online, pick up in store, and the pandemic hit in, we started knowing like late 2019 and 2020. It's like in full force by March. Hundreds and hundreds of running stores. The only business they had was business that was coming from locally. And we were like sending customers, just thousands and thousands of customers in sales to like local stores for people to buy running shoes because they needed new running shoes. They can't go walk into a store. We could show them their sizes in stock, where to go to get it. And we fully supported hundreds, if not thousands, of local stores.
That's awesome. I mean, because it takes a village to keep, especially at moments like that, it takes a village to keep everything rolling and to have a platform that I mean, the backbone of this industry is the local run shop.
Exactly.
That's the community hub, and it's a shame that so many businesses, went under during that time in all the different industries. But to know that a lot of the people that still have stores now and even doing even better now with the growth that they've had over the last couple of years, part of that was that your company had something to do with that, and that I feel like you should be proud of that involvement.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, not to get super personal, but like, how does it work? Like, how do you, as locally, get paid? Is it a percentage of the sale, or is it just a partnership, like a one-on-one deal with each brand or shop?
Yeah. So, so the way it works is that a brand subscribes on a monthly basis to use a variety of our tools, and we provide them with tons of support. Like, we train the reps, we show them analytics, we do all sorts of stuff for that. We show them like reps can see like what the most popular products are in the area. They can help stores pick out products to carry. All of that comes with their monthly subscription. It isn't a whole lot, but we have a lot of clients. Okay, and then retailers pay us a small percentage, about the same as what a credit card costs. Every time we send them a successful transaction, that the customer comes in and buys it or buys it online and picks it up, and we do local delivery with Uber. But if a customer does that, then they pay us a small fee.
It's so much to unpack just from a business standpoint. But what I'm hearing is especially how you said the first couple years it didn't catch on right away. So it's a story of resilience, and I think that resonates with our audience base here of runners, because one of the main things they tell you when you run, especially like a marathon, it's about resilience. It's about staying true to believing that you can do it. So what kept you guys going in the early days, knowing that this idea was something that could work, but maybe not, maybe it wasn't showing that in the numbers right away?
So what I like to think about is less about the brands, and I like to think less about like reps or retailers, and I like to think entirely about the shopper. Okay? Today, you can order food and go pick it up. You can have it delivered. You can get an airline ticket. You can get a movie theater ticket. You can go to Ticketmaster. You can get a ticket for a football game. Like, I just have always focused on the shopper. Does the shopper want this? And I think it's really clear. The really big e-commerce sites, okay, not the standalone, like the guys who just do online, but the Home Depots of the world, they see like 70 to 80% of the shoppers that are visiting those sites are doing pickup. It's for pickup, okay? And we were really early. We were bushwhacking, right? We were like out there going, hey, people really want this behavior, and it was a little premature. It was a little bit before anybody else was realizing that it was like a big thing. But like, people really want this behavior. And look, I mean, I was using it for my own stores. I'm going, people want to see what I have in stock before they get in their car and drive over here. And once we kind of prove that out, we have larger and larger brands and other industries all joining the platform.
Yeah, and so if there's a local shop watching this online, right now, what do you say to them? Why do they got to jump in?
It's easy for a local shop. If you have a point of sale system, okay, like Lightspeed or Rick's, which is a great partner of ours, you have a point of sale system, you can literally just connect it to our platform. It's totally free. 50% of our retailer clients don't pay us a penny every month, and we send tons of sales to them for people to just buy in store. Okay, that's free. That's what the brands pay for. Okay. If you want to take transactions and you have your inventory connected to our platform, it's really easy to set that up too. You get your own merchant account, and when people pay, they're not paying, like, we're not some kind of Amazon. We're literally like processing that transaction with your own credit card machine. We're sending you the money, 100% of it directly to you.
Well, thank you so much, man. I just feel like I love this TRE in general, just because of that collaboration between brand and retailer. And like I said before, like, the local run shop really is the hub of a lot of these running communities. So it's really cool to see that a whole industry is like designed in like making sure that the retailers have success. And so we appreciate you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being on the show.
And if you didn't notice, the people at home probably don't, but your guys' booth is right behind ours. And we see your reps and your people over there being nice to people and doing work. So we appreciate that too. It's keeping our spirits high. I'm hearing her say hi and chatting it up with people. So
she deserves a raise.
Give her some more money.
Done.
I appreciate
thank you so much. Thank you. So apparently there's money going around, and I think I need to start a store. You want to do it?
I mean, we're making great contacts right now. I'm sure we could probably figure it out.
I mean, I feel like we could call it like PR Project Store.
I don't know if we have to make it a store. We can make it a service. He's making a killing, bro, and he doesn't have a store or anything.
Dang it. See, I just
ideas make money, Tommy. Ideas.
Yeah,
ideas make money. That's stupid.
Locally is like one of those things I love about coming to TRE, is because it's not a shop. They're not selling a shoe. They're not selling a product per se. But they're still connecting the run community to everybody.
Yeah.
Which I really like when we had the lady came in who decorated run shops.
Yeah.
To make it more eye appealing for people coming in. Like, that's just kind of the fun part about being here is the different.
Yeah, that you didn't even know some of these existed.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You didn't even think, like, I think we take for granted like all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But yeah, really quick, we just want to quickly shout out Certain Nutrition again for being the sponsor of the live stream. 2 days for today and tomorrow. If you want to check them out on Instagram, it's at SURPHYTO, Certain Nutrition. Check them out right away. And then also shout out to On for being the clothing and apparel sponsor for the day. And we had a really cool conversation with our next guest, and we've been actually like excited about having him on the show. We have Kyle, the founder of Palooza.
This is not Kyle.
Oh,
No, this is not Kyle.
They
This is
gave
Mark.
me Kyle. This is Mark. I'm sorry.
This is Mark.
The
I'm Kyle's dad. I'm Mark.
Yeah, the founder. Okay.
I figured it out when Kyle
Yes.
said, "I'm going to CC Mark into this."
Yeah.
But it just showed up as Dad. on the
Okay,
email.
no, hold on.
That's right.
Let me redo that. Hold on.
Yeah.
We've got Dad, the founder of Palooza.
I like it.
How you doing, man?
Great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Ideas make money. I like that. And so we're here with a new idea.
Okay.
Minimalist footwear, reimagined, will make your running better. And we'll get into what that means. But Palooza is a new minimalist footwear company on the marketplace. We have, as I said, reimagined what minimalist footwear can do. So we took the best concepts of the original five-toed iterations, melded them with what we've learned over the last 15 or 20 years to realize that things like ground feel, how you feel the ground underneath, how you move your toes, how your toes articulate, improves the strength of your feet, the mobility, the resilience of your feet. And so what we've done is we've created a device, a shoe that you can wear all day long. You can walk around in it. You can sprint in it. You can go to the gym in it. And your feet will get stronger with every step you take, so that when you put your running shoes on, your feet will be more resilient. And that was another word I heard coming up here before.
One thing that I thought was interesting that when we were had our phone call before this, is that you're like, hey, you don't have to. This isn't like a buy it today and then go run 6 miles. Can you talk about like that process of like, you can run in them obviously.
Yeah.
But the fact that your recommendation wasn't to just put them on and run immediately.
No. This is in fact what we've learned over the last 15 years with minimalist footwear is that most people's feet are deconditioned. The intrinsic muscles of their feet have become deconditioned by being encased in, high-tech, high-heeled shoes that they're running in. And for whatever reason, if they feel cushioning while you're running, it is what it is. But you're not using the small muscles of your feet, and so as a result, your ankles don't get the type of workout that they need. The intrinsic muscles, the toes don't get to work as much, and over time, you literally, the muscles in your feet can atrophy, even though your quads look great, your ass looks great, breathing's great, and everything's going. Your feet have suffered as a result. That wasn't you in particular, but okay. And over time, you build up a renewed strengthening of the feet, which then translates itself into overall fitness in terms of running, but also overall health. And that's, I think, what everybody's, why do we run? If we're not racing at the highest level, we're running because we want to get healthier. We want to live longer, we get stronger, we want to become, strong, fit, lean, happy, healthy, productive, all those things we want. And if we're injured, then that thwarts all of that. That throws all of that out the window. So the biggest complaint runners have is foot problems, right? Whether it's Achilles issues or plantar fasciitis or bunions or Morton toes or neuromas or whatever it is, there are a lot of issues that happen with feet that we think happen as a result of the types of shoes they're wearing. So what we're telling people, is particularly running shoe store owners, is this is another arrow in the quiver, of a runner's arsenal. If you want to get stronger, wear the Paloozas during the daytime, walk in them, hike in them, rock in them, trek in them, sprint in them, lift weights in them, and then when it's time to run, put on your running shoes. What we see so often is people will rotate their brand new thick running shoes, and after 400 miles, they'll relegate them to campus casuals, right? That's the shoe they'll walk around in all day. That's a wasted opportunity from our perspective, because you should be using the muscles of your feet every time you step. You should be feeling the ground underneath. There should not be an inch or 2 inches between you and the pebbles, the cobblestones or whatever it is you're walking on, because it's the ground feel that informs the brain of exactly how to orchestrate the kinetic chain. So it tells arch, how to scrunch, the toes, how to bend, the ankle, how to roll out a little bit maybe, exactly how the knee is supposed to bend. And if you do this, and this goes back to the running thing, they're great running shoes if you know how to run, but most people don't run with good form. Most people are, compromised with their heel strike, and as a result, the thick shoes sort of, encourage that and allow that to continue. But if you just walk in a minimalist shoe and one that has individual toe boxes, your feet will become stronger and more resilient so that when you do go to run, you'll be better off.
That's a lot of great information. And to think of them as almost a supplemental tool to improve your running and just improve your fitness overall, I think that's a great idea, if you will. But we did have a pre-interview call with you, and we talked about your history a little bit. You've been a successful runner. You've been a successful businessman. What sparked this specific idea? And obviously, you're very passionate about it.
Yes.
How did you get here?
Well, I've been in the health field my whole life. I was a marathoner in the 70s, and I got injured as a result of, I think, the shoes I was wearing. And some people are designed to be lifetime runners. I probably wasn't, so I was putting my body through much more stress than an otherwise genetically gifted runner would have. So I got injured from the running and from the thick shoes. And when I retired, I went into health in general, and I wrote some books I wrote the Primal Blueprint. I started a food company called Primal Kitchen, a very successful food company. When I sold that, I went back to this thing that had plagued me the last 30 years, which is I don't like shoes. I hate what they do to my feet. I hate how they feel. I hate the restriction. I'd rather go barefoot. I can't. So what's a suitable alternative? And I was an early adopter of other five-toed shoes, but they still weren't, there was not quite enough cushioning. I mean, we spend our lives walking on concrete, pavement, hardwood floors, glass, marble, tile, and our feet, we should be going barefoot, but our feet are not adapted to that. So how can we create a shoe that's like optimal for navigating the world on a regular basis without thinking about running? Like, we don't need to run to strengthen our feet. If we were to walk barefoot all day long, we would gradually strengthen our feet. We would reinforce a positive gait and positive kinetic chain. So we went back to the drawing board and said, what does the ideal shoe look like from the perspective of, it's got to be foot shaped. And there are a lot of minimalist shoes out there that claim to be foot shaped. This is foot shaped, okay? So you have to have the five-toe articulation, which means articulation, a fancy word for movement. The toes have to, you have to be able to conform to everything. I'm stepping on your coffee table here, but everything you step on, the toes should be able to conform to that, and that all contributes to a stronger foot. Then I just had an issue with the way the previous iteration of these shoes look, the five-toed shoes. So we said they have to have, a much more attractive upper. We want to design shoes that you can wear in the workplace. So we have a leather, Napa leather lace-up that is ideal for the workplace. We've got slip-ons for just casual kicking around town. We've got house shoes now, quilted house shoes. So our concept is, once you try this five-toe articulation, once you try this individual toe box concept and you see how comfortable these are, like, we guarantee these are the most comfortable shoes you'll ever wear. Once you do that, you won't want to wear regular shoes again. We just had a conversation over at our booth, 2214, with a guy whose daughter is a skier. She's on the ski team at college, and complains at the end of every ski season how when she goes to her next sport, which is lacrosse, she rolls an ankle immediately. That's because the feet have been bound up in ski boots the entire season. So we said, well, okay, here's our house slipper, our five-toed slipper. You put that on after every ski session, walk around and regain the strength, the resilience, the mobility in your feet. And then when you put your ski boot on tomorrow and do it again, you'll be stronger as a result.
I will say, before I had seen what the shoe looked like when we were talking, and then I went online and I looked at the shoe. It looks like a real shoe.
It is a real shoe. A normal shoe. It looks like a normal shoe. Yeah.
But like the silhouette is
Yes.
the shape of a normal shoe, and then when you kind of look around a bit more, you'll see like the 5 toes.
Yes.
I can see. I think you said you wear it to weddings and funerals.
Yes.
You know, so I get it now. Like I get that. You know, unless people are really looking at your shoes, which at an event like this, of course they are.
Yeah.
But you know, you can really just walk around town comfortably, and strengthen your feet, and still go about your day.
So again, my original personal reason for doing this was comfort. I wanted a comfortable shoe and one that I could feel good about wearing. Again, not feel like I'm calling attention to myself. And I think that's what we've arrived at. And we're already 6 styles in. We're having a blast doing this. We're getting amazing feedback. We just signed our first NFL player who loves to train barefoot, and can't train barefoot everywhere. So and we've got a lot of UTMB guys who are rucking and hiking and walking in these. We have a trail version of these, and then when they race, they put on their racing shoes. But the concept again is so for the running shoe store owner, it's not to replace a sale. It's an upsell. It's an additional sell to strengthen the feet.
That's one of the things that I liked about our conversation and learning of that process and that idea to do it a little differently than just attacking the shoe industry for getting it wrong and hey, get rid of all those other shoes because this is what's happening to you and only have these. And I think that's just a tougher sell. And because that's a tough sell, I think that's stopping a lot of people from gaining foot strength and avoiding some of those injuries because we get injuries and then we go oh, it's because of 25 other things other than the fact that my foot may be a little weaker than it should be because I never walk barefoot.
An injury is your body's way of telling you you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
Full stop, right? So, I mean, and the industry, 50% of runners are injured every year. 25% of runners are injured at any point in time. And speaking of the NFL doesn't have any kind of injury rate like that, right? So we must be doing something wrong in terms of this. Now, if I could go back to my running career and if I could race in the carbon shoes and in the super shoes and the vapor, whatever, absolutely, you're kidding me? I'd race in them, but I wouldn't do all my running in them. I wouldn't do all my training in them. I'd mix the training up.
And I think I just had an aha moment. I think the Palooza shoes fits so perfectly into your brand with Primal Kitchen, and just because when I was in elementary school, the teachers would have to tell me at recess, put your shoes back on. Because for some reason, I just naturally wanted to take my shoes off when I ran around the field at recess. So to think, naturally we want to be barefoot. Naturally we want to walk around as we have for millions and millions of years before shoes were created, right? So I think that a shoe like yours is as close to primal and natural we can be with footwear.
I see what you did there. Good job. I saw that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I mean, how could you, when you go outside and on grass and you take your shoes off and you walk on grass, how can you not have a smile? That's your body's way of telling you this is the way it's supposed to be, right? And so what we wanted to do with Palooza was we wanted to create the feeling of recognizing that you have to wear shoes most of the time. How could we create the feeling like walking on this showroom floor here, the feeling of walking barefoot on a putting green? That's kind of the amount of support and cushion that we want to put in. Not much, just enough.
I hear that.
One last question before we let you go. The NFL player you just signed, does he happen to play for the Detroit Lions?
No, but he uses them. I can't mention his name, but he loves the shoes.
Yeah.
No, it's Amir Abdullah. So Amir Abdullah, who's a Raider.
Yeah.
But the other guy you're talking about, that they show barefoot all the time. He's training in Palooza's.
I've seen him. I've definitely seen him out there running around with his shoes off, and they call him crazy. But,
y'all got to get him to sign the dotted line, man. You guys, it's an opportunity right there.
Yeah, for sure.
But thank you so much for being on the show. And we'll definitely stop by the booth. What's the booth number?
2214.
Oh, real quick before you leave, if someone's on there okay, which model should I go for? Is there a particular model that you would say a new person?
So the new one is the Strand ATR. It's the hiking model. It's amazing. It's perfect for off-road, but then everybody's training in it too because it just looks so hot.
All right.
And if they want to find the shoes online, what's the website?
Palooza.com.
Beautiful.
Palooza.com.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. What are you, like a 218 marathoner?
218
marathoner. If he's walking barefoot or in these shoes, I need to be throwing them on. He could beat me right now. I feel like in a marathon.
If he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's what I think he made that very clear that
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to do this anymore.
He's paid his dues.
Yeah, but that's dope. Thank you so much, Paluva, for being on the show and giving us another option to wear. Okay, all right. So we're definitely looking forward to this conversation. We have Ashley and Natalie from Run Girl here on the show with us.
Okay.
How are y'all doing?
We are wonderful. We're glad to be here.
These are people right here.
These are our people. I don't even know what to add. I feel like I know too much already. But let's just, what is Run Girl, and why should everyone in the United States know about it and get with it?
Yeah. Well, to echo Natalie, happy to be here. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
People globally should know Run Girl.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah. So Run Girl is a media and experiences company that is dedicated to closing the wellness gap for Black women. We started specifically creating moments and space and providing information and resources for Black women distance runners. But what we have noticed in the evolution of our work and of Run Girl is that Black women just want to be well and deserve to be well, and now we just use running as our vehicle with which to help them do that. And so that looks like events, it looks like resources, it looks like community, it looks like conversation, and just like making things and spaces that are for us and only for us, right? That are meaningful to us and that support our journeys.
When did Run Girl start, and like what was the initial, I mean, maybe not feedback, but like those first events, like what was that feeling like when you started it?
So we started in 2018, officially. We launched in 2018, and we started because we saw a need in the market for Black women to be represented. The six of us, or six co-founders, we all ran together with a run crew in DC, District Running Collective. So we started then, and then we grew. Well, first we started with local events. We did a running tour, I believe that same year, Ashley, where we went to 6 cities across the U.S. where we saw a market for Black women runners in community. So we grew from there. We focused on digital campaigns, social media, events, and then from there, as Ashley just said, we are growing beyond that.
Yeah, it's a great story to hear. It's very close to what we do. We started our PR. We started the PR project because we wanted a space for people that look like us to feel comfortable. So talk to us a little bit about the importance of having support from people that look like you in a space that may not be dominated by people that look like you.
Ooh, that's a great question. I think that, there's a couple of things that we talk about a lot that are very important to Black women in particular, runners or otherwise, and that is safety. That is how we are shown and showcased and marketed to in the industry. And then third, and I think most important and most resonant with our community, is our hair and how that impacts how we show up across any number of spaces, but especially when it comes to fitness and working out and being well. And so I think we really lean into those 3 things as like the connective tissue between many of the conversations that we have and the experiences that we put together to make sure that like we see you are not alone, we have these similar experiences. Run Girl can provide resources, but then together as a community we can find ways to like be better because of these things we experience collectively.
So like what was some feedback to me? I mean, because I know for us, like Aaron mentioned, PR project, like in the beginning, we started it for our own reasons, and then we started it because we kind of like inherently knew that like it was like there was something missing, in regards to like what we look like and how we would present the information that other folks are presenting, but differently. I think it was like some feedback in the beginning that's like always like that gives you like that affirmation, like you're headed in the right direction, or it just ties so much more meaning to what you thought was meaningful already. What was some like the feedback that like was like, you know what, like we are here, and no matter what happens, pandemic after you guys started, no matter what happens, how do we continue? We have to continue.
The first thing that comes to mind when we first launched, we launched by doing another bug, Ashley.
Say a flat seat, no matter what.
Before I came here. Well, we first launched, we did a half marathon. So again, 6 co-founders, but we each had a accountability partner that we trained with for, what was it, actually 12 weeks, 12 women, 12 wins. So I think from that showed the importance of community, accountability, and I think just that initial kind of class we had, it was just so needed. I think mostly everyone had a PR from that race, and it just felt validating. We had just started that February, and I think the race was probably March or April. So it felt like we did something that was needed, it was necessary, and then I think the next thing would be our events. Whenever we have events, we do like a post-event survey, and of course, the feedback in real life, and it just feels good to have that real, genuine, authentic response from the women that come to these events. And then, of course, some we have met, through the running space, the running community, but then to me, it's especially special and important when we reach people that we didn't have a personal connection to, but they found us through social media or word of mouth or, Eventbrite or say another event. And it meant something to them that they gave this new space and community a chance, and they really got something out of it.
Talk to me about the events themselves, and then like how are they set up? Like, how do you choose where you're going to be, and what communities you're going to get into? How does that work?
So it varies. We have done now to date a couple of tours, and so in those tours we try and find our spaces. We try and find ourselves in spaces and in cities in particular where we know we have a larger community. Let me back up. Where we both know we have a larger community and know there is a desire for that community. And so I think places like Atlanta, the DC area, obviously, Los Angeles, actually, we have really engaged communities. But we find ourselves in other places, we have not made it to Detroit yet.
I was just about
I mean, it just seems like shade.
We're going to have to pull up.
Talking about all these communities.
I know.
In Detroit.
It's been on our list. Well, what's funny is that I'm from Ann Arbor, and one of the other co-founders, Stephanie, is from Detroit. So, like, we are going to get there because we also know that, like, the audience is there, the people are there, the women are there.
Trust me, we know.
They there.
All that to say, I think that like we try to find our spaces and places where we can continue to build community, but where we also know there is a need and there's a gap. So like, for example, Charlotte, right? Like we went there and like, they're always like, come back to us.
They out there for sure.
They are out there. I think the other thing that we think about is we also show up race moments, right? So the larger marathon moments in particular are a little bit more difficult because as y'all know, they're just like really saturated, right? And so it's hard to like make noise. But when we go to events, Miami in particular, we do that every year and have been doing it every year since District Running Collective. That is just a good moment to show people what's possible. And so we also find ourselves in those spaces where we can like run the hard races, do the hard things, and welcome more people into the community and show them what's possible for them in that way. And then the last thing I will say is that we have sort of like an offshoot sort of like type of event where like maybe we'll have like just a conversation because again, like we need spaces for Black women to be able to talk about the things that matter to us as runners and continue to like find those supports and those resources in community versus from, the outside noise.
I would say, I mean, for the most part, I mean, I think at this point, it seems like everyone should inherently understand why something like this is important. And even like me, raised by Black women, and just like that's like I always know like that like that's what raised me. So I know like I need to sew back into. But then I thought I understood it, and then I was at the Miami half in
with your
like
mom
2023. Yeah, you met my mom and my grandma. But then, like, I was at an event, and I thought I already knew what the vibe was, as I've been around Black people before. And I thought I knew what the vibe was and why it was important, and then I saw it happening and, like, could feel, like, the energy of the event. And I felt like I just didn't know anything at that moment. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And you really have to be there to understand, like, how, like, deep it is, because it's not even just, like, it's like, it's a weird experience. Like, I was actually, like, kind of, like shocked by it. It was like, this is crazy, like how important this is.
I mean, yeah, it's called Black Girl Magic, right?
That's what it was. Right? Okay, that's what I was experiencing, Black Girl Magic. Okay, let's talk about Black Girl Magic, please.
Well, I think one of the things that I think about a lot is the value that black women bring to all spaces. I think whether we want the majority or the masses want to accept it or not, black women, black trans women are culture makers, are trendsetters. Like most things that are and become popular are of black women and black trans people. And so I think like that energy, when we get together, we're cooking. Like we're making that next trend. We are coming together around collective responsibility to like be ourselves, but also like not be ashamed to like put ourselves out there. And so I think when you come in those spaces, like they're sacred, right? And I think that's what makes this community very special, but sacred in the sense that we know who we are, we know what value we bring, and while it's important that we own it, it's also important that like we make sure other people know where it comes from and where they're getting that coolness from, that cool factor, that culture and that energy. And so I think like when we get in person, like that's what you're feeling, right? It's like, it's kind of indescribable, like to your point.
Straight up, it was like
kind of indescribable.
Yeah, there's no word here. It's just Black Girl Magic is that's it.
Yeah. So you guys are down here in Austin, and I'm sure you'll be here for at least the rest of the day and probably tomorrow too. Tell us a little bit about what you have going on and what you're hoping to accomplish while you're here.
So today we're checking out the exhibit floor, of course. We have partner hour at 4. Come check us out. And then also later we're going to the cookout with RIDC.
We'll definitely be there as well.
Yeah, Aaron been waiting for this cookout for like 6 weeks.
I'm excited.
Shout out to Kiera. It was gonna be vegan ribs.
Vegan
Wait,
ribs.
I'm about to say you about to give me. I'm like,
I'm just playing.
Vegan ribs.
Wait, no, I
ain't
thought you were
heard of
serious.
this.
No, I'm
Is
not.
it our time? I don't know what time it is.
What time is it?
We still got a couple
You got some hours.
Okay.
You got some hours. Oh, hours on the show. Yeah, we'll forget all the rest of the guests. You're here.
Thanks.
But yeah, so like, but like coming to to TRE. What were you excited about, like coming here, and what do you like? Has that happened for you yet, or like just give us the vibes?
I think so. This is both of our first time here. There's another co-founder, Jasmine. I think she's around here somewhere, but she has been a couple of times. I think we're excited about honestly just what TRE as a whole is building. So as sort of like an official partner of TRE this year, they've been really supportive in like helping us show up here in a way that is going to be meaningful, where we're not like, where we don't feel like we have to like pander to audiences and like things like that. Because obviously, in addition to like kicking it with the Run Homies, we also have like business imperatives, right? Like we have things that we're trying to accomplish, partners that we want to meet, things we want to do in 25 and beyond. And so I think we're here exploring what those opportunities are, enjoying the content, and then also hopefully having a good time with the folks. And like, hey Janae, hey girl, thank you to the TRE team for making it possible for us and for you all for giving us the space to come and chat.
For sure. I was super happy to see you guys on our schedule. I've been trying to, learn more about it. So it's cool to sit down with the voices and get the firsthand account. So going forward, what does the future of Run Girl look like, and what do you hope to accomplish maybe in the next 5 years?
Ashley, you can build on to this, but I think next year for sure, we definitely want to double down on experiences.
You outside?
We're outside. So connecting further, deeper with our Run Girl audiences, having those magic moments in person, and then just making our community feel very seen, very heard, very supported, and elevated.
And on the other side of that, those things require resource. And so we hope to continue to partner with these brands that believe in those magic moments. I think magic moments might become a thing. Like, we just might have done something right here, right now. You heard it here first.
We'll send the invoice. We'll send you an invoice. It'll just be the family discount.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Brought to you by the PR
Project.
Project.
Brought to you by PR Project. Boy.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's always a thing, is that, like, we're always looking for partners that are aligned, that believe in us, that believe in this work, that understand the buying power of Black women. Cough, cough, $1.5 trillion.
That's a lot.
Let's make it work.
Right.
We was just talking about money a minute ago.
Hey, money makes the world go round, right? So if people want to find Run Girl online or support or send donations, how could they do that? How can they get involved?
First, our main channel is Instagram. We are Instagram girlies over here. So Run Girl Co, all one word.
We're millennials.
And then our website is rungirl.co.
And if I could, just really quickly, I want to give a really quick shout out to the 4 co-founders that aren't here. So Jasmine Essie, Stephanie Franklin, Natasha Jones, and Dominique Burton are here with us in spirit. Check us out. Thank y'all.
Bet. Thanks so much for spending time with us.
Thank you,
and
guys.
doing all the great work that
this
you guys do.
This is very special, y'all. Thanks for having us. Wish we had more time.
Yeah, no, we'll kick it at the cookout.
Absolutely.
For sure.
For sure.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ladies.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the vibes are all there.
The vibes are immaculate vibes.
Pass the vibe check for sure. Yeah. So what's one thing that, like, I know you said you were kind of like looking forward to like finding out a little bit more about the vibe, the movement. Like, what going forward? What do you think that we could do as a PR project to like be allies to that?
I think things like this, giving black women a platform to tell their story, giving black women space to talk about what's important to them. Because a lot of times we see companies and brands or whatever, they like to try to sell to a certain demographic, but they don't want to hear that demographic. They don't want to know what makes that demographic tick, what really gets that demographic excited. They want to assume, or they want to just use the same tropes that they think they know.
Yeah.
But it's really about having people in the room that look like who you want to sell to, and really listening to their wants and their needs. So yeah, if we continue to platform people like Ashley and Natalie to give them the opportunity to tell the story themselves instead of trying to tell the story for them, I think that is the biggest first step we can take.
Yeah, and major key, collaboration, brands to collaborate directly with them and help them do their thing as opposed to watching from a distance and then saying like, okay, let's do that too. And that's where we see failure and things that look cringy. So big shout out to Run Girl for doing everything that they do in the community and for black and brown women. All right, so next up we have Nico and Erica from Hoka.
Hello.
And I thought it was actually, Aaron was like, founder of Hoka. That's crazy. How are you doing, sir?
I'm really good, thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to be here.
And Erica, so like, I mean, what's one of the things that you are looking forward to as an individual, but then also as a company here at TRE 24?
Well, I think it's always energizing, right, to come back with the community, see what's both new, what's happening, and kind of look to the future of the sport and certainly, again, the future of specialty. I mean, I think ultimately, like, run specialty is the heart of the industry. And, again, just the energy, the excitement, kind of thinking about how we're going to continue to push forward as a brand and as an industry into what's next.
So we heard a story earlier about, I think, Hoka's first visit to TRE. You guys asked for, like, all we need is a 5-foot space because it was a new thing. You've been doing pretty good since then.
I think so. I think it grew. We actually didn't get 5 feet space the first year. I had a bag of prototypes that was like 15 years ago. We have a very nice birthday cake at the booth that we're going to cut at some point. So, yeah, I talked to the show director like a couple of weeks before, found out about the show, and it was, of course, too late to get a booth, and came here and ran into some of the legendary, most influential retailers in America who immediately wanted to try the shoes and were very curious about this huge amount of foam under my feet. And I think they changed the path for Hoka because the buzz spread at this 2009. And when we were ready to take orders, like about very still prototypes, 3 months later, the first people who came back to us were the ones we met here.
That's a great story, and it's really cool to see. I think sometimes we can get lost in a brand as big as Hoka is now, that it started as an idea, and you guys had to build it from the ground up. So how was those early days in building the brand from just the prototypes to get them to market to getting customers and getting people to believe in this new idea of all this foam? How was those early days?
So Jean-Luc, my partner, and myself, we had like 2 goals. And we wanted to try 2 crazy things. The one is to see if there was space in the running industry and the footwear industry to create a technology that's as revolutionary as big golf clubs or big tennis rackets or fat skis have been in other sports. So we wanted to investigate and go as far as possible in trying this idea of oversize. The second thing, being like skiers and surfers and mountain bikers, we wanted to see if there was a way with technology to protect people who want to run down mountains really fast, the way they're protected when they're using technology and gear in other sports. So we can go from this idea of like stepping and walking and running to something that feels more like gliding, rolling, and ultimately flying. So we came with this idea, and we experienced, fairly fast in between the end of 2008 and the beginning of 2000 and the middle of 2009. So how do you go from this idea to a business where there are a few landmarks, there are a few moments, and most of these were in between February 2009 and like the end of 2010. And one of the key ones was to be here and meet with the run specialty community in the biggest like consumer good market in the world.
So we go from Hoka's first TRE all the way back then, and 15 years later, here we are in 2024, and Hoka is this huge brand and having this absolutely on-fire moment. Could you tell us about some of the products that you have here and what you're really featuring at TRE this year?
Sure. Yeah, we're super excited for 2025 and what's to come. And certainly these two new stories that will be debuting in spring are ones that come back to and really honor our DNA, our origins, where we came from, but with incredible updates, again, kind of always thinking about how to push the pace in terms of innovation, both from a road perspective with the new Bondi 9 and then our Mafate X. And these franchises were actually our very first issues in terms of our first road shoe, and Mafate was our first trail shoe way back in the day. So some of the updates here, just in terms of, again, the category that we created around maximal cushion is taking it to the next level with the Bondi 9. Dual density foam, again, more cushion, more comfortable, more dynamic than ever, but also with new attributes that make it also more durable. So again, you can have that ride experience, that ultimate comfort, but make sure that it takes you through every day. And this is really inspired by, again, that everyday runner. So thinking about what they need day in, day out. We like to say running maybe isn't their whole life, but it makes their life whole. So it's really about how we make sure that versatility and that inclusiveness is built into the shoe, no matter what your pace is, what your goals are, how you run. But the Bondi is really one that's for everybody. And when we look over here at the Mafate X, again, super excited about this one. A lot that's been built into this to really soup up Mafate. Again, one that Hoka is very much known for in terms of trail. Very much inspired by our athletes and thinking about those long haul runs, what needs to happen from an ultra standpoint, and being out on the trail for a really long time where you've got that balance of comfort, responsiveness, and versatility. Some of the cool features here. Again, has a Vibram Mega Grip outsole, but also has these really cool pods that kind of adapt as you think about the trail. So this mix of both grip and traction, but also with softness. And then you'll also see on the outsole here, little inspirations in terms of design inspiration. We call it the pizza and tacos, so I'll let you guys will be able to see it up close, but just little fun details. We're always thinking about how to also make sure that we're baking in that little quirk of Hoka, the personality of not only the brand, but the people behind it.
I mean, I could go for a whole pizza and taco after a run, so I get it.
Exactly. Inspired by, again, what are those things that you're striving for? What are you thinking about, right, when you're in mile 20, in terms of a really long trail run? It probably is those refreshments at the end of the line.
For sure, for sure. So if I remember correctly, if there's an X in the name, that means it's plated? Am I?
It is.
Yeah.
It is plated, yeah. So this includes a very unique and distinct forked carbon plate in there, which again allows for that really pop of propulsion, also paired with, of course, the very cushioned ride experience.
And so, like when you started, Hoka, I mean, did you ever envision it being as prevalent as it is in the trail space?
I think there were signs, but when you say you're this huge company and you're this huge brand, I think we want to be a little bit more humble. We still come here with a startup mindset who wants to learn. We're still far less huge than most of the major brands who are exposing here. But we want to be seen as we have been leading the movement as a revolution in technology, in running over the past 15 years, and very specifically over the past like 5 or 6 years. So it's not only about like the size, it's also we have a very special connection that we had since day one with the consumer. We want to be, and I think we are a very loved brand, which represents something. It's inspired by mountains, it's inspired by comfort, by performance, and that's important. So when we started, I think that the pioneers, the founders, the team, the first athletes, we came very quickly to the conclusion that it would be very difficult from our experience as runners to go back from the technology and to the feel we have in the oversized rocker shoes to like traditional shoes. So I'm not saying we could oversee, we could forecast, we could foresee the idea of like having the full industry switch, but Hoka being after like 14 years, $2 billion company. But we thought like from an experience, from a right standpoint, we really believe strongly that people could not go back at some point to the regular running shoes. And we also thought and got really good feedback about the brand, the DNA of the brand, the values, joy, performance, progress, and being something that's very community driving. We thought these values, at a time when maybe running was a little bit more individual, could take us to the Champions League.
Absolutely. And so your brand ethos, they're communicated very well through the shoes, and you've built this brand and this idea of what Hoka is. But I see you're still pushing forward and you're still innovating. How do you toe that line between innovating and providing new experiences for customers, but still keeping that same tradition that Hoka has built over these last 15 years?
I think it's just building on Nico's point, you know, being humble and also just always honoring our roots, right? We want to honor where we came from and use that as inspiration for where we're going next, both from an innovation standpoint, how we invest in our athletes, and how we just always consider and move with the pace of culture, you know, and running culture and what's happening in community today is so exciting in terms of where it's moving and how we can serve and support that, how we can lift voices there, and how we can certainly take all those inputs in terms of what consumers need today and infuse that into our process. We always start with the runner, the consumer, you know, who's out there, who do we want to welcome next into the road and trail space in terms of the choices that we make going forward. So definitely always kind of keeping it outside in, but again, always staying true to who we are and what we believe in.
And I feel like you've touched on this a bit, but maybe from like a founding standpoint or even like from a marketing standpoint, as a younger brand compared to some of the other larger brands out there, how do you feel like you've created such a fan base or a community that like there's Hoka people? You know what I mean? How has that happened from actually both of your standpoints? Like as a founder, how did that happen from your vantage point, but then also from a marketing standpoint as well?
I think it's something that's always been very rooted in the Hoka culture, because there was, when we started, like another movement which was minimalism. The first pioneer consumers had to be huge fans. You know, they almost had to defend themselves for using such a big, rockered, soft shoe at the time, and that's snowballed and kept being the case. You know, it kept also because our team didn't necessarily come from traditional running and performance and like track and field or marathon, but more from either trail or like skiing and surfing. We created a community that has a very high level of communion with the brand, and of course that's the origin, but it goes to where what was just said is then the marketing, everything that's done now by the team that Erica is leading is very much true to the origins and is like pushing side by side the performance and the love for the brand, the Chamonix, the involvement in like trail running, the origin of and the first prototypes, the names, all of these things are now pushed very much forward and created in collaboration with not only the consumers, but the opinion leaders, the athletes, the trade. And it's very, very authentic, very true to the core and the origin of the brand.
And how does a show like this, where we're connecting companies to retailers, what role does the retailers that carry your product play in your community? How important are they to your ecosystem?
They're absolutely essential. I mean, shows like TRE and certainly Run Specialty, that without Run Specialty, like Hoka may not exist, right? It was that first bet, that Boulder Running Company met way back, kind of placed way back when to place that first PO and kind of take a bet on Hoka, and we remember that day in, day out in terms of what's so special about specialty and the willingness to, kind of test the line, take risks, be partners in terms of feedback that is always making sure that we're, again, staying true and honest to who we are as a brand, but also, again, serving the need of the run community, because I think Run Specialty is the one that's really at the heart and closest to it, and certainly the larger community here. Again, it's what's always so exciting about coming back together at a show like this, and again, just sort of inspiring new ideas, right? What can we do next, and what can we push in terms of, just making progress.
Well, we just want to say thank you so much for being on the show, and then also thank you for your hand in the running community, because it's just when I started running in 2018, Hoka was already here, and it was already a big thing, and it just seems like it continues to grow, and you just continue to branch out and build more community around your brand, and we all appreciate it as part of the running community. Thank you so much for being on the show today, and we hope that you have a wonderful and successful rest of your TRE.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Great to meet you guys.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Like, I mean, I can't. It's hard to remember that Hoka isn't like a 80-year-old brand.
Yeah, and I think Nico really drove home the fact we were already, like you said, we were already here.
Yeah.
When Hoka was already Hoka, but
yeah,
this was a radical idea at the time.
Like 15 years ago.
And if you look at the trend, maximalist cushion shoes are almost the standard now in running, but it came from, once again, this idea of.
I see you're trying to push ideas. I get it. Ideas make the world go round.
They do, man. But in a more macro sense, it just shows you that the ideas that you have are worth it if you're willing to put the work in behind them. So, if you want to run all 6 major marathons in a year, it's possible.
He's talking about me, ladies and gentlemen. I did. But yeah, next up, we have our fourth Olympian of the day. Fourth Olympian of the day, Brandon Miller. He's coming up here representing Brooks. What's up, Brandon? How are you, sir?
Good,
how's it going, bro?
He's a
How's it
beast,
going?
actually.
He is a beast.
What's up?
All right. Man, well, congrats. Oh, yeah. Let's bring it in here. Congratulations on all the success, and congratulations on a wonderful, wonderful Olympics in Paris.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. We had 2 of the other guys.
We're going to get straight to it.
We're going to get straight to it. Man, the other 2 guys were up here, and they was just talking junk about you, man.
Who?
You saw him say that. Hey, the face you made, I'm like, never mind. I'm not about to play with you. No, they talked very highly of you, and we told them we were trying to get some tea, I guess.
We had Hobbs and Bryce, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
They here?
They're here. They ran after and they heard you was coming. But yeah, we tried to get into we tried to get to give some thoughts about you, and they said a bunch of crazy great things about you too. So.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. They're really good competitors, but more importantly, they're even better people. So to be able to be on the team with those 2 guys was amazing, and I'm excited to continue to compete with them throughout the years.
Yeah, I don't think we could have paid them to say anything negative. To be honest, they were just so oh, we love Brandon. What are you asking us again?
Yeah, fierce competitor is exactly what they said.
Yeah. It's always interesting, right? Like you have this. Obviously, when you're on the track, you don't have any friends. But as soon as you step off, out of those lines, it's all fun and games. So, like I said, I'm excited to continue to compete against them. Obviously Bryce is the one to beat, and Hobbs is just, Hobbs. So I got to keep working hard to not let those guys get too far. So.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm sure they'll be working just as hard to keep you away. So you gotta go earn your keep. But so you're here with Brooks. Have you been to TRE before? Is this your first time, or have you experienced this before?
This is my first time, man. It's amazing. I mean, just to see this the running community come out like this is something I've never seen before. So it's a blessing to be a part of it. So.
Yeah. This is my first TRE too. So we're experiencing it together.
We right here together.
So
what do you think about it?
I think it's. I'm up here right now, so I can't say anything bad about it.
I think this is stupid.
I think it's the greatest thing ever.
I was a major in college, so I respect what y'all do, man.
Appreciate it. So, like I said, you're here with Brooks, but we want to know more about Brandon Miller. So tell us your origins in the sport. I'm sure you were the fastest kid in your class all your life. So give us a little background about you and let us know how'd you get into running.
Yeah. So I got into running because my mom kind of just put me out on the track, my mom and dad, because me and my brother was tearing up the house when we was kids. So after that, it kind of just kept running year after year after year, and became blessed to be able to experience some pretty early success. One thing I will say is I think my parents, when we encountered that early success with the world records and the AAU Junior Olympic Championships and stuff, they did a really good job of keeping me a kid. So it was never training when I had to go to like a school dance. It was no overtraining or anything like that, which I think really contributed to my success later in my career at A&M, and then to take another step further at Brooks and things like that. So.
I mean, just to segue, not to get too far away from your story, but for people out there watching that may have a kid that is coming up that is fast and is really into track and field and running in general, what would be your advice that from your experience for them to make sure that their kid stays in love with the game?
Yeah, I think the greatest thing my parents did is they allowed me to play multiple sports. I was a multi-sport athlete growing up, and they never put a lot of pressure on me to try to be great. All my success came from I should say they never wanted it for me more than I wanted it for myself. You know what I'm saying? So they knew what it took. My mom and my dad, they met at Mizzou. I like to say my dad literally went to the track meet to find a wife because he wanted some athletes. So it was kind of like a plan.
So he was like the Run Club is the dating app before.
100%.
Right,
That's exactly what he did. So, but yeah, they just it was something that I wanted to do, and they just guided me in the right direction with it.
So you mentioned you and your brother were running around.
Yeah.
Has he beat you ever?
When we was little, man.
Is he older or younger?
He's my older brother, 17
Oh,
months.
man, that's the worst.
Yeah, he's a football player. So he's 17 months older than me, so we kind of grew up. We were best friends. We're still best friends to this day. But with that, it was a lot of competition.
I bet.
You know what I'm saying? So to be able to, I think that's kind of where some of my competitive drive came from, just competing with him when we were kids. And
of course. Yeah, my brother's about the same, 17. Younger, though.
Oh, okay. So you understand then.
Yeah.
You totally get it.
Yeah, he hasn't beat me yet, though.
Shots fired at your brother. You can't let your little brother beat you. But one of the things, I mean, obviously, we can't go too long without talking about the Olympics. Talk to us about, you've had some time to think about it. I mean, in the moment, it's crazy. Afterwards, it's probably, but you've had so many interviews, different conversations. Where are you at with it now? And, looking back, what are your thoughts on that experience?
Man, I think it was such an amazing experience. I mean, you ask any track runner what their ultimate goal is, and they say make it to the Olympic Games. And I think for me, when I crossed that line and I competed in the Olympics and I can finally call myself an Olympian, it was just a dream come true. But now it's like, okay, that's done. Where do we go from here?
Yeah.
You know, so how do we get better? I took a couple weeks off after the Olympics to, you know, just rest, you know, because you put so much into the season. But now it's back to the grind and on a run for Tokyo. So it's just next thing up.
You know, I was saying to the Hobbs and Bryce earlier, like middle distance, men's track, middle distance and track running had a moment.
Yeah.
In Paris.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see, you know, where y'all going to take it in Tokyo, into LA and beyond.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a chance here that you guys are on the cusp of something really big.
Yeah.
It'll be exciting to watch for sure.
No, 100%. I mean, it's a super exciting time to be a part of the men's 800. I mean, I'm such a competitor, so I'm so grateful to be in this era. I'm so grateful to be competing against people that are pushing the limits. You know, we talk about sub 141. We talk about possibly sub 140 here in a couple years, and I think we have the guys to be able to break those barriers. So for me to be able to compete against these guys, it's only gonna make me the best runner possible. So,
Do you think you could do it in these shoes?
Of course,
Yeah,
man.
let's,
You can get anything in those shoes, baby.
let's talk about the shoes that we got here. So, what's your favorite daily trainer?
My favorite daily trainer, I would say, is the Brooks Ghost.
Yep.
That's what I do my long runs in.
Okay.
That's what I do all my warm-ups in and all that great stuff. I've been a Ghost guy since I was a kid, man.
What's your long run look like?
Not very long.
I mean,
honestly.
like what? Just let us know.
Maybe like 8 now. If you want to call that a long run. I came from A&M. We didn't really do mileage. So I think Danny's been doing a really good job of just incorporating mileage into my game. And so, yeah, but like I said, the Brooks Ghost is an amazing shoe for me. When I was a kid, I went to the local running store, and they put me in Brooks Ghost. So it kind of all came full circle, to be honest
and now
with
you're
you.
a beast.
And now I'm a beast, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
So speaking of Brooks, when did the idea of signing a pro contract with Brooks come to be, and how has the company supported you along your journey as a professional?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I don't know how many people from Brooks know this, but my mom surprised me in 2016 with a trip to the Olympic trials. And we went to this Brooks, like, run club or something where we just did, like, a run. And I went because they told me Nick Simmons was going to be there. And I remember telling somebody, I forget who it was, I said, I'm going to run for Brooks one day. I'm going to run for Brooks one day.
How old were you then?
8th grade.
Okay, 8th grade.
8th grade, freshman, something like that. Yeah. So, for it to come full circle has been amazing, and I will say just the support I've gotten from Brooks in my career thus far. I've only been with Brooks for a little over a year. Has been amazing, you know. So it just makes me want to continue to work hard, putting on for the brand because I know they're gonna have my back in whatever I do. So it's been amazing.
You just made me feel so old, though.
I saw it in your face.
I'm over here,
I saw it in your face when
I'm
you
over
said
here
eighth
doing the
grade.
math. You was in 8th grade in 2016. I had graduated high school 14 years before that.
I might not even do the math. I can't even do the
Yeah,
math.
no, don't worry about what year you graduated.
So this
high
is
school.
He the same age as LeBron James.
Yeah, me and LeBron the same age. Me and LeBron the same age.
So this is the new Hyperion Elite.
Yes.
2? No, 5. 4?
Do
Somebody
you
help
like
me out
this?
here.
It's the 4.
Yeah.
This is the number 4 on there, Gary. Reading is fundamental, Gary.
Again, I'm a little bit
The
older,
age
so my
thing.
eyesight.
So do you train in these a lot? Like, are you on the track with these, or like how do you incorporate these into your training?
Man, anything you want to do fast or pace, you can do with these. Like yesterday, we had some repeat 400s, and I hit these some pretty good quarters in these. A lot of my tempo runs are in these. All of my tempo runs are in these. We got a turkey trot coming up here next week that the team is going to be competing in, so I'll be running in these.
What distance?
5K.
Okay. So have you raced a 5K before, right?
I did a little bit in high school. I did a turkey trot last year, though.
Okay. What was your time last year?
15:44.
Okay, wait. Where are you? Where is this turkey trot? What city?
Seattle.
So it's like a super fast turkey trot?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so you're not just like picking on random people?
Well, there was random people in there
Anybody can
for
get
sure.
it, is what he's
But
saying.
our whole team was out there, so it was kind of like a competition. Yeah. And last year, man, I tell you, I came out to Brooks, and it was like one of my first times like doing like strength training. So I was getting dropped like every single like session, man. I was like, bro, I don't know. I don't know. I got introduced to like tempo runs last year and things like that. And before the turkey trot last year, all the girls were coming up to me on the team. We're gonna get you today. We're gonna get you today. We're gonna get you today. So I had to like.
Yeah, dude.
I had to turn up a little.
Can you imagine going to your local turkey trot and Brooks beast the whole team?
No, it's serious, man. We
I mean,
like,
that's got to be fun though. Like like for like a protein, like with a protein to pull up. yeah. I mean, it's just fun to see y'all line up and go. That's the thing.
man, we be in our uniforms and everything. We take
it way too
You know, you know what?
Way too serious.
I got some time. I'm gonna book a ticket. I'm gonna be one of those guys that like takes off from the front with y'all and then just tries for dear life to hold on for like 400 meters just to get on the camera. You know what I'm saying?
I love that. I love that.
So before we let you go,
Yeah.
I gotta ask you because this is what I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard College Station is the most boring SEC city. Is this true?
Dang.
No. I mean, you have,
it's
you
not
have
live.
Starkville, Mississippi.
It's not live.
well,
no one's gonna watch this. Go
Shout
ahead,
out
say it for
Mississippi
real.
State. I love y'all. Starkville, Mississippi. Gainesville, Florida. I mean, College Station it's lit, man. We're Aggies over here.
You okay? You did work there, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I got you. I
it
pick
was
up what you
lit.
put down.
I had some great times in College Station.
All right, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Bryce, he mentioned 140. This is a number that I heard you say, I heard him say. Do you think that is possible within the next couple years? And for me, I think that would be an important way to keep track and field at the front of people's minds, because a lot of times the only time people think of track and field is during the Olympics. So,
right.
Do you think that's possible for one, and do you think that's within reach for you?
100%. I think to both questions. I think. I mean, you just look at the competition of the guys that are in there. You got Wanyoni, you got Marco, you got Bryce, you got Sajadi, you got Hobbs. I mean, just the list goes on and on and on and on and on about really good guys that love to race each other. And when you put a bunch of dogs in a room, a great result is going to happen. And I think for me, I feel like if you don't feel like you can run 140, then you probably shouldn't be competing at this level. I just think it's a belief that you have to have in the abilities that God gave you to go out there and not limit yourself. And I think then and only then is when you'll be able to truly know what you're capable of. So
I love that answer. If you don't think you can run 140, get out.
Get out, man.
Put them shoes up, bro. Don't need to lace up.
They say get out the kitchen. Yeah, get out the kitchen. So
I believe I can do it.
I love it, bro. Go there, dog.
No, but congratulations on all the success, and congratulations on seeing that vision in 2016 come true at the highest level possible.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? So I was proud watching you out there do your thing in Paris.
Thank you.
Cannot wait to see what happens next for you and your whole team. Thanks for stopping by on the show.
Hey,
bro.
I really appreciate y'all, man. Y'all did an amazing job.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, can we get a round of applause for Brandon, please?
Oh, thank y'all.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people here. Oh, yeah, I could do better than that. All right, there we go. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man, that was cool.
Super cool. I'm definitely looking forward to watching Brandon's career blossom and him continuing to improve and get stronger now that he's doing tempo runs, now that he's been introduced to tempo runs and all. And I'm interested in seeing what his turkey trot career, where his turkey trot career goes too.
Yeah, I mean, and then it was a joke about the age thing, but he's a young dude. You know what I'm saying? He got time. And that's really cool to see. In this whole conversation about the 800s, just having a great moment, it's because it's full of young dudes that are just, going after it. You know what I mean? And really putting up times for the U.S. So,
Yeah, and they're not afraid to
talk about it.
We saw Bryce say, I want to run 140. You saw Brandon say, if you don't think you can run 140, then why are you even out here?
Yeah.
So I think that mindset right there, it will take them far.
And they're competing against each other, but they're still respectful. They're friends off the track, but on the track, like you said, we're not friends. We're gonna run fast, and we're gonna run against each other.
All right, man.
Incredible.
So
I think they called him dogs, and he came with the energy, that dog energy. So
yeah, for sure. All right, so today is day one of TRE Live. We're officially done with the first day. Thank you so much to Sir Nutrition for being the sponsor for day one and day two. Shout out to On for being the clothing and shoe sponsor for day one. And you will see us tomorrow. We have a wonderful lineup tomorrow. More athletes, more brands, more stores, all of the above.
more Olympians, more founders, all of that good stuff.
All of that good stuff. Make sure you tap in, and make sure and all the people that you saw today on the stream or the live. Make sure that you go follow up, see what they're doing, see what ways you can tap in, whether it's some of the philanthropic folks or just the brands in general.
And before we go, you want to find us for the FloTrack watchers that don't know us. We are on Instagram, the.pr.project. You can find us there. Also, we do a weekly YouTube show every Sunday. You can find us on YouTube at the PR Project. Come hang out. We have a cool community over there. And come hang out and come say what's up.
And until then, we will see you tomorrow. Make sure you tap in.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. And come say hi to us, because we're going to be on the floor for a couple bits.
Yeah,
We'll come up for
say
sure.
what up. Say what up.
Yep.
Man, good day.
We're good.
Welcome to the floor here at the running event, TRE. You are with FloTrack for the Cross Champs press conference, the 2024 Cross Champs. I'm Ryan Fenton alongside Nia Gibson.
Hello, everybody.
New teammate and your first time at TRE and at Cross Champs. How's it going so far this weekend for you?
It's been super busy, super hectic, but it's been like a lot of organized chaos. I love it so far. I love the movement. I'm never bored, so I'm having a blast. I'm having a good time.
We're going to talk to some athletes here soon, but you were at the course this morning out at Cross Champs. We're getting ready for 7:30 a.m. start. Really 7 a.m. start with the Indy 5K, 7:30 for the elite women, 8:05 for the elite men. But what did you see out at the course this morning? I'm curious.
I saw a lot of dedicated athletes. The biggest thing I've seen was a lot of excited athletes. There's people who's eager to run, eager for the course. The weather is perfect in comparison to last year, so that's been something that's been really anticipated. I think we have a lot of people who's looking for a win, looking for a PR, and then you have a lot of people who's also looking to have a nice little fun run. So a nice mix of it all. So really excited to see how it goes.
Very nice mix. And I think we should get the opinion of some of those athletes out there, what they actually really want to do. So we're going to call to our elite women who are here with us right now and introduce them. Ladies, welcome to the show. How you doing? We got Emily Venters, Paige, and Mercy. How are you guys doing?
Good, yeah. Thanks for having us. Yeah, we're excited to be here.
Welcome to the show. So it's early season cross country here in Austin. So I'm just curious, what's the vibe going into the race tomorrow for you guys?
I would say just kind of fun. Like, we don't really get an opportunity to run many cross-country races as pros. So I think, like Mercy and I were saying, like just taking the opportunity when it comes and just, having a good time out there, kind of like reminiscing of college days running cross-country, because for me, that was like the best time. I loved cross-country, so any chance I get to run on grass is fun. Yeah, I'd agree. It's just such a rare opportunity, and it'll be fun having each other out there as we train together a bunch right now. And we don't have the full team with us this year, but it'll still feel team-oriented in a way since we have each other.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm excited to run cross-country again. I did it last year and it was fun, so I had to come back again and do it. Yeah.
Nice. Paige, you said you and Mercy train together normally. So when you guys are running this course tomorrow, is it going to be like a camaraderie practice field type of thing? What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I would say so. I think, I started working with Mercy pretty early on in my comeback from pregnancy, and she's a great workout partner and definitely is skilled, like, from the speed side of things all the way up to the really long tempo work. So I know I can always count on her no matter what kind of grind we have that day.
Nice.
So Paige and Mercy, so you guys are running individually, I mean, as teammates, but not scoring as a team tomorrow, where Emily, you're part of a group. So I'm just curious how that dynamic might be. Well, maybe start with you, Emily. How is that different for you? We saw you a couple weeks ago solo effort, obviously in the 5K champs on the road in New York, runner up there, and now you have a little bit of a team dynamic along with the individual accolades. So how are you approaching it?
I think it's really fun. I'm here with the Run Elite program, which is a program in Utah. We're not a club or a team or anything, but it's just an organization that supports all of the Utah pros in the area of Utah, and they're an amazing group of people who just love running and love to help support us in any way they can. So I'm here with a lot of other athletes who are also part of Run Elite program, and we're kind of running as a team. We're staying together in Airbnb and doing everything together. So it's really a cool opportunity because I don't get that a lot. Usually I'm traveling alone and on my own a lot. So yeah, it's fun being with them.
Emily, you ran the 5K a few weeks ago at USATF, came second. Are you coming into this race with a different strategy? How are we looking into this?
I feel like the 5K gave me a lot of confidence in myself again. So I think I'm coming in here with a lot of confidence, and I'm just excited to push it and see what I can do, and just also have fun, like I said, because I don't really get a chance to run across much, and 8K is kind of a in-between distance, so just see what happens.
Paige, you were 7th in that same race, so curious, what are you taking from New York a few weeks ago and bringing to the cross course here?
I feel pretty similarly. I feel like it was a good confidence booster. It had been a really long time since I'd run a 5K. I think probably close to like 2.5 years at this point. So I was a little bit intimidated going into that race, but at the same time looking forward to it because I was like, I want to get out of my comfort zone, and I plan to move back to the marathons and more of the longer road stuff here soon. And I always find that when I do stuff like that or something like this where it is just shorter distance, working on finding that turnover again, I think it translates really well when you do move back to those longer distance races.
Paige, I want to stay on you for a second. You are a new mom, so coming back postpartum, how has training looked differently? I know we spoke a little bit about it on the course earlier today, but do you mind explaining that to the rest?
Yeah, it's just a lot of listening to your body, and I think it's great that in Flagstaff I have so many other mom runners to look to for advice, and they are super helpful. But at the same time, I have to be careful not to compare myself to their timelines because it is so different for everyone. So I think what I found is just getting advice where I could, but also really trying to listen to my body. And I've been really fortunate to have lots of support and not feel rushed in the comeback. And so that's been the biggest thing is we've been let's just be patient, make sure I don't get injured, and do this the right way because we have the time to do that.
Nice.
And I hear your son's here. Is that?
He is, yeah. He's taking a nap right now. That's why our coach isn't here with us because she's supervising the nap.
Nice. Yeah, you said 1-year-old coming up next week, so happy early birthday to him.
Big birthday. Next Friday. I was actually in labor this time last year when the team was here at the race. I remember telling them, and they were getting ready to race.
Wow. A lot goes on in a year. So congrats. Very cool that he's here to see it. Well, I'm assuming this has got to be his first cross-country experience.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Mercy, you're not a stranger to this race. You were third here last year. So curious what you remember about the course and things that you're going to take into the race tomorrow.
I remember that it didn't go out as fast, so it was really controlled for the most part. And then I think you have to go 4 times around the course. So I think the first 3 were more controlled, and then the last 2K was a little bit harder. So going in, every race is different, so I don't expect it to be the same kind of way. Maybe we'll have some people push it at the beginning, so I don't know. Just go with an open mind and be ready to do anything that happens. Yeah.
That's good. I want to kind of piggyback off of what you said in terms of the last race, not all races being the same. So how is this strategy going to be different as you're coming into Cross Champs tomorrow versus some of the races you ran earlier this season?
So I've done more road running, so I haven't had a chance to do a cross-country race this year. So I feel like with the road running is different, and every race is different, obviously. So sometimes in the roads it can be hilly, so you expect the hills, obviously, and here it's just flat. So I don't know. We're gonna just see how it goes. Maybe it's gonna go fast, maybe not. So just get ready for whatever happens.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys all come from some pretty strong cross-country programs, right? We got Utah, Syracuse, even Lipscomb, right? Is having a great year, and Alabama. So just curious, just your background with cross and your memory of cross. Is there any desire to have more cross in your pro career? Are you good with just 1 or 2 a year? How do you look at that compared to where you were at in NCAA a few years ago?
I don't know. I feel like I would like to have more, but also it depends with what we are going to do. If we decided to go the marathon way, so it's gonna be harder to do cross country. So I'm gonna see what I like best. Because when I was in college, I loved cross country so much. So there was the time during COVID where I had to choose one between going to cross country and going to indoor nationals, and I chose cross country. So
it was a good choice that year, right?
Yeah, it was a good choice. So I feel like I would love to do more, but also it depends. If I decide to go do marathon, it will not allow me to do any cross country. But if not, then I'm open to do more cross country for sure.
Yeah, I really fell in love with cross country at Syracuse. It was such a a cross country oriented program. It was hard not to fall in love with it, and I definitely miss it. And yeah, I kind of wish we did more of it at the pro level. I think the roads are the closest thing to it, so I think that's why I gravitated to the roads so early. But yeah, it would be fun if we found a way to mix it in a little more often.
Yeah, ditto what they all said. I love cross country. I think that's why I've done some road racing as well. I feel like just the variation in the hills and turns and the scenery is just nice to break it up. Also, the people who run road races are really nice too, and it's a little less intense, so sometimes it's just fun to mix it up. So like adding in some cross country would be really fun as well.
So for tomorrow, the cross champs, we are talking about how excited we are for cross country. You know, FloTrack has a holiday guide coming out. Is there anything in particular that you guys love to run in that's best for you guys to run in, comfortable, that you would recommend to any viewers out there? Yeah, a shoe, a shirt, anything.
Any running product that you
favorite
your
running
go-to.
product?
Dragonfly spikes, Nike.
I don't know. I will anything Hoka.
Like it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Hoka, but these Mach 6s, if you run in the Mach in the past, then you have the 6s, you know, like the 6th version is amazing. I don't know exactly what they did to update it, but it's pretty awesome. And then they just recently released the Skyflow, and I don't think a lot of people know about that one, and it's been another staple for my easy runs, and I don't know, you get a lot of response from it, and I just feel like my legs never get beat up when I'm wearing that one.
Early holiday gift ideas right there. I like it.
Yeah,
I like
shameless plug.
I'm curious, looking ahead, 2025 is right around the corner. So, you know, a few of you have done some of the roads. We're at the cross race now for tomorrow at Cross Champs. What does 2025 look like for each of you? Like, what are you getting ready for? Big targets, goals that you have?
I don't know yet, because we haven't. I'm about to sit with my coaches and my agent and plan my 2025. So I don't know yet. But my next coming race is gonna be in Houston Half Marathon. I did it this year in January, and I'm gonna do it again next January. And yeah, it's fun and it's fast. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, join her in Houston, and then the U.S. Cross Championship is going to be, I think, in Atlanta the first weekend in March. So that's the plan, is to do Houston and then do the U.S. Half Champs, and then likely a spring marathon after that.
I also may be doing Houston half. So 3 of us. Not quite sure yet if I'm going to move up to the half, but I'm definitely going to run track. I'm running a track race in 2 weeks, a 5K, and then I'm going to focus on hopefully aiming to make the World Championships in track for 2025.
Nice. So I assume BU will see you there.
Yes, I will be there.
BU. And it looks like, Paige, you're going to get your cross-country fix at USA's in a few more weeks. So 2 races in the books for you this season. Cool. Nia.
Yeah, so as you guys prepare for the track season coming up, how are you guys pivoting your training? How is that looking for you guys?
Probably a little different for me than them. Gonna start to do more speed workouts and getting that speed back, whereas it's mostly been just building a strong aerobic base, a lot of tempo runs, long runs, and yeah, just getting the turnover back, which is exciting. I really enjoy that. So.
Yeah, I think for us it'll probably be a lot of very half marathon specific workouts in the next couple of weeks, just looking to dial in that pace and effort. Hoping to go down to Camp Verde where it's a little warmer and a little more oxygen this time of year.
Yeah, we are preparing for Houston half, so as she said, we're gonna do a little bit more half marathon types of workouts. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to watching you guys.
Thanks.
So before we let you go, I got one more question for you. We're talking cross-country here in Austin, but there's a big cross-country race in Madison on Saturday, NCAA's, and I think each of your squads, collegiate squads, have had pretty decent showings this season and will be there. I know Alabama's got some runners up in the front trying to carry a national title. And have you guys been following? And if so, Do we have any predictions for your old teams, or just any titles on the line?
Yeah, for Alabama, obviously, I'm rooting for them. They won ACCs a couple weeks ago, which is good. So I'm just wishing them the best. In NCAAs, I'll be watching and cheering them. Roll Tide.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever count the Orange out. So, yeah, I think they're always flying a little under the radar, and I'm sure they'll surprise some people this weekend.
The Utes have been doing the best that they have ever, I think, in program history. So it's very exciting for them. I think our highest finish at Nationals was 12th. So I mean, they're looking to break that for sure, and I definitely think that they will.
Nice.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having
thank
us.
you.
Thank you guys. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
That is your ladies' elite field for tomorrow's cross champs. Nia, exciting action we're getting ready for. I love like just there's so much tie-ins here, right? We're talking about cross champs, obviously TRE, little product shout, but all of them have had strong storied like careers and history with their programs in college that will tie into the cross country in Madison this weekend. So it feels like so much action going on right now.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to between cross champs tomorrow, NCAA's this weekend, and then just a track season coming up. So we have a lot to look forward to. Super duper excited. Go Orange. Bright and early tomorrow.
I wasn't sure if people got that shout, but you know, alumni here at Syracuse. I was at Clemson, which we didn't make it. We do have a couple. We have 3 individual women there kicking butt.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be up there, but no team yet.
It's okay.
So.
The real Orange will be there.
Yeah. So we have a little more here to talk about, because there's not only a women's race at Cross Champs, but there is a men's race as well, and we're going to call on a few of our men's elite to join us here up on the stage. Edwin and Matt, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thanks for
How's it
joining
going?
us.
Good.
I feel like you're so far away.
Yeah.
How's it going down there?
I know.
I'm good. Weather's good over here.
You guys are at TRE. Maybe you were here last year, Edwin, Matt. Yeah. I think this is your first time at TRE and Cross Champs.
First time, yes, sir.
So I know it's been a busy couple days already. You're here with Under Armour and your team. So you were at the Raw running event last night. You've been here on the trade show floor today. Like, just how's the weekend or the week been so far?
It's been great. It's been really, really phenomenal to see what kind of event can be put on in our weird little sport that we have here in running. And yeah, it's been cool to see what Under Armour has put together, what all these other brands are putting together. So yeah, excited to see the vibes of the race tomorrow too. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there cheering.
Right. What are your? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me too, it's been a nice experience. Last year I was here. I think I've been here the last 2 years, and it's just good to be here again. Be in Austin, enjoy the running event, and have a cross country race. So I'm so excited.
Nice. I wanted to ask you, both of you guys, ahead of Cross Champs, what are the expectations? What are we thinking about tomorrow?
Yeah, I think tomorrow is just, running cross country. It's all about having fun. It's so hard to have fun in the truck races, but when it comes to cross country, it's a little bit of a long distance and everybody's there. So you just go there, have fun, do your race. It's, for most people, probably the first race of the season. So just going out there to enjoy and, see what you can do.
Yeah, I agree with Edwin. Coming back to cross, it's been a few years for me, but just want to enjoy it and have some fun and experience the cross-country feels. And then, of course, we also want to be the best team on the course out there tomorrow. There's a team competition, so we want to win that for sure as a team.
Edwin, just as Mercy was up here, was an NCAA champ in cross country. You were too at Iowa State. I don't know, what's it like getting back to the cross course once again? And Matt, what's it like getting ready to run against the former NCAA champ tomorrow? Now, obviously a teammate, but you'll be out there with him.
Yeah, I think after doing cross country all the years in college, I really wanted to do it again. It was so fun. We used to do it as a team, and thinking about it right now, that you are a professional, you don't get to do cross country, and one chance that you get, I'm like, I have to do it. And then the last 2 years, I've just been by myself, and this year I tried to convince my teammates. I was like, let's all do it. Let's go have fun in Austin, and I'm glad I have a team, a full team this year, and we're gonna all just go out there and have fun, make it like part of training and just enjoy the course.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say I'll be necessarily running with this guy tomorrow. Might see him from afar and be able to wave at him, but yeah, no, I'm really excited to be out there with the team. We have a really, really good vibe over at Mission Run Dark Sky. Really feels like a college team in a lot of ways. We're a really tight-knit group, so yeah, we're going to be out there trying to win for the team, trying to win for the brand, and yeah, I'm excited. I get to train with this guy a lot. He normally doesn't try to drop me in training because he's really nice, but I'm sure he's going to give me a good old drop in tomorrow.
Matt, you had a busy summer. So fresh off the Olympics, first-time Olympian, could you tell us how your mind has pivoted coming into this season, having to shake off, not necessarily shake off, but like kind of shake off the excitement from the Olympics coming now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm someone who operates best with an underdog mentality, so I'm kind of trying to pretend like it never happened. Other people might call me an Olympian, but I try to forget about that as part of my identity. So I'm back to square one. I know I need to get a lot better if I want to make this next Worlds team, make the next Olympics. I'm gonna have to keep getting better and better. It's not going to be as easy as it was this past time. So yeah, I just gotta try to improve every day.
Yeah, huge jumps for both of you guys. I mean, Edwin, you made the Kenyan team this summer, which, I mean, making the any of the distance teams on the Kenyan side is a pretty amazing feat. So I'm just curious for you to make that team, go to Paris. What was that like, and has that changed the confidence that you have in where you're going to go in 2025?
Yeah, I think for sure. I don't know if we would say it last year or it's this year, but the season that just ended was one of my best. Just being able to make the Olympic team and representing Kenya, which has well been known for distance events. It has all the best runners and stuff. So I really, I was really happy when I made a team, and I started by trying the 10K team. I got fourth. I didn't make it, and I went for the 5K trials in Kenya, and which went real well. I got third. So that was a big confidence booster for me, and I'm really excited now that I know I'm among one of the best, and now it just makes me even one more and want to keep working hard and make sure now I'm running against the best.
So Edwin, as you talk about that, I love your story. You started running in 2016. 3 years later, you're a national champ. You are now an Olympian. So how does your continued growth look for you?
Yeah, so I think that's the most that's like the best thing about the sport, because it's all about growth, growing, improving your personal best, beating your goals, and for me, I feel like I've been growing slowly and having small achievements, and last year was another small achievement, going there, making it to my first Olympics, and now it's like nobody cares anymore because I'm an Olympian. Now they're like, okay, what can you do better than that? So now it's about how can you be able to grow and get better, and even be able to get a medal, or be in the top spot. So now it's about what can I achieve from here going henceforth. So, and that's what we're working on right now. Putting up the blocks in training, and learning my weaknesses and working to improve from my weaknesses and getting stronger for what's coming next.
You guys have very different stories, but there's like kind of an intersection of just, Edwin relatively new to the sport when you started and quick to get some success, and now all of a sudden an Olympian. Matt, you were kind of the humble D3 beginnings. You were at the run last night, gave the D3 shout, and something that people always resonate with, almost like an underdog story, right? And so just curious, like, as you've ascended up through the sport and now at the Olympic level, what's that been like, and what is that kind of reception you've seen from people that have maybe started in your shoes?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, even today, just sitting at the Under Armour booth, I had tons and tons of former D3 athletes come up and say, hey, man, like, that was a really big inspiration. They're saying, like, I remember you from, 2018, this small meet, seeing you run, and that's been really cool. I think my D3 beginnings had a huge impact on me, being able to learn how to race at that level and being able to be competitive at that level, which I wouldn't have been able to be if I was straight into D1. So it's something that I carry with me a lot of times, and I try to make those other D3 runners out there proud and show them that they too can be an Olympian someday.
Nice. And as we talk about the Olympics again, how a lot of people cannot say they were Olympians or competed for their country. But both you guys had this commonality of basically practicing short-term memory in a sense as you continue on your career, going into 2025 season. So what does it look like to maintain that humility so that you can do that for both of you?
I think for me, it's just about focusing in what is important, and for me, it's focusing more on the training and keeping up that underdog mentality, knowing that it's about the work that you do and what you show in the track that will matter most. So it's not about what you say or do more, and that's why it's like right now it's just about going and focusing more on your training and growing and knowing what you need to do to be able even to perform better and compete at highest level.
Yeah, I just try to remind myself, it's just running. It's one of those sports where it's like, we're not necessarily going to be celebrities out here because we made the Olympics, but no, I mean it's a cool sport in the sense that people kind of forget what you did the past year and they want to see what you can do this next year, and they'll forget about you quick if your time starts to fall off. So yeah, we want to keep running fast. We want to keep getting better.
For sure.
Yeah, so how do we keep people remembering you guys now? Your Olympic year in 24, we look ahead to 25, cross champs feels like kind of a kickoff to this next season. What are the goals that you guys have when you look ahead to 2025?
We got to get some medals, man. I know Edwin wants to. I want to be in that conversation too for being a steeplechase medalist this year. But it all starts with making that world's team, and this fall we're just kind of put together some big base and starting with this cross-country race, building that aerobic base, and then we'll start to get more and more fit and fast as the summer comes.
Yep, I think it's the same thing. It's all about the medals and what you can do, and that starts by making the teams and being consistent. Many people, one time you make the Olympics, the next year you don't make the World Championship, and then everybody forgets you. So it's all about being able to stay consistent and be always at the biggest stage. So that's the biggest focus.
Well, I got one more question. Just as we asked with the ladies, NCAA cross is also this week, not just cross champs. You're at Minnesota, Carleton College first, then Minnesota, Iowa State for you. Iowa State's I think one of the sleepers right now. People are saying they've been behind some of those top-ranked teams. They've been very consistent. I'm curious, have you guys been following any predictions on the D1 or D3 side?
Yeah, unfortunately, neither the Minnesota men nor the Carleton men qualify for their national meet. But I can shout out the women on both teams. The Carleton women were the national champions last year in cross country. And the Minnesota women are having a very, very good season and surprised a lot of people by making that meet. So, yeah, they're going to both be competitive in their own fields.
I mean, it's cross country, it's fun. So I'm really happy for the Cyclones. The men are out there. I know Jeremy Sudbury is cooking up a very good team. So just get ready. Saturday is going to be a big surprise for everyone. And, the Cyclones are going to pull up something big. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Love the confidence. Love the confidence. No Syracuse talk on this one, Nia. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Wish you guys all the best tomorrow, and hope you just enjoy the experience here with the running event, cross champs, and then everything to come in 2025.
No,
awesome.
definitely.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate
Thanks for having us, man.
Good luck tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
Well, Nia, that's going to wrap it for our elite athletes here at Cross Champs tomorrow. Any major takeaways or excitement that you have after talking to some of these athletes?
The morale is just so high. So I think what I'm most excited about is just to see everybody having fun. That's one of my biggest things, because that's when I think people run their best. They're relaxed. They're getting ready to PR. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a fun time. Early, but good. It's going to be fun.
So FloTrack will be broadcasting Cross Champs tomorrow. 7 a.m. start with the Indy 5K. 7:30 start for the elite women, and 8:05 start for the men. Nia, you'll be on the course interviewing the winners, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. We'll be reporting live, 7 a.m.
Cool. So thank you guys, everyone, for tuning in. It's been a great day here at TRE. We've had TRE Live. We had the FloTrack podcast. Now ending the day with our Sound Running Cross Champs press conference. And we'll be back tomorrow, again, with Cross Champs Live in the morning on FloTrack. And then we'll follow it up with TRE Live throughout the day, FloTrack podcast, midday around noon once again. and that will close things out on the second day of TRE tomorrow on Thursday. So thanks so much for tuning in, and we will see you guys bright and early for Cross Champs tomorrow.
Be there, be square.